Chapter 846. Fangzheng and another Crane Gate elder led over 10 disciples into the competition venue. Unspecified currency outside the venue, there were buzzing noises. Over 1,000 Gu masters were sitting on the surrounding platforms, discussing in low voices while waiting for the 8th round to begin. But because there were too many people, even the slightest sound of conversation became very noisy when it was gathered together. It's Crane Gate's elder and disciple. Once they saw Fangzheng's group, the surrounding Gu masters could not help but look at them. Their discussions also became hushed. Compared to the large and small forces, the people of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were like princes walking among commoners. That young man is actually wearing Crane Gate's elder's robe. Am I seeing things? Lower your voice. He is a rank 5 Gu master. His aura is genuine. What are you making a fuss about? It's not like there aren't Gu worms that can maintain youthful looks. Look, it's myriad Dragondoc's disciples and elders. At the next moment, everyone's gazes were attracted to another group of people. This group of Gu masters had twice the number of Crane Gate's members. They were led by 4 elders, and there were also many elite disciples among the disciples. Myriad Dragondoc. The Crane Gate elder's gaze froze when he saw this. Myriad Dragondoc, one of the 10 great ancient sects, had been in the limelight recently. The reason was because of Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend might only be a rank 6 Gu immortal, but his battle strength was extremely outstanding. After 2 years of closed cultivation, he comprehended the immortal killer move Lightning Deity. After that, he came out of his closed cultivation and roamed Central Continent, challenging countless Gu immortals along the way. He won most of the time, with few draws. There were few defeats. The more Vicious Lightning Fiend won, the greater his momentum. Because of the duels, he obtained a lot of resources, causing the number of lightning deities in his hands to increase instead of decreasing. There were already 3 of them now. Before he had lightning deities, Vicious Lightning Fiend already had an impressive battle record of fighting rank 7 Gu immortals to a draw. Now that he had 3 lightning deities, his battle strength rose even further, surpassing ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals. In his battle record, many rank 7 Gu immortals had lost to him. With rank 6 cultivation level, defeating a rank 7 Gu immortal was a very rare thing. What was especially precious was that Vicious Lightning Fiend defeated rank 7 Gu immortals again and again. He was in the limelight for a while. His sect Myriad Dragondoc's reputation also rose greatly. It was to the extent that the whole of Central Continent's Gu immortal world started to faintly acknowledge Vicious Lightning Fiend as the #1 person with rank 6 battle strength in Central Continent. Some of the Myriad Dragondoc elders who were fond of fighting were even more excited. They directly shouted that Vicious Lightning Fiend would be the next Swordplay, the next Fengzhouge. After Vicious Lightning Fiend heard the news, he immediately replied and berated, "Swordplay is one thing, but Lord Fengzhouge is not someone I can compare to. Don't say such things in the future." In other words, Swordplay could still challenge him. Immortal Monkey King Swordplay was a rank 7 Gu immortal of Combat Immortal sect. He had outstanding battle strength. However, he was firmly suppressed by Fengzhouge, unable to turn the tables. Fengzhouge, this freak, was hard to come by even in thousands of years. The 10 sects of Xianxia state had been beaten by him so badly that they could not help but admire and fear him. He won a series of challenges. This boosted Vicious Lightning Fiend's arrogance, and he began to openly challenge Swordplay. Combat Immortal sects people were naturally indignant. However, Swordplay, who had an irritable and direct temperament, strangely maintained his silence. This instead boosted Myriad Dragondoc's morale. They felt that Swordplay had no confidence in dealing with Vicious Lightning Fiend and was acting like a coward. Of course, anyone who was slightly familiar with the inside information would know that Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge was only a probe by Myriad Dragondoc towards Combat Immortal sect. Combat Immortal sect had discovered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and also discovered star constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm. They had already started to secretly attack it. Because they wanted to draw Gu immortals' battle strength from all over the place. This huge movement had already been faintly sensed by the other 9 sections. But these secrets were usually only known by Gu immortals. Thus, when these elders and disciples of myriad dragon dogs saw Fangzheng's group, they were extremely arrogant. "Oh, it's Crane Gate's people. Hee, what are you doing here? Are you here to see how your elders will fail? It's no use, our myriad dragon dogs Lord Dragon Chief will definitely be the final victor, there is no doubt about this." Myriad dragon dogs masters started mocking and ridiculing the moment they spoke. The competition between the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent was especially intense. Both sides were not on good terms. Especially when Crane Gate had been weak for a long time, myriad dragon dogs people, who had become stronger, looked down on Crane Gate even more. Crane Gate's disciples could not help but feel sullen, but they could not retort. They maintained their silence and brushed past myriad dragon dogs people, eventually sitting at their arranged seats. "TSK, a bunch of cowards," someone said in disdain. Someone even mocked, "Haha," as expected of Crane Gate style. Crane Gate's people's expressions became even more unsightly. The spectators saw this and had many doubts. Someone asked, "Crane Gate and Myriad Dragon Dock are both part of the 10 great ancient sects. Why is Myriad Dragon Dock so arrogant?" Immediately, someone answered, "There are strong and weak sects among the 10 great ancient sections. Crane Gate is weaker than Myriad Dragon Dock. This is publicly acknowledged. Besides this, Myriad Dragon Dock's participating Master is too strong. It is that refinement path Master known as Firesmith Dragon Chief." What? Firesmith Dragon Chief is actually Myriad Dragon Dock's Master? Isn't he a lone cultivator? Hee, didn't you see the information dug out by Lightning Information Sect? This Firesmith Dragon Chief violated the sect rules in his early years and was chased out by Myriad Dragon Dock. He is participating in this refinement path convention to obtain a ranking and return to Myriad Dragon Dock. So that's it. It is said that this Firesmith Dragon Chief is already a refinement path grandmaster. Such a person is actually eagerly requesting to return to Myriad Dragon Dock. The rallying power of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects is truly huge. Meanwhile, at Crane Gate's side, Fangzheng and the other elders were also quietly discussing. Fangzheng asked, "I wonder what are the chances of our sect's elder Yen Tang winning this competition?" Fangzheng's refinement ability was not good. He barely passed the 4 questions after going through the training. He successfully registered, but in the end he was eliminated in the first round. Fortunately, this was a large competition. This was the most open competition. Outsiders were not allowed to watch. Fangzheng was also an elder of Crane Gate. His status could be said to be noble. This time, Elder Yen Tang was participating in the competition and he had eaten so much food and wine from the other party, he had to come and watch and cheer for Elder Yen Tang. When Fangzheng asked this, the Crane Gate elder sitting beside him frowned deeply and sighed. "Elder Fangzheng, you know our Elder Yen Tang mainly cultivates Fire Path, he only cultivates Refinement Path on the side. As for the other party, Firesmith Dragon Chief, he mainly cultivates Refinement Path while cultivating Fire Path on the side. This difference is huge." Fangzheng still did not understand. He asked again. Even so, with Elder Yen Tang's refinement attainment, he should be able to get into the top 3. The Crane Gate elder shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Elder Fangzheng, you don't understand. After the 7th round of the Refinement Path Convention, the competition after that is a cruel single elimination system. Look at this demon-expelling sect competition stage in front of you. Only one Master can win and advance to the next round." "What? It's actually like this?" Fangzheng was shocked. After a few breaths of time, he reacted. After all, he had experienced many setbacks, his mind had changed. Since the opponent is so strong, then why doesn't Elder Yen Tang go to another competition venue? This Refinement Path Convention does not prohibit participants from moving around. "Elder Fangzheng, you are right to think this way. After all, you can advance. Retreating is also a tactical victory. But unfortunately, the other competition locations were also occupied by refinement experts. Moreover, Elder Yen Tang was arranged here. This is also the decision of Crane Gate's higher-ups." At the end, the Crane Gate elder purposely lowered his voice and whispered. Fangzheng was shocked. If he still did not understand now, he would be an idiot. So the Crane Gate's higher-ups have already abandoned Elder Yen Tang. Their goal is to probe Firesmith Dragon Chief's ability? In a daze, he thought of his master, Master Tenshiro, who had once analyzed this to him. Elder Yen Tang was isolated in Crane Gate, so he invited you to drink, wanting to form a political alliance with you. Because he was isolated, he was chosen to be abandoned. Elder Yen Tang must be filled with unwillingness. What if I am abandoned one day? Thinking of this, Fang Zheng suddenly recalled the painful scene of him being in the blood pool, with blood vines growing all over his body. The nightmarish memory surfaced again. Fang Zheng's body shook as he sucked in a breath of cold air. What's wrong? The elder beside him asked in concern. Nothing. Fang Zheng wiped his forehead with his hand, and at once, his palm was covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. He did not dare to think too much. His heart was flustered and hesitant. At this time, the elder's voice resounded in his ears. Participants, enter the arena one by one. The competition is about to begin. Fang Zheng quickly raised his head and looked, only to see over 100 Gu masters slowly entering the arena. Fang Zheng quickly found Elder Yen Tang in Crane Gate. The latter was expressionless, but his gaze was filled with indignation and helplessness. Firesmith Dragon Chief, who was dressed in a red robe, had an arrogant expression as he looked around, not concealing his disdain and contempt towards the surrounding competitors. A bunch of weaklings. I will definitely win this round. Quickly start. Firesmith Dragon Chief did not mind, laughing heartily as he urged demon-expelling sects hosting Elder. The surrounding refinement path Gu masters, however, did not dare to retort due to Firesmith Dragon Chief's formidable strength. Even Elder Yen Tang in Crane Gate clenched his fists, his face filled with anger, but he remained silent. Myriad Dragon Doc will win. Win. Lord Firesmith Dragon Chief will win. Myriad Dragon Doc's group shouted excitedly as if they were injected with chicken blood. Their attitude was arrogant, but the surrounding spectators could only sit quietly and watch this happen. Damn it, this is too damn it. Fang Zheng had the temperament of a youngster after all. He gritted his teeth and felt indignant in his heart. I hate my lack of strength. I really hope someone will appear at this time and defeat this Firesmith Dragon Chief, and beat down the arrogance of these Myriad Dragon Doc people. As if responding to the hope in his heart, a figure quietly appeared. At first, he did not attract any attention, but when he stepped onto the arena, countless gazes were immediately cast towards him. Black robe. Rank 5 demonic cultivator. It was Fang Yuan. Why was he here? Chapter 847. Fang Yuan's appearance was out of everyone's expectations. According to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention's rules, from the 8th round onwards, only one Gu master could advance to the next round. Thus, it gradually became a custom. The whole of Central Continent's competition locations were turned into territories, and every powerful refinement path Gu master was like a fierce beast occupying a territory. Unless forced to, no ferocious beast would cross the boundary to challenge another ferocious beast. This was absolutely not a wise move. The more they advanced, the more glory they would obtain, and the more rewards they would obtain. Fighting in advance was like a fisherman reaping the benefits. Thus, when many Gu masters saw Fang Yuan's appearance, they could not help but guess. Does Fang Yuan have some enmity with Firesmith Dragon Chief? The exorcism sect elder in charge of this competition felt strange, but showed no expression. Fang Yuan's appearance was in accordance with the convention's rules. As long as one entered any venue within the stipulated time, their results would be recognized. Thus, even if others wanted to obstruct him, they could not do so under everyone's watchful eyes. This person is called Fang Yuan? Don't tell me he is our sect's famous who immortal blessed land's owner? Crane Gate's disciples also started guessing. Speaking of which, that Lord Fang Yuan of our sect is really mysterious. I have not seen his true appearance even till now. Sigma, W is identical to WW. This is Fang Yuan? Not possible. Central Continent is so big, it is not like there are no Gu masters with the same name. The agreement between Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong has already spread far and wide. Our Crane Gate has many exemption quotas, It is enough for Fang Yuan to rest and build up his strength. He can only participate after the 10th round. Crane Gate's disciples discussed. Many people secretly looked at Fang Jing's expression. Fang Jing's lips were tightly pursed. His face was pale, and his hands were tightly clenched in his wide sleeves. They were blood brothers. As soon as Fang Yuan appeared, Fang Jing's instincts told him that this was his biological brother. Fang Jing was caught off guard. At this moment, the shadow of his childhood descended upon him, enveloping him once again. It was as if a pair of black hands were tightly gripping his neck. Fang Jing found it difficult to breathe. Ever since he woke up from that coma, the nightmare that he had been trying his best to avoid came back to him again. The 10,000 Dragon Dock people shouted arrogantly. The cheers couldn't help but slow down and gradually weaken. Fang Yuan had previously displayed formidable refinement path attainments, obtaining first place in 7 rounds consecutively, the same result as Firesmith Dragon Chief. The elders and disciples of 10,000 Dragon Dock had no choice but to admit that Fang Yuan was a terrifying opponent. I heard that this Fang Yuan has the same result as our Firesmith Dragon Chief. 7 consecutive first-place matches. Is he the one who bet with Feng Kim Hong? If it's really that person, that is the owner of who immortal blessed land, he is extremely rich. So what? Look at the rankings. Firesmith Dragon Chief is ranked 7th. What is Fang Yuan's rank? There are only 30 of them. That's right, he came this time. He is simply asking to be humiliated. I believe that Firesmith Dragon Chief can definitely defeat him. Although 10,000 Dragon Docks people said so, the other spectators did not think so. Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack. He displayed a very strong aggressiveness. Fang Yuan was clearly not an idiot. This time, he had crossed the border to attack. He clearly had confidence and trump cards. Fang Yuan did not play according to the rules, causing Firesmith Dragon Chief to be shocked, angry, and doubtful. So Firesmith Dragon Chief probed, Crane Gate Fang Yuan. You came here. Are you hoping to reap early failure? Firesmith Dragon Chief really wanted to ask, why did you come here? Can't you just squat in your territory and advance in peace? You're really stupid. While he was reprimanding, he was also feeling somewhat gloomy inwardly. I have no grudge with you. Why did you come here to disturb me? You still have Feng Kim Huang's duel. Is it because I look easy to bully? Once he said that, the commotion outside the stage became even louder. What? This Fang Yuan is actually someone from Crane Gate? Isn't he a demonic path goo cultivator? It should be. Firesmith Dragon Chief personally confirmed it. How can it be fake? This is huge news. I did not expect him to be a disciple of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. This is really unexpected, but why did he come here? Did Crane Gate clash with Myriad Dragon Dock in advance? I have never heard of any conflicts. Even the hosting elder's eyes were wide open, staring blankly at Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan became the focus of everyone's attention. Brother. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, his face was pale as paper, and his body was covered in cold sweat unknowingly. His breathing was labored and weak, as if he had just exercised intensely and was about to collapse. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on Fang Yuan. No one noticed his sorry state. In the aperture, Master Tenshuru consoled him, but there was little effect. The gazes of the other Crane Gate disciples brightened as they excitedly stared at Fang Yuan. Some even stood up unconsciously. Fang Yuan had never officially appeared in Crane Gate headquarters. But his legend had spread far and wide in the whole of Crane Gate. He was mysterious and powerful. There were countless rumors about him. It was said that because his talent was too outstanding, he was taken in as a personal disciple by a goo immortal the moment he ascended the mountain. This was, of course, just a rumor, pure speculation and completely unreliable. But Crane Gate's higher-ups could not refute the rumor. Once the truth was revealed, would the reputation of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects still be preserved? Moreover, the Crane Gate disciples were more willing to believe the evidence in front of them. The greatest evidence was Fang Jing. Fang Jing had a great aptitude, but now he had rank 5 cultivation and was a sect elder. From this, it could be inferred how outstanding the elder brother's aptitude was. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Feng Kim Hong and obtained Hu immortal blessed land? At this moment, the Crane Gate disciples craned their necks, their gazes were glued to Feng Yuan. The suspicions and curiosity in their hearts had accumulated to the point of overflowing their chests. I really want to see Lord Feng Yuan's true appearance. He should look similar to Elder Fengjing. Sigh, why is he wearing a mask? But this is the competition venue. Anyone who uses investigative goo will be chased out. The disciples conversed excitedly. The Crane Gate elder finally realized something was wrong with Fengjing, asking with concern, "Elder Fengjing, what's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" It's nothing. Fengjing seemed to be startled, quickly replying. Why does Elder Fengjing seem to be afraid of Feng Yuan? Don't tell me the relationship between these two brothers is not good? The Crane Gate elder's eyes flashed with a strange expression. A strange expression flashed past his eyes. Feng Yuan's eyes were hidden behind the mask. He first slowly looked around, pausing on Fengjing, before slowly looking at Firesmith Dragon Chief. He lightly smiled, breaking the long silence. His voice was somewhat hoarse as he proudly announced to the surrounding people, "That's right, I am Crane Gate's Feng Yuan." "Ha, it's true. Elder Feng Yuan, you can do it." Elder Feng Yuan and Fengjing are the two heroes of our sect. The ones with the most intense reaction were the people from Crane Gate. Some of the disciples almost jumped up in excitement. They felt proud and had a strong sense of honor for the sect. After being suppressed by the group of people from the 10,000 Dragon Dock, at this time, they had obtained justice, and they felt a kind of exhilaration. "What are you so proud of?" "That's right. What is there to be proud of?" Myriad Dragon Dock's people quickly refuted. Fengjing's eyes flashed with hatred. He gritted his teeth and said to his companions, "Don't compare me with my brother." In the ears of the bystanders, it had a different meaning. "Did you hear that? Elder Fengjing has such talent, but he admits he is weaker than Lord Feng Yuan." "That's right. Rumor has it that Feng Yuan is a goo immortal seed. He is fully nurtured by the higher-ups." The Crane Gate disciples suppressed their voices as they talked, but their voices were not low at all. Fengjing's expression turned ashen when he heard these words. He felt an intense dizziness. Myriad Dragon Dock's expression also became even more unsightly. The smell of gunpowder became even more intense. A Myriad Dragon Dock elder snorted and softly cursed. "I want to see what kind of dejected expression you will have when you lose." Outside the arena, the other goo masters had already become props that were ignored by others. Feng Yuan continued to stare at Firesmith Dragon Chief, purposely raising his voice. "Firesmith Dragon Chief, I came here naturally to defeat you. Defeating those incompetent people is too boring for me. You are a slightly better opponent. You can add some brilliance to my path of advancement. So bring out your true strength. Don't hold back. I remember your strongest method is that crazy deity's blazing flame. Take it out and fight. That way I can feel a little more satisfaction after defeating you." Hearing Feng Yuan's words of challenge, be it outside or on the arena, all the goo masters had the same feeling: arrogant, too arrogant. Earlier, everyone had already felt that Firesmith Dragon Chief was arrogant, but now that they saw Feng Yuan, they realized that the saying, "There is always someone better than you," was not wrong at all. "Look at this Feng Yuan. This is the true insolent master." Firesmith Dragon Chief was inwardly shocked. "He even knows my trump card? This is impossible. I have never shown it in public. How did he know?" After the shock, Firesmith Dragon Chief's anger rose. He shouted without showing weakness, "Good, since you are so arrogant, let me teach you a lesson. I will let you understand what true pain is." At the same time, he shouted in his heart, "I am a grand rank 6 goo immortal who has passed 2 heavenly tribulations. I am only 1 step away from rank 7. Why would I be afraid of a weakest immortal zombie like you? Kid, you are too arrogant. I will ruthlessly step on you and make you lose all face. Blindly challenging me will be your biggest regret in your life." Chapter 848. As if he could hear Firesmith Dragon Chief's inner voice, Feng Yuan continued to ridicule and even increased the intensity. "Yes, this is the expression in your eyes. This is the emotion. Be angry, only then can you take out your full strength to fight me. Only then would I be a little interested in such an opponent. Remember, you must take it out, otherwise you will be the shame of myriad dragon doc. Ha! Seeing Fang Yuan pointing at Firesmith Dragon Chief and speaking in such an arrogant manner. At once, the Gu masters on and off the stage were speechless. Wasn't this too arrogant? Myriad Dragon Doc's group gritted their teeth. They were arrogant, but Fang Yuan was even more arrogant than them. Firesmith Dragon Chief was trembling with anger, staring fixedly at Fang Yuan with eyes spewing fire. Different from what others imagined, Fang Yuan had a bold appearance, but he was actually very vigilant in his heart. Different from the outside world's information, this Firesmith Dragon Chief did not cultivate refinement path, but turned to cultivating fire path. He was a refinement path Gu master when he was in Myriad Dragon Doc. He had indeed been expelled from the sect, but because of a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a fire path Gu immortal's inheritance. During this period of time, he luckily became a fire path Gu immortal and eagerly entered Myriad Dragon Doc's embrace. Myriad Dragon Doc naturally would not let go of a Gu immortal battle strength. They had already secretly taken him in. It was just that it was the refinement path convention, and seeing that he had grandmaster attainment in Gu refinement, they quickly called him to participate in the convention. They wanted to seize the first few places and obtain more benefits for the sect. This Firesmith Dragon Chief's refinement path attainment far exceeds mine. He was the second place in this convention in my previous life. His refinement path grandmaster attainment cannot be underestimated, especially in the 10th battle. He suppressed 3 quasi-grandmasters who were refining Gu at the same time. His ferocious might was overwhelming. Such an enemy. I have to attack him in advance. If I let go of this chance, according to my previous life's memories, he would be almost unstoppable. However, although Firesmith Dragon Chief was already a Gu immortal, he did not make it public and hid his identity from mortals. His Gu immortal cultivation could not be concealed from other Gu immortals, but everyone knew about it, and no one exposed him. Gu immortals maintained a sense of mystery. It was helpful to maintain their rule. There was another reason. If he lost to a mortal in the refinement path convention, it would be too embarrassing. Why would Gu immortals lose to mortals? Mortals defeating Gu immortals was a common occurrence in the past refinement path conventions. Because Gu refinement was not about fighting and killing. It's a technical job. The main reason was that immortal Gu were unique. They were too hard to refine. Without immortal Gu as a benchmark, when Gu immortals compete with mortals, they could only rely on refining mortal Gu. Everyone could refine mortal Gu. To a large extent, the difference between immortals and mortals could not be seen. Thus, normally speaking, Gu immortals who participated in the refinement path convention would not expose their identities. Let's begin. Fang Yuan urged the exorcism sect elder. Hurry up and begin. Firesmith Dragon roared. He could not wait to trample this arrogant Fang Yuan under his feet. The exorcism sect's elder endured the pressure from the two, clenched his teeth, and insisted, according to the rules, it's not time yet. It was not good to start the competition. 3 breaths left. 3, 2. All right. Activate the isolation Gu formation, close the entrance, and reveal the test questions. The first 7 rounds of the refinement path convention. Because there were too many participants, they could only take turns to compete. Now it was the 8th round. The number of participants was greatly reduced. Every venue only held 1 round. The Gu masters who missed this opportunity, they could only concede and give up. The Gu worms used to store the test questions were also very particular. This kind of information path rank 5 mortal Gu was the work of the Celestial Court. It had extraordinary concealment abilities. The questions were not stored in the database, but were controlled by the Heavenly Court in real time. When the test questions were about to start, the real test questions would be sent over. Once the test questions were shown, there was silence inside and outside the venue. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the test questions. For a moment, the venue was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. 8th test question. The requirement is to refine a rank 5 sound path Gu. The person who successfully refines it and is the fastest will be the winner. He can proceed to the next round. All other Gu masters will be eliminated. Materials given: Immortal Soul Grass, Forget Worry Rock, 1 rank 4 Apathy Gu, 6 rank 3 Mute Gu, 2 rank 4 Sinking Gu, no other materials allowed. Gu refinement recipes given: 6 different Gu recipes for Silence Gu, 3 different Apathy Gu recipes, as well as 1 Hook Gu recipe. Everyone frowned. The difficulty of this test question was almost 10 times higher than the 7th round. Not only were there 10 different Gu recipes, the Gu master had to be able to choose the most suitable ones for themselves. Moreover, there was a limit to the materials provided. They were not allowed to use their own materials. But these materials did not meet the requirements of any of the Gu recipes. That was to say, the Gu master had to reverse refine Apathy Gu, Mute Gu, or Sinking Gu to obtain more Gu refinement materials. Using these materials, they could refine the rank 5 Sound Path Mute Gu. Alternatively, the participating Gu masters could use Wisdom Path methods to combine these Gu recipes and modify them. According to the provided materials, they could deduce the Gu recipes that fit the requirements. That worked too. But of these two methods, the first one was naturally the most effective. Thus, the second method required extremely high wisdom path attainment. Gu masters who could reach this step and also possess such deep wisdom path attainment were quite rare. More importantly, this competition also had to consider the time. Whoever could refine it first would be the winner, the others would be eliminated. This way, the mental pressure would be huge. Especially at the final juncture, some Gu masters might not be able to bear the mental pressure and make a mistake. Firesmith Dragon Chief almost vomited blood when he saw this question. What the hell was this question? Firesmith Dragon Chief almost cursed. He was a Fire Path Gu Immortal and was most proficient in refining Fire Path Gu worms. This Sound Path Gu worm was clearly not within his expertise, and several of the crucial Gu refinement materials could not be processed using fire refinement. This was quite embarrassing. Fang Yuan had clamored for Firesmith Dragon Chief to use his strongest Gu refinement killer move, Crazed Deity's Raging Flames. Firesmith Dragon Chief was furious and planned to use this killer move to ruthlessly humiliate Fang Yuan. But with this question, how could Firesmith Dragon Chief use Crazed Deity's Raging Flames? Burn it for fun? This question was a great counter to Firesmith Dragon Chief. For example, he could only display 80% of his Gu refinement attainment. Even for Gu Immortals, there were areas they were good at and bad at. This question happened to be the area Firesmith Dragon Chief was least proficient in. Of course, Refinement Path Grandmaster attainment was not just for show. Firesmith Dragon Chief could definitely successfully refine the Gu. But the crucial point was the unexpected appearance of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's true strength was enough to threaten Firesmith Dragon Chief. Between experts of the same level, a slight decrease in strength could determine the outcome, not to mention Firesmith Dragon Chief, who was weakened by 20%. This fellow has picked a good time. His luck is really damn good. No, I must defeat him. Firesmith Dragon Chief swore inwardly and glanced at Fang Yuan. At the next moment, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Fang Yuan had already started refining. How could this be? How could he be so fast? After all, the Gu recipe and materials given in this question did not match. The Gu master could either reverse refine the Gu worm and modify the materials, or they could combine the Gu recipe and deduce a new one. In short, they had to refine the rank 5 Silence Gu. Thus, this required the Gu master to think deeply and deduce in their own minds, considering the possible failures in the refinement and reverse refinement, thus combining many plans and organizing the most refined Gu refinement plan. This process of thinking was extremely important. The plan they thought of had to have low risk. If the risk was too high and there were too many failures, the consumption of materials would increase. If they did not have enough for the next refinement and could not use their own materials, they could only admit defeat. While demanding low risk, they also had to spend less time. If you spent too much time, others would have already finished, and even if you succeeded, you would be eliminated. It was very difficult to have both low risk and low time consumption. They needed to think carefully and constantly compare and arrange, Only then could they choose the best plan. Even a refinement path grandmaster like Firesmith Dragon Chief estimated that he would need half an incense's time to think. But this Fang Yuan, why did he start refining Gu right from the start? Are you kidding me? Is he really so confident? Fool, to do a good job, one must first sharpen his tools. He should calm down and think carefully. The competing Gu masters glanced at Fang Yuan a few times, concentrating their attention and starting to think deeply. Fang Yuan took the lead, his progress extremely fast. The other Gu masters had not started refining Gu. He was the only one doing it in the whole field. Naturally, most of the Gu masters' gazes were focused on him. Praises spread out. It's really a dazzling technique. Proficient, too proficient. This is simply an instinct. But is this really good? Haste makes waste. Fang Yuan naturally knew the logic of haste makes waste, but he also knew the content of this test. In Fang Yuan's previous life, after he became a Blood Path Gu Immortal, he had also had the idea of participating in the Refinement Path Convention. Because during the Refinement Path Convention, even demonic path members could participate openly, and even wanted criminals could openly register. The righteous path would not hunt them down. At that time, Fang Yuan did not have a single immortal Gu. He was trying his best to gather the immortal materials to refine immortal Gu. The whole process was extremely difficult. In comparison, although he had an immortal zombie body now, his financial situation was many times better. Chapter 849. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when Fang Yuan set his sights on the Bone Refinement Convention, only a dozen years had passed since the previous Refinement Path Convention. In order to participate in the Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan had started preparing more than 80 years in advance. Every day, he would take some time out to practice, day and night. During this practice process, Fang Yuan brought out the spirit of a youth taking the college entrance exam in his previous life on Earth, facing a mountain of questions and a sea of questions. He would collect all the questions of the previous conventions, and while practicing bitterly, he would try to figure out the intention of the question setter. He easily obtained all the questions. There were people in Central Continent who specialized in selling this information, and this kind of goods had always been selling well. It could be seen that smart people were everywhere. Thinking back to those dark days where he trained bitterly, it was truly unbearable. But speaking of which, Fang Yuan's true refinement path foundation was also during that period of time. Without that period of time, he would not have his current refinement path quasi-grandmaster attainment. Thus, Fang Yuan not only remembered the contents of this convention, he also remembered the previous conventions, and even remembered the future conventions. With such a huge advantage, so what if his refinement path attainment was inferior to Firesmith Dragon Chief? Of course, this method had a flaw. That was the butterfly effect. Fang Yuan's rebirth had changed the original trajectory of many things. Igniting a tree might cause the whole forest to burn. A skilled swimmer would drown. A skilled rider would fall. Would the advantage Fang Yuan was relying on become his own failure because of the changes in this life's questions? This was entirely possible. But it was only a possibility. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, this possibility was not high. Fang Yuan decided to take a risk. He won the bet. The contents of the questions did not change. Time passed at a steady pace, neither too fast nor too slow. The intense Gu refinement scene. The situation gradually became clear. Fang Yuan took the lead, ahead of Firesmith Dragon Chief, who was in second place. His whole body was emitting a confident aura as he methodically refined Gu, maintaining a huge lead from beginning to end, causing the competitors who were desperately chasing after him to feel despair. The Gu masters outside the arena gradually saw some clues. They could not help but praise, Fang Yuan is actually so quick-witted. He did not think much and actually designed this Gu refinement plan. Amazing, his plan not only ensured the speed of the Gu refinement and reduced the number of steps, it also allowed for more mistakes. Even if we fail a few times, he can try again with the extra materials. Of course, Fang Yuan's plan was the most outstanding Gu refinement plan that countless refinement path Gu masters came up with after this refinement path convention in his previous life. They tried it out and finally came up with it. Even more people sighed at Fang Yuan's Gu refinement method. Fang Yuan's Gu refinement method. It stood out too much. Such a number was like an innate ability. This was definitely something that needed to be tempered 1,000 times. This time, when refining the silence Gu, it involved many methods that were rarely used, but he was actually able to do it so easily. It's even more difficult to imagine those common methods. That was only natural. Fang Yuan had prepared for this 8th match for a long time. In Hu immortal blessed land, they were specially trained to refine silence Gu. The whole process was repeated over and over again. He practiced at least 200 times. Most importantly, he is emitting an aura of confidence from inside out. He is confident in his success, like the probability of failure in the Gu refinement. It is as if the probability of failure never existed in his mind. This is the aura of a refinement path master. The famous 3 elders of refinement path in history were like this. That's right, watching him refine Gu is like watching a dazzling performance. His heart is so strong, it is as if victory is already in his pocket. His advantage is too obvious. Even if Fang Yuan fails once or twice, he can snatch the final victory from Firesmith Dragon Chief. Under the witness of countless gazes below and on the stage, Fang Yuan was not in any danger. He obtained victory with an enormous advantage. During the entire process, Fang Yuan firmly suppressed the other competitors. Even Firesmith Dragon Chief was left in the dust. Lord Firesmith Dragon Chief failed. He was eliminated just like that? Myriad Dragondox people could not believe the result in front of them, muttering absent-mindedly. Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. Crane Gates people stood up and shouted, cheering wildly. Only Fang Jing was still sitting. He looked at his brother on the stage. The black-robed figure had already shrouded his whole body. I am afraid I have no hope of taking revenge in this life. At this moment, Fang Jing's dejection reached its peak. He could no longer muster up any fighting spirit. Although there was deep hatred, Fang Jing felt weak all over as he looked at Fang Yuan. He was powerless to reverse the situation. Firesmith Dragon Chief stared fixedly at Fang Yuan with his pair of bull eyes. He was unconvinced. He was unresigned. He had not even used his strongest killer move. This damned question made him feel like his hands and feet were tied. But he had to admit that Fang Yuan had quick thinking. He actually thought of such an outstanding Gu refinement plan in such a short period of time. Is this Fang Yuan really an immortal zombie? Could the information have been wrong? Immortal zombies were weak at thinking. The results of Fang Yuan's thinking made Firesmith Dragon Chief, an ordinary Gu immortal, feel ashamed of his inferiority. At once, Firesmith Dragon Chief started to doubt Fang Yuan's identity as an immortal zombie. The match had already ended. Fang Yuan slowly walked down the stage. He did not provoke or humiliate Firesmith Dragon Chief again. This made the latter secretly sigh in relief. Since he had already won, there was no meaning in provoking and humiliating the other party. If Firesmith Dragon Chief provoked Fang Yuan to challenge Fang Yuan, then wouldn't Fang Yuan be shooting himself in the foot? Eventually, Firesmith Dragon Chief led Myriad Dragondox group and left dejectedly. Fang Yuan received the winner's reward from Evil Expelling Sect. It was a large number of immortal materials of various types, but the quantity of each type was rather small. Starting from the 8th round, the rewards far surpassed the previous 7 rounds. There were large numbers of immortal materials, immortal Gu recipes, and so on. If not for this, how could Fang Yuan have treated the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention as a way to gather immortal materials in his previous life? Fang Yuan put away these immortal materials and rejected Evil Expelling Sect's invitation to stay as a guest. Along the way, he gradually arrived at Evil Expelling Sect's mountain. At the mountain entrance, a group of people was already waiting at Crane Gate. Lord Fang Yuan. Seeing Fang Yuan's arrival, Elder Yen Tang and 2 other elders of Crane Gate respectfully welcomed him. Fang Zheng was helpless. As an elder, he also stood out, but he stood behind the 2 elders expressionlessly and did not take the initiative to greet them. Greetings, fellow sect members. Under the mask, Fang Yuan's gentle voice could be heard. This made the people of Crane Gate very excited. Fang Yuan's arrogance earlier made them feel that Fang Yuan was difficult to get along with. But now that Fang Yuan's voice was gentle, they immediately felt that Fang Yuan's attitude towards fellow sect members was different from outsiders. Fang Yuan first looked at Elder Yen Tang. In the competition just now, this elder had also participated in the competition. Fang Yuan casually pointed, your Gu refinement attainment is not shallow, but your plan has several flaws. These flaws should be dealt with like this. For example, the first one. Elder Yen Tang heard this and felt even more admiration towards Fang Yuan. He quickly thanked him. The disciples behind him had bright eyes. They were filled with admiration and praise. Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards Fang Zheng at this time. His voice suddenly turned cold. He said with a tone of exasperation and disappointment, "My brother, what is with your expression? Are you afraid I will scold you? Your performance, as always, disappoints me. You did not even pass the first round of the Refinement Path Convention. You are simply throwing my face." The atmosphere became tense. The disciples secretly stuck out their tongues, thinking, Fang Yuan is so fierce to his brother. The two elders of Crane Gate came to a realization. It seemed that the relationship between these two brothers was quite cold. Fang Jing showed hatred on his face. He snorted and was about to speak. Fang Yuan waved his hand, attacking in front of everyone. Fang Zheng was a rank 5 Gu master. He was already at the peak of mortals. But firstly, he was an enslavement path Gu master. Most of his battle strength was on the Crane group, and secondly, he did not expect Fang Yuan to disregard the situation and attack him in front of everyone's eyes. Fang Yuan's attack had been planned for a long time. Not only did he use several mortal killer moves, he even used a wisdom path killer move from Dongfang Naganori. While the people of Crane Gate were in a daze, Fang Yuan had already succeeded. He restrained Fang Zheng on the spot from a distance. "Fang Zheng, you disappoint me. You are still roaming outside like this. Why don't you cultivate in peace? With such strength, you still dare to show off outside. Where is your sense of propriety? Your parents died early. As your brother, I have to fulfill the responsibility of a father and teach you well. Since you are interested in refinement path, from today onwards, you will follow me. I will impart my refinement path insights to you. You must cultivate hard until I am satisfied." Fang Yuan shouted. "I don't need you to care about me. I am already an elder of Crane Gate. I have grown up." Fang Zheng shouted, showing an unruly and rebellious expression. But in fact, his heart was cold. He was no longer under his control. The words he shouted were not what he wanted to say. This was a wisdom path killer move from Dongfang Naganori. It directly controlled Fang Zheng's mind and created false thoughts, making Fang Zheng's body accept them and act according to the thoughts. This was similar to enslavement path Gu masters controlling wild beasts. But the difference was that enslavement path Gu masters could only control one type of beast group. The wild beasts had simple thoughts. And controlling humans, the thoughts of humans were complex and changeable. It was very difficult. Fang Yuan was a rank 6 immortal zombie. He had to use several killer moves to deal with a rank 5 Gu master like Fang Zheng. He could only capture him in one move. "No. Save me, someone save me. Master. Fang Zheng shouted anxiously in his heart. But the spirit incubating flea did not respond. Fang Yuan had already cut off Fang Zheng's connection with his aperture. Fang Zheng stared fixedly at Fang Yuan, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He had never expected Fang Yuan to be so crazy, daring to attack here. This was simply insane. He did not place Crane Gate in his eyes at all. Chapter 850. Hadn't Fang Yuan already formed an alliance with the Crane Gate? Why would he dare to attack the people in the Crane Gate? Fang Zheng knew more inside information than the other elders and disciples. Back then, He Fengyang and Sang Yu joined hands to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land but failed. Because of the benefits of Guts Gu, they reached an agreement and signed an alliance agreement. Naturally, there was a clause in the alliance that stipulated that members of both factions were not allowed to attack each other. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Zheng felt safe. Fang Yuan slowly withdrew his hand. Fang Jing could neither move nor scream. He had no power to resist at all. An invisible force lifted him up and sent him to Fang Yuan's hand. The people at the crane gate were dumbfounded. What terrifying strength! Elder Fang Jing has rank 5 cultivation level, but he was taken down without any resistance. Although Fang Jing is an enslavement path Gu master, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Fang Yuan had displayed an unbelievable method, shocking these people in an instant. Fang Jing roared internally, "Are you guys just going to stand there and watch the show? Come and save me. He's no longer my brother. He killed uncle and aunt. He killed the entire clan. He's a demon. He's a big demon." At the same time, Fang Jing shouted, "I'm not going to your place. Why should I listen to you? You want to discipline me again? I am the master of my own life. I have my own goals. How can you understand my dreams? I can fight on my own. I can surpass you." He was the living embodiment of a rebellious youth who refused to be controlled. When Fang Jing heard his own shouts, he was utterly disheartened. Fang Yuan sighed and said to the people at the crane gate, "During this period of time, we have to be careful. This good-for-nothing brother of mine has caused you trouble." "It's no trouble. It's no trouble at all." The people at the crane gate quickly waved their hands. Fang Yuan nodded and said, "I will bring Fang Jing to my side. He needed to be disciplined for a period of time. I've already informed the sect master about this matter. You can just go back and send a message." Fang Yuan was full of lies. Fang Yuan didn't even know what the sect leader looked like. The two elders let go of the last layer of hesitation. Regarding Fang Yuan's matter, in order to protect the sect's reputation, Crane Gate had been weaving lies. In the end, Fang Yuan used this lie to deceive the people at the Crane Gate. Fang Yuan carried Fang Jing with one hand and walked away. The Gu masters on the side of the road saw this. They were all very surprised. However, since the Crane Gate did not say anything, why would they do anything? And the target was the refinement path expert that everyone was familiar with, Fang Yuan? Some demon-expelling sect Gu masters were worried and went to ask. Elder Yentang smiled and explained, "It's not a big deal. Lord Fang Yuan and Elder Fang Jing are blood brothers. Right now, the elder brother is disciplining his younger brother." The demon-expelling sect Gu masters were convinced and left. The Crane Gate Gu masters watched as Fang Yuan left. Many disciples looked at Fang Jing with envy. Someone said emotionally, "Although Lord Fang Yuan's tone is cold, he is actually very caring towards his only blood brother." That's right, with such a refinement path grandmaster nurturing him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Say, the last time Fang Jing accepted a sect mission, he returned as a rank 5 elder. Now that he is brought away by Big Brother, will he become a refinement path grandmaster when he returns? It can't be. That's too exaggerated. Even so, with such an expert's guidance, he will definitely benefit immensely. Sigh. Why don't I have such a big brother? A disciple's words struck a chord in everyone's heart. If they knew now. Fang Yuan captured Fang Jing. It was just a preparation for possession. Who knew what kind of expression he would have? Fang Yuan threw Fang Jing to the ground. Fang Jing struggled, shouting in his heart, "Fang Yuan, you demon, what do you want to do to me? You made an alliance agreement with Crane Gate. You cannot kill me, the elder of Crane Gate." Fang Yuan laughed. "I did not kill you. Why are you so agitated? My good brother, just stay here obediently." Fang Jing showed fear on his face, shouting in his heart, "Fang Yuan is not my master, Master Tenchu. He can actually know my inner thoughts." Fang Yuan smiled proudly, looking at Fang Jing. "Your so-called master is only a soul now. Even if he is alive, he is only a rank 5 Gu master at his peak." Fang Yuan said, grabbing at the air, taking all the mortal goo on Fang Jing's body. The spirit incubating flea was trembling slightly. This was Master Tenchu's strong resistance. But how could he resist? If it was on Qing Mao Mountain, 100 Fang Yuan would not be Master Tenchu's match. But now, Fang Yuan was no longer the same as before. He was a rank 6 Gu immortal. And Master Tenchu had become a soul. "Fang Yuan, even if you don't kill us, capturing us is a violation of the alliance agreement. Capturing us as captives is also a violation of the rules of the Alliance. You will definitely suffer a severe backlash from the Alliance. I advise you to let us go. You are a Grand Gu immortal. How can you make things difficult for mortals like us? Aren't you afraid that this will ruin our relationship with Crane Gate? Don't think Crane Gate cannot deal with you. The foundation of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects is not something you can imagine. Master Tenshuru shouted from inside the spirit incubating flea. He knew Feng Yuan could hear him. Feng Yuan raised his head and laughed. Master Tenshuru, I have to thank you. If you did not attack Qingmao Mountain, I would not have coincidentally reached this stage today. What can Crane Gate do after I capture you? Since you know so many secrets, you should know that Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are restraining each other. Everything is based on benefits. Tell me which is more important, the unique Guts Gu or the two of you? Master Tenshuru was speechless. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with a dark light. He mobilized countless Gu worms and formed a soul path killer move. Now, tell me everything you know. Soul search. 2 hours later, Feng Yuan walked out of this underground prison. The cell door behind him slammed shut with a loud bang. Feng Yuan's red eyes shined with light as he muttered, Master Tenshuru, Guyue's generation, blood path true inheritance. Through the soul search, he learned about the grudges between Master Tenshuru and Guyue's generation. He also learned many secrets of Crane Gate. This Master Tenshuru is he Fengyang's right-hand man. If I capture him, will he Fengyang come to ask for him? This is quite troublesome. He did not want to possess me, he wants to help Fengyang. This Master Tenshuru is a person with perseverance. Feng Yuan did not hold back his praise. Although he was a demon overlord, he could still look at and admire this kind of self-sacrificing and persevering to one's own principles. The same rice feeds different people. Different people had different perseverance in life. Towards such people with different values, Feng Yuan could accept and even admire them. If he did not have such an aspiration, he would not have his current accomplishments. If that is the case, Kanyang Laojun also sent the possession method he obtained from Dongfang Naganori back to Crane Gate. Master Tenshuru's memories were not of much help to Feng Yuan. He was only a mortal Gu master. The secrets he knew about Crane Gate were very shallow. Feng Yuan could not make much use of them. As for Fengyang, Feng Yuan did not let him go, he searched his soul. Feng Yuan planned to keep this brother locked up forever. If he had no choice, Feng Yuan would have to use a plan to possess Fengyang and revive. But this way he would lose his second aperture, all his strength path Dao marks would vanish. He would need to undergo tribulation again. The losses were huge. Second aperture immortal Gu was refined using many precious immortal materials. Lifespan Gu was included. It could be said that Feng Yuan could not refine second aperture immortal Gu in a short period of time. Lifespan Gu was hard to find, even if he found it. With Feng Yuan's current situation, he would probably use it to increase his lifespan. If possible, I should try not to possess Fengyang. But if my identity is exposed and I have not revived, I can only possess him. My current target is still the refinement path convention. After getting into the top 6, I will be able to benefit from the infallible inheritance and obtain a chance to refine Gu for sure. The infallible inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. What was infallible? It meant that the Gu refinement would never fail. Once he got into the top 6, he would be transported to a secret blessed land. Feng Yuan planned to refine the immortal Gu change form there. This was a rank 6 transformation path immortal Gu. Once he obtained it, Feng Yuan's vaguely familiar face would rise by leaps and bounds. It would no longer be the painful version that could only conceal the aura of northern plains. As for the immortal Gu recipe of change form immortal Gu, Feng Yuan had it long ago. He had to thank the land spirit of Xianxia for this. Long ago, when Feng Yuan had just obtained wisdom Gu, he had made a transaction with the land spirit of Xianxia, helping the land spirit of Xianxia perfect the immortal Gu recipe. Feng Yuan benefited from this. Not only did he get out of his financial predicament, he even obtained a large number of immortal Gu recipes. And the immortal Gu recipe of change form immortal Gu was one of them. As for the immortal materials needed to refine change form immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had almost finished preparing them. Almost half of the immortal materials were obtained from the Northern Plains auction. As for the other half, Fang Yuan asked He Lulan to use her blessed land to communicate with jewel yellow skies. Using the other immortal materials that Fang Yuan had left, he sold or exchanged them. He carried out many transactions and accumulated a lot of them. Only a small portion was left, but after Fang Yuan's 8th round he obtained immortal materials as a reward. In the following rounds, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack again and again. Using the advantage of his rebirth, he defeated these people one by one. At once, Fang Yuan was in the limelight. Forces of all sizes and countless Gu immortals focused their attention on him. Everyone else conformed to the rules and occupied their own territories, advancing safely. Chapter 851. Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, 12th Round. The competition was at its most crucial moment. There were only 2 people in the audience. One was dressed in a black robe, he had a muscular body and a mask, he was controlling the fire in front of him, it was Fang Yuan. The other was dressed in a white robe, his hair was white like snow, there was a vertical line on his forehead, it was Fang Huai. This is a contest between 2 sides. Fang Huai is amazing, he used 3 refinement path killer moves in a row, he actually reduced the gap greatly. Even so, Fang Yuan still has an advantage. Sai, he is too amazing, he is truly the #1 person in this competition in terms of quick thinking. In this Gu refinement, he has been leading from the start. There are still variables. Be it Fang Yuan or Fang Huai, they both have one use of the ability. As long as they use it, they can reduce a portion of their immortal material. Be it the audience or the audience, they were all discussing. At this point in the competition, the other Gu masters had already been eliminated, only Fang Yuan and Fang Huai were left. Fang Yuan's gaze was calm, he was concentrating on controlling the fire in front of him. Fang Huai. He even had the time to glance at Fang Huai on his right, observing his opponent. Fang Huai was also a Gu immortal, he was 3rd in this competition in his previous life. He was a Wood Path Gu immortal. Looking at the entire competition, this was the most disadvantageous to him. Fang Yuan came to challenge him, attempting to eliminate him in advance. But who could have thought that Fang Huai would suddenly use 3 refinement path killer moves in one go? There was even an immortal level consecutive path killer move among them. He immediately closed the gap between him and Fang Yuan. This caused the outcome of this Gu refinement competition to be filled with suspense again. As expected of 3rd in my previous life. So troublesome. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's expression changed. The fire in front of him. With 2 flaps, half of the blue peacock's head had melted. Suddenly, it turned into ashes and fell onto the floor tiles. This? Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. Oh no, I encountered the probability of failure. He immediately reacted and grabbed towards his right, where the last blue peacock was. But just as he killed the blue peacock and threw its head into the fire, Fang Huai's voice could be heard. I will use my authority to deprive Fang Yuan of the Gu refinement material, blue peacock. The elder in charge of the scene. He immediately responded, approved. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue peacock beside Fang Yuan was extracted and left Fang Yuan's side. The audience was in an uproar. Each person only has 2 blue peacocks. Fang Yuan wanted to use the peacock's head to refine a Gu, but he failed once. There was originally a 2nd blue peacock left, but in the end, this material was taken away. Beautiful, what a beautiful choice. Fang Huai's timing is too good. This time, Fang Yuan is in trouble. That's right. Fang Yuan has clearly reached the last few steps. But without the crucial materials, he could only change the Gu recipe and take a big detour to approach the destination. As for Fang Huai, he was not far from Fang Yuan to begin with. If he can catch up this time, he might be able to eliminate Fang Yuan. Is Fang Yuan going to be eliminated? After realizing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Recently, Fang Yuan had been taking the initiative to attack, eliminating Gu refinement experts time and time again. His strength was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. The outside world's estimation of his strength was rising. Most people thought that Fang Yuan had already reached refinement path grandmaster attainment level. In fact, a small portion of people felt that the strength Fang Yuan displayed had already surpassed refinement path grandmaster level, reaching quasi-great grandmaster attainment level. It was fine if it was refinement path grandmaster, but the evaluation of refinement path quasi-great grandmaster was a bit too high. Paths were divided into 4 levels: ordinary, master, grandmaster, and great grandmaster. There were only 3 refinement path great grandmasters in history. They were called the 3 elders of refinement path. They were long-hair ancestor, old eccentric Tian Nan, and old immortal Kongju. Quasi-great grandmaster was second only to the 3 elders of refinement path. Only 4 people in northern plains had reached this level. They were Yao Huang, Murong Shuexiang, Lady Wanshou, and Lady Miaoli. These 4 were known as the current 4 elites of northern plains refinement path. In terms of refinement path attainment, it was impossible for Fang Yuan to be on the same level as Yao Huang, Murong Shuexiang, Lady Wanshou, and Lady Miaoli. But it was not surprising that people made such guesses. The strength that Fang Yuan displayed was truly too strong. His familiarity with the questions allowed him to leave the second place far behind. How can one's shoes not get wet when walking by the river? This time, Fang Yuan attacked to eliminate Fang Huai, but he finally kicked a steel plate. Many people were gloating. That's right, he is too arrogant. I could not stand him for a long time. Fang Huai did well. This Fang Huai is too despicable, Lord Fang Yuan. You need to do your best. Many Crane Gate disciples cheered for Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan captured Fang Jing and brought him back, Crane Gate did not react. It was as if they had tacitly approved of this matter. Fang Yuan, I will definitely win this round. Fang Huai laughed heartily. He was full of confidence. It was as if he had already obtained the fruits of victory. Is that so? Fang Yuan sneered. He grabbed the headless peacock corpse beside him. There were 2 living blue peacocks among the goo refinement materials. Fang Yuan killed one of them and took its head, but he failed. The second peacock was taken away. The headless peacock corpse in his hands was left behind by the first one. Fang Yuan opened his 5 fingers. A thick blood-colored fog gushed out of his palm. In a few breaths of time, the fog enveloped the headless peacock corpse. The outside world could not see the situation inside. This is the evil blood refinement technique again. This is not the first time Fang Yuan has used the blood refinement technique. Why is such a person an elder of Crane Gate? One of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Crane Gate, has also started to fall. Many Gu masters saw this scene and started to shout. Someone even shouted, "Why is such a person not on the demon judgment board?" Fang Yuan openly used the blood refinement technique again and again, causing Crane Gate to suffer a lot of pressure. What do you know? Blood refinement is blood refinement. It is just a method. Using it righteously is righteous. Using it evilly is evil. Everything depends on the Gu master himself. A Crane Gate disciple was indignant. He retorted loudly. But immediately, an elder leading the group berated him. Shut up. Don't speak nonsense. This disciple could only lower his head and sit down resentfully. After a while, the blood fog dissipated. Only 20% of the headless peacock corpse was gone. But there was a blue peacock's head. This is a blood path Gu refinement killer move. It is so mystical, it can collect corpses and turn them into materials. Other paths also have this method of turning materials, but isn't this speed too fast? Everyone's gazes were attracted again. Fang Yuan threw this peacock's head into the fire. It was thrown into the fire. Under the burning of the fire, the peacock's head started to melt. Moreover, the melted bits and pieces went into the embryonic Gu worm at the bottom of the fire. After a while, the bird's head completely melted and went into the embryonic Gu worm. Fang Yuan moved on to the next step. The outcome has been decided. Seeing this, someone sighed. That's right, these last few steps have no risks. If there are no accidents, Fang Yuan has already won. The possibility of that accident earlier was very low. The possibility of an accident happening again is even lower. It's almost impossible. To think that Feng Huai was not able to stop Feng Yuan. Just as everyone was sighing, Feng Huai was laughing inwardly. That's it, that's it. You think you have victory in your grasp. I have already achieved my goal of taking away your blue peacock and stalling for time. With my final refinement path killer move, I will surpass you and become the final victor of this match. Feng Yuan, I still have to thank you. You came to me on your own accord. I defeated you and all the Gu masters you defeated before. This is amazing. Right at this time, Feng Yuan spoke. I want to use my authority to take away one of the other party's materials. The hosting elder immediately responded, please speak. Feng Huai was slightly shocked before smiling coldly, thinking, take it away as much as you want. Feng Yuan glanced at Feng Huai, his gaze was calm as water. Take away his Gu refinement material, bull eye bead. Feng Huai's cold smile froze. The hosting elder, however, was dazed. The audience was perplexed. The bull eye bead was an important material. Didn't Feng Huai already use it and fuse it into the incomplete Gu worm? Feng Yuan wanted to take away a Gu refinement material that the other party had already used. This was not allowed by the rules. But Feng Yuan persisted. He said to Feng Huai directly, Feng Huai, are you not going to take out the bull eye bead that you are hiding in your fire? Are you going against the rules of this competition? Feng Huai's face was filled with disbelief. He had hidden the bull eye bead. It was his unique method, but Feng Yuan actually sensed it. The bull eye bead was an important Gu refinement material. Feng Huai had prepared a long time ago to use this refinement path killer move to ensure victory. Without the bull eye bead, Feng Huai was like a housewife without rice. How could he win against Feng Yuan? But if he did not take it out, he would not be able to deceive others. Even if he managed to deceive them for now, if Feng Yuan objected and the refinement path convention investigated, Feng Huai's reputation would be ruined. Thus, Feng Huai had to take it out even if he did not want to. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he gritted his teeth and took out the bull eye bead from the fire. Here you go. He threw the bull eye bead on the ground in anger. He then dispersed the Gu refinement flame and left. This was no doubt admitting defeat. The audience came to a realization. They went into an uproar again. Feng Yuan ignored these voices. He calmly refined the Gu worm in his hand and obtained the final victory. I finally won. This way, it will not be a problem for me to enter the top 6. Feng Yuan bathed in everyone's shocked, praising, admiring, and jealous gazes. He was expressionless, but he let out a breath of turbid air in his heart. Thankfully, I have my previous life's memories. I know this trump card of Feng Huai's, otherwise, he would have won. He looked glorious on the surface, but he was under huge mental pressure. He was only a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Even with the advantage of rebirth, it would be very difficult to eliminate these experts. Firesmith Dragon Chief's situation was a special case. Feng Yuan's victory over these people was not like what the outside world thought of him as having a great advantage. Chapter 852. Central Continent, Celestial Court. The sky was clear and bright. The palace group carved from white jade was shining with a sparkling light. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord slowly pushed open the door of the discussion hall. He walked into the hall with the help of a walking stick. At once, the 20 or so Gu Immortal wills in the hall turned around and looked at him. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, we have troubled you for the last 100 years. After completing this part of the restoration of Fate Immortal Gu, please go to sleep. Celestial Court needs a doyen like you. There were no unexpected situations in this refinement path convention, right? The Gu Immortal Wills broke the silence and spoke. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord opened his turbid eyes, and after slowly looking around, his gaze fixed on a will sitting on a high seat. At the next moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord spoke. Lian Jiusheng, it is time for you to wake up. This Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is about to reach its end. We need to make some preparations to repair fate. Lian Jiusheng's will nodded and slowly stood up. Next, he spoke. To repair fate, just me and Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord are not enough. We need the strength of 2 rank 8s. I wonder who can help? My main body is suppressing the immemorial desolate beast group in falling heavenly river. I cannot help. Although I have been asleep for a long time, my soul is still researching the rank 9 immortal goo recipe. It has already reached the crucial point. Let me do it. Maybe after I wake up, I can encounter some eerie winds from the depths of the earth. The wills conversed for a while before 2 wills decided to wake up. Then let's do this. Lian Jiusheng's will nodded at heaven overseeing Tower Lord and flew into the sky. Following his footsteps, there were also 2 other wills. These 3 wills flew into the sky and entered the heavenly gate. Shortly after, they vanished. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord turned around and left. Behind him, the discussion hall's door slowly closed. 3 days later, Central Continent, Hairy Foot Mountain. 4 figures suddenly appeared in the sky above Hairy Foot Mountain. They concealed their rank 8 goo immortal auras and looked down at the mountain below them. They were 4 goo immortals from Central Continent's celestial court. Hairy Foot Mountain. The white-haired Lian Jiusheng sighed. Unknowingly, another 100 years have passed in Central Continent. Let's get started. This time, I don't have much time. I still have many things to do. Bai Chen Tian urged. All right. Then let me make the first move. Bai Tsang Shui was the only female immortal among the 4. She stretched out her hands and instantly, white mist floated in the surrounding 1,000 miles. Immediately after, Bai Chen Tian opened his eyes wide and 2 pillars of light shot out from his eyes towards Hairy Foot Mountain. This Hairy Foot Mountain looked very ordinary. The mountain was small and it was lacking in resources. Even the surrounding small and medium-sized forces were too lazy to occupy it. However, at this moment, being shown on by Chen Tian's signature immortal killer move, it showed a mystical effect. The air fluctuated violently, creating countless ripples. The entire Hairy Foot Mountain trembled slightly. Chen Tian's immortal offensive killer move was terrifying to begin with. At this moment, it was completely ineffective. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord was the 3rd to act, followed by Lian Jiusheng. The 4 rank 8 goo immortals each made a move, but it was far from enough. The goo immortals had expected it. Thus, the 2nd and 3rd rounds continued. Finally, at the 6th round, Lian Jiusheng gave a light shout. With a crucial attack, the quantity finally caused a qualitative change. It produced results. Hairy Foot Mountain vanished. A blessed land appeared in front of the 4 goo immortals. This is the infallible blessed land that contains the infallible inheritance. Lian Jiusheng sighed. Bai Chen Tian took a few glances and smiled. There are more mortal failure goo than before. It seems that the scale of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is getting bigger. Bai Tsang Shui took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat on her forehead. Every time we open this place, we have to expend so much effort. Lian Jiusheng, can't you just take this blessed land completely? It is difficult. You know that the owner of this blessed land is a refinement path great expert who went against Rinzhu. Lian Jiusheng sighed. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord nodded. The celestial court has already taken over this blessed land for thousands of years, but can only take 30 invincible Dao marks from it. Every time the infallible inheritance accumulates to the limit, there will be 36 invincible Dao marks. We took 30 in advance. The remaining 6 Dao marks can only be left for those who participate in the competition. Even if they want to take them, they cannot. Lian Jiusheng added, this blessed land is very special. It is perfectly round and has no entrance. It is not that we goo immortals cannot break this blessed land, but if we forcefully destroy it, we will not be able to recreate the beauty of this blessed land. We can only do this for fear of harming the innocent. To take over this blessed land, not only do we need refinement path goo immortals, we also need rule path great experts to cooperate with us. Unfortunately, be it refinement path or rule path, there are very few who can cultivate to rank 8. The 4 were silent for a while before Heaven overseeing Tower Lord spoke. Thankfully, Fate Immortal Goo has been repaired. It can display 50% of its power. Compared to before, there is a qualitative change. We can find more Fate fugitives and speed up the repair of the Immortal Goo. Speaking of which, how many fugitives did we find this time? Have they been executed? Bai Chuntian asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord replied, we found a few. Southern border and northern plains are too far away. The two from central continent are already dealing with them. The legends of Rinzhu recorded that Rinzhu climbed a giant tree and walked out of ordinary abyss, but left behind his daughter, boundless forest Samsara. Rinzhu wanted to save her, but there was nothing he could do. He had extraordinary achievements, he could not enter ordinary abyss again. Rinzhu saw that going around in circles was not a solution. He decided to set off again, to find a way to save his eldest son, verdant great son, and his fourth daughter, boundless forest Samsara. Once again he set out on his journey and began the path of his life. On this day he met a hairy man on the road. The hairy man stopped him, looking very happy. Oh Rinzhu, I have been looking for you for a long time. Rinzhu was puzzled. I don't know you, why are you looking for me? The hairy man explained, it is like this, Rinzhu, I am the leader of the hairy men in the world. My Gu refinement attainment cannot be matched by hairy men. But recently, I encountered difficulties in refining Gu. I want to refine success Gu, but I am not sure if it is a success or a failure. Rinzhu wanted to continue on his way. But he thought to himself, if this hairy man leader really refines success Gu, if I use this success Gu, won't I be able to save my eldest son or my fourth daughter? Thus, Rinzhu stopped and communicated with the hairy man. Then why are you looking for me? The hairy man carefully took out a Gu. This Gu was like an ordinary rock, covered in thick fur. The hairy man said, I don't dare to touch it. If it is success Gu, then so be it. If it is failure Gu, I will lose myself the moment I touch it. But Rinzhu, you are different. You can walk on your own path of life, that proves that you have self-Gu. Once you have self-Gu, even if you encounter failure Gu, you will not lose yourself. Thus, I want you to appraise it for me. Rinzhu was overjoyed. So that's it. I can help you, but if it is success Gu, please give it to me. I need it urgently. The hairy man said, sure. No problem. Rinzhu stretched out his hand and touched the Gu worm. He made a wish to this Gu worm. Please bring my fourth daughter, boundless forest Samsara, to my side. At the next moment, the Gu worm shattered. Failure. The hairy man had a dejected expression. It seems that I refined failure Gu. Courage Gu flew out of Rinzhu's body. Oh Rinzhu, you are a failure. I want to leave you. Saying so, Courage Gu left Rinzhu and flew away. The hairy man became excited at this moment. But no matter, I can still modify the Gu recipe. Oh Rinzhu, wait for a while, I will refine it again. Rinzhu wanted to chase Courage Gu and make it return. But Rinzhu wanted success Gu even more to save his children. He thought about it. He decided to wait for the hairy man leader and watch him refine the Gu. The hairy man refined the second Gu. He handed it to Rinzhu to inspect. Rinzhu touched it and made a wish. The Gu worm shattered again. This is still failure Gu. The hairy man shouted, feeling very dejected. Faith Gu flew out of Rinzhu's body. Oh Rinzhu, you are a failure, you are not worth my time. Saying so, the Faith Gu left Rinzhu and flew away. Rinzhu stomped his feet and wanted to chase, but the hairy man pulled him back. Don't be anxious, I have thought it through, I will definitely refine success Gu this time. Rinzhu saw that the Faith Gu had flown far away and he could not chase it. He sighed and said, Oh hairy man, quickly refine it, I will trust you one last time. The hairy man's third Gu worm was still failure Gu. Strength Gu flew out. Oh Rinzhu, you are a failure, you are not worthy of having me. Saying so, it left. Rinzhu had a bitter expression. He knew it was useless to chase. He could only watch as Strength Gu flew away. But at this time, the self-Gu in his heart flew out and bit the Strength Gu. Strength Gu screamed as a piece of it was bitten off. It ran even faster. In a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Rinzhu and the hairy man were dumbstruck. Self-Gu flew back slowly and said to Rinzhu proudly, Any failure has value. Oh Rinzhu, I have experienced repeated failures and absorbed them to become stronger. Just now, I bit Strength Gu. From now on, You have your own strength. I can actually become even stronger. I can devour any goo worm and obtain their full power. Renzu was shocked. The hairy man leader slapped his thigh and shouted, I know how to refine success goo. It is through failure. The more failures I have, the closer I am to success. I understand. He cheered as he flew away, leaving Renzu. According to the research of the Celestial Court's Goo Immortals, this infallible blessed land belonged to the Hairy Man Leader. Hairy Foot Mountain was the Hairy Man Leader's former residence. After this Hairy Man Leader died, he left behind an inheritance. Collect the failures of others and refine them into failure mortal goo. After accumulating enough mortal goo, one could condense success Dao marks. After the Celestial Court found out, they took down most of the inheritance and used it as a foundation to activate the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, helping the infallible inheritance accumulate failure mortal goo. They then used the extracted success Dao marks to repair fate immortal goo. Chapter 853. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Inside Dang Hun Palace, Fang Yuan showed his true form. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed with his 8 arms, his eyes closed. And inside his immortal aperture, there was a battle of wills going on. Fang Yuan, you will die a horrible death. Mo Yao's will shouted furiously, but Fang Yuan's nebula pounced at it at the next moment. The two wills immediately mixed together. They entered a dangerous battle of wills. Soon, Fang Yuan's nebula dissipated at a visible speed. Mo Yao's fake will also suffered losses, but it was much less than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan did not care, he only watched the battle. He did not use many wisdom path killer moves to support his nebula like the first time. When Fang Yuan's nebula was about to be completely defeated, Fang Yuan smiled. He sent out another nebula into the battle of wills. A while later, Fang Yuan's nebula suffered heavy losses again. Fang Yuan added a third one. Mo Yao's will was like water without a source, but Fang Yuan's was like a tree with roots. After sending out several nebula, Mo Yao's fake will was on the verge of death. Fang Yuan pulled back nebula from the battle. At the same time, he used several killer moves to imprison Mo Yao's fake will again. At the same time, he nourished her fake will, allowing her to slowly recover, making it easier for Fang Yuan to plunder her next time. Mo Yao's fake will was messed around by Fang Yuan. It did not even have the strength to curse, let alone maintain its basic form. The greatest value of this Mo Yao's fake will was the clues to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. Fang Yuan had already squeezed it out. The rest were some memories related to goo refinement. While participating in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan did not forget to search for these goo refinement memories from Mo Yao's fake will. At the same time, he also intended to train his will in battle. At the start, he didn't use wisdom path methods. Fang Yuan's nebula was forced to retreat again and again. He was no match for Mo Yao's fake will. Mo Yao was indeed a certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House. As an Inkman woman, she was favored by Sword Immortal Bo Qing and became his only companion. Even among all the fairies of Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao would definitely be one of the best. This old demonic woman, even if she majored in refinement path, her attainments in wisdom path far surpassed Fang Yuan's. In order to train himself, Fang Yuan deliberately pretended to engage in a battle of wills with Mo Yao. In the beginning, the casualty ratio was an astonishing 100-1. Fang Yuan's side lost 100 players. Mo Yao's fake will lost 1 player. But later, as the number of battles increased, Fang Yuan's experience accumulated rapidly, and most importantly, with the guidance of Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance, Fang Yuan's battle of wills improved rapidly. Originally, it had been a blank slate, but now, it was fighting brilliantly against Mo Yao's fake will. It had improved tremendously. The original ratio of 100-1 had now been reduced to 4-1. In other words, 4 times, Fang Yuan's nebula could defeat Mo Yao's fake will. As for Fang Yuan stealing his cultivation experience and using him as a free fighter, he could do whatever he wanted. Mo Yao's fake will was naturally furious, but it was under the control of others. It could do nothing even if it was angry. Nebula entered his mind. Fang Yuan carefully checked Mo Yao's memories that he snatched from Nebula. Next, he slowly opened his eyes. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. This time, the memories were not the Gu refinement experiences of the past. They were Mo Yao's adventures with sword immortal Bo Qing. In Central Continent's True Yang mountain range, they killed a group of desolate beasts and searched for spoils of war. They found a hibiscus stalactite in a cave. Hibiscus stalactite was a rare rank 7 immortal material. The stalactite produced a drop of stone heart liquid every year. This stone heart liquid was even more precious. It was a rank 8 immortal material. Bo Qing wanted to cut the stalactite with his sword but was stopped by Mo Yao. Cutting the stalactite would only give one rank 7 immortal material. But if left alone, many years later, there would be a lot of stone heart liquid left. Rank 8 immortal materials were much more valuable than rank 7 immortal materials. Bo Qing accepted Mo Yao's suggestion and made many exquisite Gu formations, perfectly concealing this cave. So many years have passed, if this cave had not been discovered, I would have accumulated a lot of rank 8 immortal material stone heart liquid. Even if I cannot use it, it is good to keep it. In the future, I can put it in jewel yellow skies and barter for Gu refinement immortal materials that I want. Rank 8 immortal materials are highly sought after by Gu immortals. Fang Yuan was secretly overjoyed. He also gained a deeper understanding of Mo Yao's fake will. This Mo Yao's fake will has many methods. She purposely hid such precious memories. Until now, when I've searched through most of his memories, I've finally discovered it. This method is not recorded even in Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. I need to get it back. Fang Yuan inwardly reminded himself. However, at this moment, he could not continue to be violent towards Mo Yao. She needed to slowly recover her fake will, otherwise, she would not be able to bear it. Fang Yuan did not go to True Yang mountain range directly to obtain the stone heart liquid. Instead, he stood up and opened the cell door, coming to his younger brother Fang Jing. Fang Jing was in a very strange state. His eyes were closed as he lay on the ground. His expression was sometimes sinister and sometimes relaxed. Sometimes he would scream and even dance around. It was like he was in a nightmare. This was naturally a method that Fang Yuan had used on him. Fang Yuan waved his hand, dispelling this method. Fang Jing was sweating profusely as he breathed roughly. He slowly sat up after a while. "What did you do to me?" He looked at Fang Yuan and shouted, his gaze filled with hatred. Fang Yuan chuckled, saying plainly, "My good brother, what I showed you is the truth. It is the influence of my memories, combined with Master Tenchuru's memories. You should know now that the reason for such a tragedy in Qingmao Mountain is not because of me, but because of your so-called master, Master Tenchuru. If he had not come here and forcefully obtained the Blood Dao true inheritance, perhaps we would still be living happily in Qingmao Mountain." Fang Jing was stunned. He forgot to speak for a moment, or rather, he did not know how to answer. Fang Yuan was indeed telling the truth. Although his clansmen were killed by Fang Yuan, he had no choice but to do so for survival. If Master Tenchuru had not come to snatch the Blood Dao true inheritance, the 3 strongholds of Qingmao Mountain would not have been destroyed. Of course, the cause of this matter. Master Tenchuru did not hide the truth from Fang Jing, but it was necessary to beautify the process. It was not that Fang Jing had not thought about this problem before. But every time his thoughts touched on this topic, he would subconsciously choose to avoid it. But now, Fang Yuan had searched Master Tenchuru's soul. He directly played the image of his memory in Fang Jing's mind. This was simply bringing the bloody and cruel reality to Fang Jing's eyes. Even if he wanted to avoid it, he could not. Haha. Fang Yuan's cold laughter echoed in the air. "My good little brother, have you never thought that your master, Master Tenchuru, has an unshirkable responsibility for the destruction of Qingmao Mountain? You still let him be your master. You are acknowledging a thief as your father." Fang Yuan's words, without a doubt, cut to the heart. They directly pierced into the deepest part of Fang Jing's heart. "You shut up." Fang Zheng suddenly roared. He had never been so angry before. You shut up, don't say any more. You demon, it was clearly you who killed the entire clan. It was you who killed uncle and aunt. It was you, you murderer. Without master's help, I would have died long ago. You are not allowed to slander my master. Oh! Fang Yuan's mouth curved into a mocking arc. He laughed lightly. Master Tenchiru saved you because he wanted to use you. Search me out? Ha, not long ago, Crane Gate even used you to attack my immortal blessed land. You almost died in that battle, right? My foolish little brother. They used you like this, are you willing to do so? Don't say any more. Shut up, shut up. Fang Jing covered his ears. He closed his eyes tightly, his face filled with anger and fear. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold, his voice icy. My cowardly little brother, you don't even dare to face the truth. Even if you have the strength of a rank 5 Gu master, you are still a child deep in your heart. But you and I are related by blood. As your elder brother, I will give you one more chance. Come to my side, I will train you, I will make you truly strong and mature. No. Fang Zheng opened his eyes were bloodshot. He looked at Fang Yuan with hatred and anger. You murderer! You want me to sell my life for you? You can give up on that idea. Even if Crane Gate used me, I do not hate them. Because they also nurtured me. And you killed uncle and aunt, you killed all of our clansmen. I hate you, I will never forgive you in this life. If you give me one more chance, I will definitely kill you personally and take revenge. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, looking at Fang Zheng silently. He laughed instead of getting angry. Haha, it seems that you learned a lot at Crane Gate. You want to kill me so badly, I am looking forward to it. Saying so, Fang Yuan turned around and walked out of the prison cell. These last days, Fang Yuan had been spending most of his energy on the Refinement Path Convention. But he did not forget to use Wisdom Gu and Star Thought Gu to make deductions. Deducing the killer move vaguely familiar face had already expended all of Fang Yuan's potential. Fang Yuan began to deduce the killer move Myriad Self. He had already successfully fused pulling water immortal Gu into it. This way, the killer move Myriad Self would have 3 strength path cores. Next, Fang Yuan modified the Air Sac Gu's Gu recipe, increasing the number of steps in the assembly line Gu refinement and reducing the danger by 30%. When modifying Memory Thought Gu, Star Thought Gu, and Malicious Thought Gu, he met with a bottleneck. Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path cultivation had just started. His Wisdom Path attainment level was too low. It greatly hindered Fang Yuan's progress in deducing these Gu recipes. These last days, Fang Yuan had placed his attention on the immortal Gu recipe, Blood Deity. He gradually repaired Blood Deity and discovered some of its mysteries. Even if Blood Deity Immortal Gu was refined, to activate it, one would need a blood relative. Killing a relative would allow one to obtain a Blood Deity under the power of Blood Deity Immortal Gu. If this relative did not resist and was willing to contribute, the Blood Deity that was created would be able to get close to the Gu Immortal and command it. Conversely, if the hatred and anger of the relative were incurred, the Blood Deity could devour its owner. This was the reason why Fang Yuan recruited Fang Zheng. Chapter 854. This matter was somewhat troublesome. There were many unconventional methods to make a person swear loyalty. The Gu Master world did not lack such methods. For example, Enslavement Path specialized in dealing with such problems. But to refine Fang Zheng into a blood deity, these methods would not work. Blood deity was like a different life form. The moment the transformation succeeds, all the methods used on Fang Zheng would lose their effect. Fang Zheng's heart and will would decide the blood deity. The strength of blood deity could be predicted. This was because the Thunder God, who had learned from the Blood God, was extremely powerful. Vicious Lightning Fiend only had rank 6 cultivation level, but with the 3-headed lightning deity, his reputation was rising and many rank 7 Gu immortals had lost to him. Blood deity was similar. He had Gu immortal level battle strength. 1 more meant 2 against 1. If there were 2 more, it would be 3 against 1. Any more and it would be a group fight. Fang Yuan was only an immortal zombie now. He could not raise his cultivation level, but he could use numbers to make up for it. That was a temporary way out. All dreams, plans, and ambitions were based on survival. Once destroyed, everything would be for naught. Blood deity could greatly raise Fang Yuan's battle strength, and Fang Yuan was a blood path grandmaster. If things went wrong one day and Fang Yuan was chased everywhere, he would have no choice but to cultivate blood path again. Time path, wisdom path, blood path. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. He would make some preparations for everything. He would never complain about making ample preparations. Of course, the current situation was not too bad. Training Fangjing is not something that can be done quickly. I can do it slowly. Even if Crane Gate brainwashes him. With my methods, as long as I put in the effort, there will be a day when I achieve my goal. Right now, the Guts Goo and Regretful Spider trade have been established. I only need Western Desert's Shao clan to act as a stepping stone. With the trade token, I can openly enter Western Desert with my Dragonfish and Eerie Fire Dragon Python businesses. At that time, I will be able to make huge profits. Right now, my main goal is to refine change form Immortal Goo. I had already eliminated most of my main opponents, so getting into the top 6 was pretty much guaranteed. The only variable is Feng Kim Hong. Fang Yuan thought about the current situation and development plans. Because Feng Kim Hong lost to Fang Yuan, he instead learned of the true usage of Dream Wing's Immortal Goo. She used Immortal Goo to explore dream realms. Her refinement path attainment had already reached quasi-grandmaster level. Exploring dream realms was indeed the best shortcut to a Goo master's attainment level. Feng Kim Hong had Immortal Goo. With the wholehearted care of his mother, Fairy Bai Qing, his refinement path attainment level rose at an astonishing speed. Fang Yuan had accumulated over 500 years to reach refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Feng Kim Hong caught up to him in a short time. In Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, the flames of war raged through the sky, forming a great era. It was magnificent, and countless heroes rose up from the grasslands. It was astounding. Other than the 5 regions chaotic war, the main reason was dream realms. Dream realms were dangerous and difficult, but if one could explore them, one's foundation could be raised. This was a huge fortuitous encounter. It created countless grasslands. Most of the time, heroes and ambitious people just lacked an opportunity to develop. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan had also secretly gathered a lot of information about Feng Kim Hong participating in the Goo refinement competition. Initially, her methods were not very proficient, but after so many trials, she grew rapidly. She could be said to be a formidable opponent for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was familiar with the contents of the competition. Thus, his strength was overestimated by the outside world. But the duel with Feng Kim Hong was unknown. It had never happened in his previous life, so it was not within the scope of Fang Yuan's rebirth advantage. I need to pay attention to the problem of Feng Kim Hong. If I do not deal with it properly, I might miss the infallible inheritance. But after I pass it, I can use this precious opportunity to refine change form Immortal Goo in one go. Fang Yuan knew many secrets of the infallible inheritance. The top 6 would be rewarded with 6 success Dao marks. They would be carved on the Goo master's body on the spot. Outsiders could not snatch them. But invincibility did not mean certain success. The success Dao marks on the body could only eliminate the probability of failure in the Goo refinement process. There was always a chance of failure when refining Goo worms. Even if there was no human error in the entire process, there was still a chance of failure. This was the probability of failure. For example, during the second round of the refinement path convention, Fang Yuan refined 10 Ghost Fire Goo in Flying Frost Sect. He did not make any mistakes, but one of the Ghost Fire Goo was destroyed for no reason. And during the battle with Fang Huai, when the blue peacock head was fused into the incomplete Goo worm, it also failed mysteriously. During the whole process, Fang Yuan did not make any mistakes in controlling the flames. Later on, when he refined the Goo worm, the method was exactly the same. There were no changes. There were many different theories as to why there was such a probability of failure. The most mainstream theory was that it was laws and principles. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Why did they have all sorts of mystical abilities? It was because their bodies contained the laws of heaven and earth. Mortal Gu contained fragments of the laws, while immortal Gu contained fragments of the laws. Gu refinement was to combine these fragments of the laws into one, to form even more fragments of the laws. Or reverse refinement, to break down the larger fragments of the laws. Because it involved the fragments of the laws, there would always be some situations. These laws would always have slight differences. When refining the Gu, they would not fuse like the Gu master wanted, they would clash and clash, causing the Gu refinement to fail. Feng Yuan accepted this theory. He felt it was reasonable. The smaller the fragments of the laws, the fewer their characteristics, and the easier it was to combine them. This was why the lower the rank of mortal Gu, the easier it was to refine them. The larger the fragments of the laws, the more they had different characteristics from other fragments, and the harder it was to combine them. At immortal Gu level, the fragments of the laws would have their own characteristics and become unique. Thus, immortal Gu were unique, and refining immortal Gu was extremely difficult. The infallible inheritance rewarded success Dao marks, which eliminated the probability of failure. One success Dao mark could only be used on rank 6 immortal Gu at most. At rank 7 or rank 8, to succeed, one would need more than one success Dao mark. But if during the refinement process, Feng Yuan made a huge mistake in his technique, the immortal Gu refinement would also fail. If there was no mistake, the probability of failure would be completely eliminated by the success Dao mark, but the immortal Gu already existed in the world. Then at the final juncture, the entire Gu refinement would fail for no reason. Immortal Gu were unique, since there was already an immortal Gu. That meant that the specific fragment of the law had already been formed. It was impossible to form the same fragment of the law again. As for the change form immortal Gu that Feng Yuan wanted to refine, there had never been a Gu immortal who had it. Of course, Feng Yuan had used his previous life's memories and the information he gathered in this life to deduce that the possibility of change form immortal Gu existing was very small. If it really existed, Feng Yuan would have no choice. He could only blame it on his bad luck if he failed. This was the cruelty of Gu refinement, but it was also the most exciting part. Central Continent. True Yang Mountain Range. Vicious lightning fiend slowly descended from the sky. He stood at the peak of the mountain, looking at the opposite mountain, where a rank 7 demonic path Gu immortal was already standing. Vicious lightning fiend, since you want to challenge me, I will not make a move without a decent wager. The demonic path rank 7 Gu immortal said. He looked like a middle-aged man, dressed in martial attire and a scarlet cloak. His physique was majestic. His surname was Dan, and his name was Qiao. He was known as the fierce demonic immortal, and he mainly cultivated the fire path. Haha. Fierce lightning fiend laughed loudly. Blazing demonic immortal, you are worthy of being a demonic path Gu immortal. You prioritize benefits over benefits. You are a formidable opponent. That's why I've specially prepared 3,000 caddies of Fusang tree branches for you. What? 1,500 gene of Fusang tree branches? Dan Xiao was immediately tempted by vicious lightning fiend's offer. It struck the deepest part of his heart. Blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao laughed coldly. It seems that you have made a lot of preparations for this trip. You found out that I urgently need Fusang tree branches to refine immortal Gu. If I lose, I'll give you 600 strands of 29 thunder firmament energy. Sign the contract. Both of them were straightforward and decisive people. After setting the challenge contract, they immediately started the battle. Fire Crow Apocalypse. Blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao waved his hand. Countless fire crows flew out, covering the sky and creating a boundless sea of fire. Lightning Dragon Purgatory. Vicious lightning fiend laughed loudly. He pushed his palms forward as hundreds of lightning bolts burst out. Lightning flashed, hundreds of lightning dragons gathered and charged forward. Everywhere they went, mountains crumbled and rocks shattered. They had terrifying might. The lightning dragon and the fire crow clashed against each other, and the area within a radius of several hundred miles was filled with crimson flames and azure lightning. Bam bam bam. Explosions continued to sound. Blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao and vicious lightning fiend moved like smoke. They were extremely fast. They clashed several times in the sea of fire and lightning prison, fighting intensely. Both sides did not probe each other. They used their strongest methods. Vicious lightning fiend treated blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao as an opponent and wanted to increase his reputation. He had already collected information about the other party. On the contrary, since Dan Xiao agreed to vicious lightning fiend's challenge, he had made ample preparations. He had a deep understanding of vicious lightning fiend and was confident in winning. A moment later, blazing demonic immortal used 3 different immortal killer moves. Vicious lightning fiend could not even raise his head. Dan Xiao could be said to be the strongest opponent vicious lightning fiend had challenged since he came out of closed cultivation. Be it cultivation level, immortal essence, or the Dao marks on him, he surpassed vicious lightning fiend. Vicious lightning fiend was at a disadvantage, but he did not panic. This situation was within his expectations. In fact, when he challenged those rank 7 Gu immortals earlier, he was also at a disadvantage. After all, his cultivation level was only rank 6. This was a normal situation when challenging someone of higher ranks. Haha, this fire is really powerful. Vicious lightning fiend suddenly raised his head and shouted, his eyes shining with lightning. His body shook, 3 shadows flew out of his immortal aperture, attacking blazing demonic immortal. Lightning deity. Lightning deity who had lightning path Dao marks. 3 Gu immortal level battle strength. Blazing demonic immortal quickly retreated, while vicious lightning fiend counterattacked, regaining control of the battle. After fighting for an hour, the intense battle raged on like a raging fire. This was a huge bet and reputation, so neither side was willing to give up so easily. The intense immortal essence expenditure made both sides feel heartache. Dan Xiao was impatient. He suddenly attacked. He had planned this for a long time. Vicious lightning fiend could not dodge in time. He had to face it head-on. Boom. Amidst the intense explosion, vicious lightning fiend coughed out blood and retreated. Lose, great flame demon true body. Dan Xiao suddenly turned into a flame demon, chasing with extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, the flame demon was already close to vicious lightning fiend. No, I won't lose. Lightning deity, self-detonate. At the moment of danger, vicious lightning fiend's vicious nature was triggered. He actually self-detonated a lightning deity. Rumble. Lightning deity's self-detonation created a huge sound wave. The 3 mountains in the area were instantly destroyed. Vicious lightning fiend and blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao were both heavily injured. Their expressions were weak and their battle strength fell sharply. Interesting, give me your lives. Suddenly, a blood-red light flew out, forming into a battlefield killer move that covered both sides who were heavily injured. Chapter 855. Blood, blood, blood. Blood clouds were in the sky, blood sea was on the ground, blood light was everywhere. This was the signature battlefield killer move created by Song Zixing, Blood Tu Su. It was unique in Central Continent. Song Zixing was extremely vengeful. Back then, during an exploration, he was robbed by Tu Su City's Gu immortals. After creating this battlefield killer move, he went to take revenge. The entire city was turned into nothingness. The 2 Gu immortals in the city were killed. After succeeding in his revenge, Song Zixing felt extremely happy. He carved words in blood above the ruins of Tu Su City. Revenge is too late even after a year. Today, I have come to Blood Tu Su. The killer left his name, Song Zixing. From then on, his battlefield killer move was named Blood Tu Su. Thus, seeing this scene, blazing demonic immortal immediately recognized Song Zixing. As expected, at the next moment, a figure slowly descended from the sky. Song Zixing wore a large blood robe, but it could not conceal his tall and straight body. His face was pale, his nose bridge was high, his brows were dark and sharp like an eagle. As he descended, the blood sea surged with countless waves, blood clouds moved like dragons and pythons. The surrounding blood light shot into the sky. It was dazzling. Song Zixing was like the ruler of heaven and earth, a demonic god of the sun and moon. Song Zixing, why are you here? Demon hunter immortal Dan Xiao looked at Song Zixing with a pale expression. He was shocked and furious, but also fearful. Why can't I be here? Song Zixing turned his head slightly, looking at Dan Xiao with a smile on his face. His gaze was filled with killing intent. Dan Xiao, back then, I lost to Feng Jioge. You tried to attack me while I was down, using an immortal killer move on my back. You caused me a scar. I purposely left it on my back. I kept this grudge in my heart. You hid in True Yang Mountain Range. So be it if I could not find you. But you actually dared to accept Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge. So I came today. I want to settle the old score with you. A wise man did not fight when the odds were against him. Dan Xiao breathed heavily. He decided to admit defeat. Lord Song Zixing, I am willing to apologize to you. He was a Grand Rank 7 Gu immortal. He actually lowered his head without fighting. Song Zixing's demonic might was vast and mighty. He was as famous as Shirley, and his battle achievements were illustrious. As early as when he was at 10,000 Dragon Dock, he had already become famous in Zhongzhou State. Later on, he defected, and the myriad Dragon Dock hunted him down. They sent out 8 Gu immortals, but he killed 4, crippled 3, and forced 1 to retreat. This battle shocked the Zhongzhou State. Song Zixing swaggered off, getting away scot-free. The 10,000 Dragon Dock was dispirited for a time. Its prestige was greatly reduced, and it couldn't even compare to the Crane Gate. Among the 10 great ancient sects, they were at the bottom. Until now. Only after Vicious Lightning Fiend came out of closed-door cultivation did he show signs of regaining his might. Of course, Song Zixing had been defeated before. His most famous defeat was when he fought with Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge only made 3 moves. Song Zixing was utterly defeated and fled in defeat. However, this defeat did not tarnish Song Zixing's reputation, because his opponent was Feng Jioge. However, he was able to escape with his life, which made him even more so not to be underestimated. In fact, almost all demonic path Gu immortals were skilled in escaping. Song Zixing was even more outstanding in this aspect. Apologize? Hearing fierce demonic immortal's words, a mocking smile appeared on Song Zixing's face. If you had been so sensible earlier, I would not have chased you into True Yang Mountain Range. Lord, please speak. As long as I can obtain Lord's forgiveness, I am willing to pay any price. Dan Xiao said in a muffled voice. If you want my forgiveness, it is actually very simple. Just hand your life over to me. Song Zixing said lightly. Dan Xiao raised his head. His expression was miserable as he said in a sorrowful tone, Song Zixing, are you really not going to let me go? Let you go? He. This demonic path overlord laughed loudly. Song Zixing, am a vengeful person, slaughtering Sioux City's Gu immortals and stealing my things. I exterminated their entire clan and the entire city. Back then, you plotted against me. I killed you directly and did not torture you. That was already a great favor to you. Are you still not satisfied? You will definitely die today. Saying so, he turned to look at Vicious Lightning Fiend. Oh, right, there is also you. Didn't you say you wanted to challenge me? I'm here right now. His tone was mocking, like a cat catching a mouse. Vicious Lightning Fiend was healing himself. The explosion earlier had injured him quite badly. He was using methods now. He raised his head. Song Zixing, you are a Gu immortal of my myriad Dragon Dock. According to seniority, you are my senior. Challenging you is a path I have to take. But today, since you are here for revenge, I will not interfere in this matter. Let me go, otherwise I will self-detonate Lightning Deity and fight my way out. Your immortal killer move Lightning Deity is indeed mystical. Its self-detonation has great power. It can break my blood too soon. But so what? Can you escape? Think about it. Can your method of retreat be faster than my blood rainbow flash? Song Zixing smiled proudly. He seemed like he was speaking nonsense, but his words were aimed at their hearts. He was trying to affect their morale. But at the next moment, Song Zixing's expression changed. His gaze towards vicious lightning fiend turned grim as he shouted, "No. With your personality and standpoint, why would you retreat now?" Vicious lightning fiend's acting skills were inferior to demonic path Gu immortal Dan Qiao. In Song Zixing's eyes, he immediately found a flaw. At once, Song Zixing's heart was pounding, his blood was surging. It was like a tidal wave crashing against his blood vessels and the walls of his heart. This was his immortal killer move, sudden inspiration. Even though it was a blood path method, it could mimic wisdom path and help Song Zixing deduce his fortune. An intense sense of danger assaulted Song Zixing's mind. This is a trap. Song Zixing growled, wanting to leave. Lightning lock. Lava chain. Right at this time, vicious lightning fiend and blazing demonic immortal Dan Qiao, who were fighting to the death earlier, actually joined hands and attacked Song Zixing. Song Zixing snorted coldly. The blood sea below his feet surged into the sky, creating red waves that looked like raging waves. The huge blood wave stopped the lightning and lava. Meanwhile, Song Zixing turned into a blood rainbow, vanishing on the spot. This was the immortal movement killer move Blood Rainbow Flash. It was extremely fast. He immediately flew out of the battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu. Song Zixing was very decisive. He did not even want the blood path immortal Gu used to construct the battlefield killer move. He directly flew out, trying to escape. In a few breaths of time, the blood rainbow flew thousands of li. The blood rainbow suddenly dissipated. Song Zixing's figure appeared in the sky. He looked at the unchanging mountain below him. His expression was extremely ugly. No, this is just an illusion. His thoughts moved rapidly. The sense of danger was getting stronger. This was definitely an ambush from the enemy. He quickly turned around and tried to use the battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu. But at this time, a total of 16 Gu immortals appeared. Their grand aura burst out. They attacked together. 16 immortal killer moves flew towards Song Zixing. Bam bam bam. The dazzling light shone on the emotionless and cold faces of the Gu immortals. As the light faded, Song Zixing appeared in a sorry state. His face was dark, his blood-red cloak was tattered. His body was covered in a layer of blood armor. He looked around with shock and anger. This is Heavenly Lotus Sect's illusion garden. Such a huge move. They even brought out an immortal Gu house to deal with me. And all of you, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects have joined hands? Song Zixing was shocked and angry, but he was also very confused. After becoming a demonic path Gu immortal, he hid here and there. He was not overly arrogant. Recently, he had not committed any major crimes either. Why did so many people come to deal with him? But soon, Song Zixing understood. To be able to make Central Continent's 10 great sects attack together, it must be an order from the Celestial Court. That's right, Song Zixing, you are an understanding person. Junior brother Vicious Lightning traveled the world and challenged people everywhere. It was actually a trap set up by a wisdom path Gu immortal to lure you. Junior brother Vicious Lightning's lightning deity was born from blood deity. You had been coveting this immortal Gu recipe. Moreover, fierce demonic immortal is your enemy. You were finally lured out. But you are really careful. You had been following behind Vicious Lightning Fiend and watched his challenges for more than a dozen times, but did not make a move. Only when Vicious Lightning Fiend self-detonated a lightning deity did he succeed. You are really not easy to catch. In order to lure you out, 3 Wisdom Path Gu immortals from my Ancient Soul sect, Heaven's Envy Manor, and Spirit Butterfly Valley joined hands to disrupt your immortal killer move, Sudden Impulse. That was why you did not sense the danger in advance. The leading 3 rank 7 Gu immortals spoke slowly, one after another. The other 13 Gu immortals were all rank 6. At this moment, someone could not hold back anymore. He charged forward. Song Zixing, you killed my big brother and humiliated my sister-in-law. I will tear your tendons apart today. Ah. Song Zixing, you will definitely die today. I will take revenge for the 730 members of Sun Tribe. Song Zixing had done many evil deeds, he had countless victims. But there were very few people who had the strength to take revenge on him. Many Gu immortals had offended Song Zixing. They lived in fear all day, afraid that one day, Song Zixing would come and take revenge. Blood Dragon Song Zixing's desire for revenge was very strong, everyone knew about it. Fierce Demonic Immortal was one of them. He was chased by Song Zixing and had no choice but to hide in True Yang Mountain Range. It was also because Song Zixing had pressured him too much that this demonic path Gu immortal was willing to put on the most realistic show with Vicious Lightning Fiend. 8 rank 6 Gu immortals attacked Song Zixing. The Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects stayed in the sky, forming a huge and loose encirclement. The Gu immortals who were fighting with Song Zixing were mostly lone cultivators. These people had been contacted by the 10 great ancient sects. They all had deep hatred towards Song Zixing. Song Zixing had been committing crimes all these years. He had targeted small sects. He did not want to make things difficult for the 10 great ancient sections. But he had recently become a person who had escaped from fate. Killing him would be a great help in repairing fate immortal Gu. Once the Celestial Court gave the order, even though the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent restricted each other, they had to stop fighting and send Gu immortals to kill Song Zixing. Song Zixing blocked left and right. He was firmly suppressed. He could not retaliate, he could only choose to escape. Chapter 856. Song Zixing, to think you would have such a day. Aren't you called the Blood Dragon? Don't run if you have the guts. Blood Rainbow Flash was extremely fast and agile. The pursuing Gu immortals used killer moves to obstruct it, but it had little effect. Instead, the distance between them was increasing. But the immortal Gu House illusion circle was already set up. He was not afraid of Song Zixing escaping. The scene became a little strange. A group of people chased after Song Zixing with endless hatred and burning killing intent, yet they couldn't reach him. It's really as slippery as a loach. The Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects did not give chase. They watched from the side and used some immortal killer moves from time to time. Song Zixing was still extremely dangerous. His battle record of betraying 10,000 Dragon Dock and killing the pursuers was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. Thus, the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 sects invited many lone cultivators to join them. In their battle plan, these lone cultivator Gu immortals were cannon fodder to test Song Zixing's methods and expend as much of his immortal essence as possible. Without immortal essence, even if Song Zixing was a blood path Gu immortal, his battle strength would fall. We can't go on like this. Song Zixing is running away. We cannot force him to use his trump card. After watching for a while, a Central Continent Gu immortal said. Many of the others also frowned. Don't you think it's strange? Song Zixing was called Blood Dragon. His violent Blood Dragon bat had rank 7 battle strength, but he had never released it. Up until now, he hasn't even made a move. He's just running. What are you afraid of? Song Zixing had already fallen into the immortal Gu House illusion garden. The biggest drawback of our ambush strategy is that it takes time to activate the illusion garden. Right now, Song Zixing is like a turtle in a jar. Failure and death is only a matter of time. Don't be careless. Blood Path Gu immortals could not be judged with common sense. Maybe he's looking around to see if there are any loopholes? Could it be that he has some powerful backup? That's why you're delaying? While they were guessing, the voices of the other 2 Heavenly Lotus Sect rank 7 Gu immortals resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone, make your move. Activating the immortal Gu House consumes a lot of energy. We cannot delay this. So this trip, including Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao, there were a total of 20 Gu immortals surrounding Song Zixing. Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao were the bait. The 2 rank 7 Gu immortals of Heavenly Lotus Sect did not show themselves. They were secretly controlling the immortal Gu House. The remaining 16 Gu immortals appeared and fought against Song Zixing. Activating an immortal Gu house expended a huge amount of immortal essence. Especially for a complete immortal Gu house like Illusion Garden, the expenditure was much higher than an incomplete immortal Gu house like Profound Ice House. Even a rank 7 Gu immortal could not last long. The Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects were urged. Most of the Gu immortals joined the battle. Only 3 rank 7s were left watching from afar. Song Zixing continued to flee and did not retaliate. I've long since heard of how fast this blood rainbow flash is. Now that I've seen it today, I'm truly amazed. It's actually a bit faster than my Cloud Jing fan. It's almost as fast as the purple firmament lightning wings. This is one of the top 10 movement killer moves in Central Continent. Not only speed but agility as well. Such a twist and turn, suddenly straight and suddenly crooked, all aspects were well taken care of. What a pity! The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals evaluated. They felt some regret. An outstanding movement immortal killer move like Blood Rainbow Flash. It could only be encountered and not sought. It was extremely precious. If they could obtain it, they would be able to advance and retreat freely. It could even save their lives when escaping. But this was a Blood Path killer move. Even if Righteous Path Gu immortals obtained it, they could not use it unless they betrayed the Righteous Path. Entering the demonic path. Back then, Song Zixing betrayed the sect and entered the demonic path, other than some conflict with the sect. It was mainly because he could not resist the temptation of Blood Path. With the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 sects joining in, Song Zixing's situation became even worse. The encirclement continued to shrink. With everyone working together, no matter how fast Blood Rainbow Flash was, it had its limits. In the end, he was slowly surrounded. Demons should be killed by everyone. Die. Kill Song Zixing. Finally, Song Zixing was trapped in the center. Many lone cultivator Gu immortals attacked Song Zixing. They did not get close, they attacked from afar. Song Zixing did not attack, they were wary of him. These lone cultivator Gu immortals were not idiots. They knew why Central Continent's 10 great sects invited them to ambush Song Zixing. But even if they were cannon fodder, they would accept it. The reason was that they had deep hatred towards Song Zixing. It was either he or they die. Gu immortals were also humans. They were afraid of death. If not for Song Zixing forcing them too much, causing them to live in fear all day long, they would not be like this. From this, one could see the advantage of vicious lightning fiends, lightning deities. Gu immortals who did not fear death could be formed in batches. This was very terrifying. Thankfully, each lightning deity required a huge price to form. And normally, they needed a lot of wealth to maintain them. The Gu immortals prepared for battle. Their attacks landed on Song Zixing. Song Zixing tried to dodge, but the space was limited. He was hit. In an instant, he exploded, blood splattered. This is not Song Zixing's true body. Seeing this, the immortals were dumbfounded. They soon realized the truth. Be careful of Song Zixing's sneak attack. How did he conceal himself? My investigative killer move could not find him? Calm down. This is the immortal Gu House Illusion Garden. He cannot escape. Search carefully. The Gu immortals were all experienced people. They quickly calmed down. If Song Zixing wanted to sneak attack, he could not find a chance. The immortals used their methods to search quickly, but they could not find anything. When their gazes gradually focused on Blood Tu Su, someone realized, oh no! Song Zixing did not come out. His true body is still inside his battlefield killer move. Vicious lightning fiend and blazing demonic immortal Dan Qiao are in danger. From start to finish, Song Zixing's battlefield killer move, Blood Tu Su, was like a bright red egg floating in the air. The immortals did not destroy this battlefield killer move on purpose. Firstly, their attention was attracted by Song Zixing. Secondly, they did not want to help vicious lightning fiend. He had been challenging people everywhere recently. His fame was unparalleled. He was quite arrogant. Central Continent's 10 sects were competing with each other. Even myriad dragon doc wanted to suppress his limelight. Thirdly, destroying blood Tu Su from the outside also required immortal essence. Thus, blood Tu Su was accidentally forgotten by the immortals. Ultimately, it was because he was too strong. This was a disaster caused by underestimating the enemy. The immortals realized that they had been fooled by Song Zixing. They were furious and embarrassed. They attacked Blood Tu Su together. Blood Tu Su was not an immortal goo house, it was only a battlefield killer move. It shook intensely from the intense attacks. 3 breaths of time later, Song Zixing retracted it. Blood Tu Su collapsed. Song Zixing laughed loudly as he turned into a blood rainbow and flew away. Blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao was already dead. His corpse was held by Song Zixing. Meanwhile, vicious lightning fiend was on the verge of death. He was unconscious. Only one lightning deity was left. It was also very weak. It was surrounding and protecting vicious lightning fiend. If he had been any slower, vicious lightning fiend would have fallen into Song Zixing's hands. But Song Zixing was also heavily injured. His left arm was severed at the shoulder. The battlefield killer move, Blood Tu Su, isolated heaven and earth, forming a world of its own. Moreover, Song Zixing had a special method to prevent vicious lightning fiend and Dan Xiao from asking for help. Song Zixing actually killed blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao while being surrounded by everyone, and even heavily injured vicious lightning fiend until he fainted. This was a huge humiliation. The Goo immortals were furious. Their anger was rising. This matter was going to spread. How were they going to survive in the future? Kill Song Zixing. Blood Dragon deserves death. He cannot remain in this world. Get rid of evil for the people. Uphold justice. At once, the Goo immortals attacked. All sorts of immortal killer moves and battlefield killer moves flew towards Song Zixing. Song Zixing laughed maniacally without fear. A blood rainbow flashed. He dodged most of the immortal killer moves. Next, he raised blazing demonic immortal's corpse. Thank you for the gift. I will return it to you now. Explode. Blood light shot to the sky. There was a huge explosion. The immortals retreated. Song Zixing was at the center of the explosion. The blood path Dao marks on his body shined brightly. He was not injured at all. Illusion Garden shook intensely. A crack was actually created by his explosion. Blood rainbow flash. In the blink of an eye, Song Zixing vanished on the spot. He escaped from the immortal Goo house's cage, escaping from the Goo immortal's vision. Chase, he was hit by my immortal killer move. I can sense it. How can a great immortal Goo house get a crack from the explosion? The immortals shouted as they chased. The 2 rank 7 Goo immortals of Heavenly Lotus sect stored the immortal Goo house and joined them. Their expressions were ugly. It's that violent blood dragon bat. Song Zixing actually arranged for it to stay outside. It crashed into Illusion Garden and self-detonated, working together with Song Zixing to create a crack. Violent blood dragon bat was an ancient desolate beast. Its battle strength was equivalent to a rank 7 Goo immortal. The self-detonation of such an existence had extraordinary power indeed. Illusion Garden was only controlled by 2 Goo immortals. They could not defend against the explosion. Song Zixing managed to struggle out of the desperate situation. The immortals naturally stopped attacking. They gritted their teeth and chased after him. A battle of pursuit was happening in True Yang Mountain Range. The pursuers were huge. There were 17 Goo immortals. There was 1 myriad dragon doc Goo immortal who stayed behind to look after vicious lightning fiend. But at this point, the battle had already gone out of the control of the righteous path Goo immortals. They had fallen into Song Zixing's specialty. As a demonic cultivator, Song Zixing was most proficient in escaping. I cannot go out directly. This True Yang Mountain Range is the best place to hide. I lost the violent blood dragon bat. After I escape, I will definitely settle this score with you. Song Zixing's expression was distorted. His heart was bleeding due to the huge losses. He swore in his heart. The blood rainbow suddenly turned and landed on the mountain range. There were countless fierce beasts living in True Yang Mountain Range. In the battle of pursuit, large numbers of desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts were startled. They caused a huge disturbance to the pursuers behind Song Zixing. Song Zixing was very clear. The more chaotic the situation was, the more chances he would have to sneak away and escape. 3 days later, late at night, the crescent moon hung in the night sky. A dim blood light flew out of Truyang mountain range while sticking close to the ground. Clang. Suddenly, there was the sound of metal colliding. A golden bell phantom descended and covered the blood light. A Gu immortal appeared. He was injured. He shouted, "Song Zixing, where are you going?" The moment he said that, Song Zixing disappeared from the golden bell. A palm and a small forearm appeared. "Oh no, this is also fake. My true body is over there." The Gu immortal's expression changed. He quickly turned around and flew far away. A long while later, a figure quietly approached from afar. It was Feng Yuan. He was wearing a mask and his body was covered in smoke. He carefully walked towards the golden bell phantom. Chapter 857. Immortal Killer Move Blood Demon Body Separation. Feng Yuan looked at the broken arm in the golden bell phantom as he muttered. According to Legends of Song Zixing, after Song Zixing betrayed Myriad Dragon Dock, he killed his pursuers and hid his tracks, developing rapidly. He had foresight and knew his situation, thus he created this killer move. During the current Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, the 10 great sects worked together to ambush and kill Song Zixing, but he escaped in the end. In this battle, blood demon body separation shocked Central Continent for the first time. Song Zixing was able to escape mostly because of this move. This immortal killer move could create a flesh clone for a short period of time. The flesh clone was extremely fast, comparable to Blood Rainbow Flash. Moreover, it was extremely lifelike and lifelike. Even an investigative immortal killer move would not be able to find any flaws. However, the price of using this move was extremely high. A portion of one's body was needed to create a flesh clone. A large amount of immortal essence was also expended to maintain the existence of the flesh clone. The more immortal essence was expended, the longer the clone could last. There were many ways for Gu immortals to regrow their limbs. Blood demon body separation was only a manifestation. The truth was, it expended the blood path Dao marks in the body. It was because of these blood path Dao marks that blood demon body separation had such a mystical effect. If not for the blood path Dao marks as the price, the flesh clone created by blood demon body separation would not be able to pass off as the real thing. When ordinary Gu immortals were injured, for example, Feng Yuan would lose most of his body if he was attacked. The strength path Dao marks on his body would be retrieved by his immortal aperture. When his body recovers, the strength path Dao marks would return to his body. Once the Gu immortal died, the Dao marks on his body would also be retrieved into his immortal aperture. For example, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Song Zixing successfully used blood demon body separation. Even if the severed limb could regrow, the new body would be empty. The original blood path Dao marks would be expended along with the flesh clone. Undoubtedly, the expenditure of Dao marks was a huge loss to Gu immortals. Because Dao marks were very rare, they could only be accumulated after experiencing heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. In every heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity, Gu immortals often had to risk their lives, even damaging their immortal apertures and destroying the resources that they had painstakingly managed. Thus, the cost of obtaining Dao marks was extremely high. This showed the value of Eat Strength Immortal Gu. But Feng Yuan was sure. Song Zixing should not have an immortal Gu like Eat Strength. If he lost the blood path Dao marks, he would have to undergo calamities and tribulations and slowly accumulate them again. The Dao marks on a Gu immortal could effectively increase the power of immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. This amplification was terrifying. It could increase a rank 8 by hundreds or thousands of times. Thus, rank 7 Gu immortals could rarely defeat rank 8 existences. According to the legend of Song Zixing managed to escape with his life. In the end, only his head and half of his chest were left. The rest of his body had been decisively abandoned by him. He had activated the blood demon body disintegration. In this battle, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent lost a great deal of face. They didn't achieve their goal and were played by Song Zixing instead. They suffered heavy losses. Song Zixing also suffered heavy losses. He lost an ancient desolate beast, the violent blood dragon bat, and more than half of his blood path Dao marks were destroyed. In this battle. As a result, he did not appear in public for the next 200 years. There was even no news of him at all. People suspected that he was already dead. But when he reappeared, not only did he recover his battle strength, he even nurtured 3 violent blood dragon bats. Ambushing Song Zixing was a huge matter. Fang Yuan naturally knew about it. He looked at the severed arm with a burning gaze. This severed arm came from Song Zixing. It was his flesh and blood. As long as Fang Yuan obtained it and used the Gu refinement method, he could refine Song Zixing's head. And Song Zixing's head was the only condition for Star Form Blessed Land's land spirit to recognize him as its owner. Land spirits were stubborn existences. As long as Fang Yuan gave Song Zixing's head to the land spirit, he could become the owner of Star Form Blessed Land. Star Form Land Spirit did not care if Song Zixing was alive or not. It was only a pure obsession formed by the heavenly power of the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan could become its owner with this. Even if one day, Song Zixing appeared in front of the land spirit alive and kicking, the land spirit would not betray Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan had already fulfilled the condition for recognizing him as its owner. But at this moment, Fang Yuan still had some trouble subduing this arm. It was not difficult to break the golden bell, but once the golden bell phantom was broken, the arm would explode and turn into a blood fog that covered the sky. Fang Yuan had to use other methods to suppress the severed arm, otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. In fact, Fang Yuan also had a deep impression of this arm. His current location was at the edge of Truyang Mountain Range, near Yuanyang City. Song Zixing's severed arm was wrapped by an immortal killer move. The Gu immortal who used the immortal killer move was busy chasing after Song Zixing. He had already forgotten about this severed arm. As time passed, the golden bell would dissipate after a night, and the severed arm would explode into a blood fog. At that time, the blood fog would cover hundreds of li, life would be lost, and the poison would spread far and wide. For the next few hundred years, Yuanyang City would continue to issue missions, recruiting talents to enter the blood fog and kill the blood beasts that were born in the blood fog, to prevent the blood beasts from forming a beast tide and attacking Yuanyang City. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan came to Central Continent, he had lived in Yuanyang City for a period of time. In order to survive, he had accepted missions to exterminate blood beasts. From this perspective, Fang Yuan had done a good thing by subduing Song Zixing's severed arm in advance. Fang Yuan observed for a while, carefully using several mortal killer moves to probe. The golden bell phantom did not move, as expected of an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan then circled around the golden bell phantom, observing it from all angles, trying to find a suitable method. The golden bell phantom was not completely still, it was rotating slowly, the severed arm inside was floating in the air, the arm and palm were flickering with bright red light from time to time. Fang Yuan circled around it for more than 10 times, he already had a plan. He was about to make a move when his ears twitched, he heard many voices. Explosion, you heard it too? I saw a strange light, treasure, maybe, the voices were intermittent, getting closer and closer. Fang Yuan immediately understood, the nearby Gu masters were attracted. This was the edge of Truyang Mountain Range. Desolate beasts rarely came here, and it was near Yuanyang City. Many Gu masters were active here. Earlier, that Gu immortal had used an immortal killer move, the golden light sword into the sky. The commotion was not small, thus many Gu masters came to investigate. A bunch of ants. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, a ruthless light flashing in his eyes. He willed, strength path phantoms rushed out of his immortal aperture one after another. Soon, these strength path phantoms numbered in the hundreds, densely packed as they surrounded Fang Yuan. Every time Fang Yuan moved, he would store large numbers of strength path phantoms in his immortal aperture. Because he used myriad self. A certain amount of time was needed to form a Strength Path Phantom army. Kill! Fang Yuan gave the order. Close to 1,000 Strength Path Phantoms immediately moved, quickly disappearing into the night sky. What is that? A formation. Quickly form the formation. Run! Screams and shouts could be heard. A life and death battle started instantly. After a few breaths of time, the Gu Masters were completely defeated. The Strength Path Phantoms chased mercilessly, countless Gu Masters died. The smell of blood quickly spread to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had his hands behind his back. Looking at the Golden Bell Phantom in front of him, his expression was calm under the mask. Even though he had thought of a method, he had not made a move yet. Haste makes waste. Even though the Strength Path Phantoms were strong and fierce, they could not be investigated. They also did not have methods to increase their speed. Some Gu Masters might not give up and use Earth Escape or Concealment to sneak in again. However, these people would all die without a burial ground. Because Fang Yuan was here, he had already activated dozens of investigative killer moves. Without stopping, he covered this area layer by layer. There was no movement. They could escape his investigation. The advantage of having unlimited primeval essence was that he could use Mortal Gu at will. Mortal killer moves would never stop. And because of Fang Yuan's accumulation in his previous life, the mortal killer moves he knew were even more outstanding, even surpassing this era. Fang Yuan waited for a while, and sure enough, 3 or 4 Gu Masters sneaked in. Fang Yuan controlled the Strength Path Phantoms and killed these Gu Masters one by one according to his instructions. Impossible, how did you find me? Spare my life. Ugh. The Gu Masters had nowhere to hide, they were all killed. After a while, the surroundings became quiet again. The smell of blood was getting thicker, there was not even the sound of birds chirping in the sparse forest nearby, it was completely silent. Fang Yuan started to act. Myriad Self-First Style, Giant Hand. A giant Strength Path hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the Golden Bell Phantom. The Golden Bell Phantom targeted the inside. It suppressed the inside, but its external defense was not strong. After adding Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water, Fang Yuan's current Strength Path Giant Hand could be said to be much stronger. He only needed to squeeze it tightly, and the Golden Bell would explode. But the key was, how to prevent Song Zixing's arm from exploding into a bloody mist after it was crushed. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was not only a Strength Path Grandmaster, he was also a Blood Path Grandmaster. He knew as many Blood Path methods as Song Zixing. And this time, he had planned for a long time, he had made ample preparations. Immediately, he set up with full concentration. He set up close to 100 Blood Path killer moves in a row. They were tight and orderly, coordinating with each other. There were also large numbers of Gu formations set up in the surroundings, layer upon layer. After setting them up, he inspected carefully to see if there were any mistakes in his arrangements. He found 1 or 2 mistakes. After modifying them, Fang Yuan checked again a 3rd time, a 4th time, and a 5th time. This was a huge matter. Fang Yuan was very patient. Finally, when he made his move, everything was under his control. The Golden Bell Phantom shattered, the arm was about to explode when it was suppressed, layers of seals were added on top of it. When Song Zixing severed this arm and used Blood Demon Body Separation, he was already at the end of his rope. He had used less than 10 beads of immortal essence for it. Chapter 858. After obtaining the severed arm, Fang Yuan carefully stored it in his immortal aperture. Next, he carefully cleaned the place, trying to get rid of his traces. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he did not rest. He started immediately, spending 4 days and 3 nights to refine this severed arm, turning it into Song Zixing's head. Next, he used Fixed Immortal Travel Immortal Gu to go to Earth Abyss. Star Form Land Spirit, I have brought Song Zixing's head. In the dark underground world, he shouted. A speck of starlight appeared in front of him. It shone brightly and gushed out like spring water. After a breath of time, the dazzling starlight turned into a square door. The translucent starlight door floated in the air. There was a plaque on the door. On it were the words, "Star Form Blessed Land." Fang Yuan squinted, looking at it quietly. Ordinary blessed lands and grotto heavens had doors. Because with doors, they could interact. With interactions, they could absorb heaven and earth qi and strengthen themselves. Thus, infallible blessed land was very special, because it did not have a door. This was a very strange exception. Under Fang Yuan's observation, the starlight door opened slightly. "It's you? You really brought Song Zixing's head?" A voice came from the door. Star Form Land Spirit did not appear. He was on guard. Fang Yuan chuckled, throwing the head over. Facts speak louder than words. The door opened slightly again. An attractive force appeared out of nowhere, sucking the head in. "It really is Song Zixing's head." The land spirit's joyful voice came from behind the door. Bam! The door opened completely. A path made of starlight spread out in front of Fang Yuan. Star Form Land Spirit was at the door. It said to Fang Yuan with utmost sincerity, "Star Form Land Spirit welcomes Master." Fang Yuan nodded, his expression calm. He took large steps, stepping onto the starlight path. Stepping into Star Form Blessed Land. The moment he stepped in, starlight filled Fang Yuan's vision. But in the blink of an eye, the starlight faded, revealing the unique terrain of Star Form Blessed Land. The whole of Star Form Blessed Land was a huge basin. It was like a giant bowl, and the edge of the giant bowl was a series of continuous mountain ranges, forming a circle like a towering wall. Inside the giant bowl was a vast slope that continuously tilted towards the center. The curtain of night shrouded the world. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked up. The sky was pitch black, but there were tiny stars that shone weakly. It was just like how immortal Blessed Land only had day and no night. Star Form Blessed Land only had night, there was no day. Generally speaking, blessed lands did not have any astronomical changes. Only when one became a grotto heaven or approached the level of a grotto heaven would there be a change in the weather. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had come here. In fact, he was the one who had planted this blessed land. The last time he was here, the night sky was filled with stars, and the stars were still very bright. It shone on the surface of the blessed land, giving it a high visibility. But now the starlight was indeed dim. It could be seen that Stellar Form Land Spirit's life wasn't good. This was normal. There were no Gu immortals. The blessed land could no longer produce immortal essence on its own. The land spirit and the blessed land were one. In order to protect his own existence, he had to manage his blessed land. But how could a land spirit have the strength and intelligence of a Gu immortal? So basically, land spirits would ask their masters to help them. Survival was the most basic instinct of any living being. It was just that the conditions for each land spirit to recognize a master were different. Fang Yuan's gaze swept through the surroundings, before landing on Stellar Form Land Spirit. "Bring me around the blessed land," Fang Yuan ordered. Stellar Form Land Spirit had the appearance of a boy, floating in the air. He was wearing a pinkish-blue dudu. His small arms and legs were white and tender like a lotus root. He was very cute. Ever since he recognized Fang Yuan as his master, Stellar Form Land Spirit had been looking up at him, his clear eyes filled with admiration and love. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Stellar Form Land Spirit quickly nodded. "Master, please follow me." His attitude before and after recognizing him as his master was like heaven and earth. A lump of starlight automatically gathered on Fang Yuan's body, bringing him along as he flew rapidly. This speed was extremely shocking. Even Song Zixing's blood rainbow flash could not compare to it. Fang Yuan only felt that starlight was lingering in front of him. The surrounding scenery was rapidly retreating. Even with his vision, he could only capture a blurry image. The starlight suddenly stopped. The scenery in front of him had changed greatly. "Master, you have reached the southeast corner of the blessed land. This is the Arrow Bamboo Forest, the largest livestock farm in the blessed land." Stellar Form Land Spirit introduced. Fang Yuan looked over, seeing that this Arrow Bamboo Forest was huge, extending to the end of Fang Yuan's vision. The arrow bamboo was straight, somewhat similar to the green spear bamboo, but it was not jade green like the green spear bamboo. Instead, it had a pitch-black body. There were no leaves on the bamboo, there were only branches. On the edge of each arrow bamboo's markings, there were 2 or 3 bamboo branches. These bamboo branches were as straight as an arrow. At the foot of the arrow bamboo forest, there were large numbers of star cave stones, countless dark shiitake mushrooms, and densely packed white shadow grass. Feng Yuan nodded inwardly. This kind of ecological construction could not be any better. If I am not wrong, this is the place that produces star dark goo? Feng Yuan asked. Master is wise. Stellar Form Land Spirit immediately replied. Star dart goo was only a rank 1 mortal goo, formed from the evolution of all kinds of ordinary insects. This was different from starlight firefly goo. Starlight firefly goo was formed from a portion of starlight firefly groups, evolving and mutating. As for star dart goo, this was any kind of insect. It would drill into the star cave stones that were filled with holes and fall into a deep sleep. After 49 days, a portion of the insects would wake up from their slumber and transform into star dart goo. Star dart goo's food was the arrow bamboo forest's bamboo juice. The air in the arrow bamboo forest had always been hot and humid. This kind of bamboo would slowly ooze bamboo juice. In the past, when this bamboo juice oozed out, it would form a thick blue fog. It was the best environment to raise star dart goo. Unfortunately, it has not been properly watered recently. It has become like this. Stellar Form Land Spirit said with a reminiscing tone. It seems that I will need to purchase large amounts of moon well water in the future. Feng Yuan muttered. He was knowledgeable. He knew what kind of irrigation was needed for the arrow bamboo forest. Master is wise. Stellar Form Land Spirit immediately said. His expression became slightly more spirited. Although Star Lord Wuxiang left behind a lot of immortal essence, there were very few immortal yuan stones. Thus, Stellar Form Land Spirit's finances were rather tight. He could not buy whatever he wanted in jewel yellow skies. Compared to irrigating the arrow bamboo forest, other areas required more financial resources to maintain. Soon after, under the land spirit's lead, Feng Yuan went to the north of the Blessed Land, inspecting the meteorite pit. This was the place to raise starfire goo and even produce meteorite goo. He went to the center of the Blessed Land. There was a huge lake with sparkling waves. It was called Broken Star Lake. It was also a place to raise goo worms. It produced star river goo. Finally, he went to a few grasslands. They were all filled with star fragment grass. It seemed endless. Planted on the black soil, the grass leaves were plump and tender. The color was like oil. It was much better than the sky grasslands in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, be it in terms of size or appearance. Arrow bamboo forest, meteorite pit, broken star lake, star fragment grass field. Feng Yuan floated in the air, looking at the lake below him with a satisfied expression. These 4 were the 4 pillars of Star Lord Wuxiang's economy. Star Lord Wuxiang followed the rules. He mainly sold star dark goo, starfire goo, meteorite goo, star river goo, and starlight firefly goo. When Feng Yuan was searching for these 4 pillars, he already had them. Feng Yuan currently only had guts goo and regretful spiders. The remaining eerie fire dragon python and dragonfish had not entered the market yet. Star Lord Wuxiang had rank 6 first stage cultivation. He had passed 1 heavenly tribulation. He was also a lone cultivator, but his cultivation was higher than Hu Immortals. Originally, with his identity and foundation, it was impossible for him to develop the Blessed Land so well. But he had a fortuitous encounter. His fortuitous encounter was Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, 7-star child. In order to prolong his lifespan, he turned into an immortal zombie. He explored star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm and fell into it. He was trapped in a deep sleep. Star Lord Wuxiang unexpectedly found that Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was connected to the outside world of Central Continent. Every fixed time of the year, this gap would appear. Thus, Star Lord Wuxiang would go in every year and plunder the resources inside to strengthen himself. Although the time he could go in was limited, he could not stop going in. Because of this, Star Lord Wuxiang developed very well. his immortal aperture became more prosperous with each passing day, far surpassing other lone cultivator Gu immortals. Even Shirley had praised him inwardly when he saw him. This Star Lord Wuxiang's strength was already on par with ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals in the 10 great ancient sections. But unfortunately, Star Lord Wuxiang was injured by Song Zixing and was about to undergo tribulation. He had no choice but to take the risk and ask a tiger for its skin. He invited immortal Monkey King Shirley to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven together. In the end, in the 8th Star Hall, he fell into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. His soul was destroyed and only his physical body was left. Feng Yuan seized his physical body and planted his blessed land in Earth Abyss. This led to the subsequent developments of Star Form Land Spirit recognizing him as its master. With these 4 pillars of support, my financial resources have doubled from before. I am making a lot of money every day. I am really making a lot of money every day. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. Star Lord Wuxiang had managed his blessed land for so many years. He had already opened up the market and occupied a portion of Jewel Yellow Skies' market. Feng Yuan inherited his blessed land and avoided the difficult development period of entering the market. He directly inherited Star Lord Wuxiang's channels and saved him a lot of trouble. Common resources like Star Dart Gu and Starfire Gu were usually sold in large quantities and faced intense competition. It was not easy to seize the market and get a share of the profits. They would face ostracization, price wars, and even the threat and assassination of Gu immortals. In short, cutting off one's path to wealth was like killing one's parents. The Gu immortal world was bare. If you wanted to do business, you had to display your strength first. Without strength, no matter how good your business was, it would still be plundered and robbed. Thus, Feng Yuan was very careful with his dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. He wanted to use Shao Clan's transaction token to enter Western Desert's market. This way, he could cause less trouble and earn more money. Of course, things like the monopoly of Guts Gu, he could sell them as he pleased. Others wanted to compete, but they could not. They could only watch helplessly. After inspecting the blessed land, Feng Yuan was very satisfied, but he had even greater expectations. Chapter 859. The whole of Star Form Blessed Land was like a huge bowl. The center was also the lowest point. Here, there was a vast sea of lake, named Broken Star Lake. And Star Lord Wuxiang's usual cultivation location was at the bottom of Broken Star Lake. Deep into the lake, Feng Yuan found a crystal palace. It was not big, there was only one main hall and 2 sub-halls. Star Lord Wuxiang's immortal Gu were kept in the main hall. Under Star Form Land Spirit's lead, Feng Yuan smoothly entered the main hall. Once he entered, he saw an immortal Gu flying in the air. This immortal Gu looked like a centipede. It was long like an arm and dark like tungsten. It was moving around in the empty space of the main hall. The short stripes on its body were shining with blue light. This is rank 6 Immortal Gu Star Mark. It can temporarily add 600 Star Path Dao marks to Master's body. Star Form Land Spirit introduced at an appropriate time. 600. Feng Yuan was shocked. He only had a little over 200 Strength Path Dao marks. And this was after using Eat Strength Immortal Gu recently. He gained over 40. This Star Mark Immortal Gu could actually add over 600 Star Path marks at once. The effect could be said to be outstanding. Over 200 Dao marks can amplify my strength by 20%. 600 is a 60% amplification. Unfortunately, they are Star Path Dao marks. I am not a Star Path Gu Immortal. Undeniably, this Star Mark Immortal Gu was an excellent supplementary Immortal Gu. Even though Feng Yuan was a Strength Path Gu Immortal and had Strength Path Dao marks, once he activated Star Mark Immortal Gu, his body would be covered in a layer of Star Path Dao marks, allowing him to act like a Star Path Gu Immortal. Other than Star Mark, there were 2 other Immortal Gu in the hall. One was like a rhombus crystal. It was the size of a fist, quietly lying on the table. It was unmoving. The other one was like a tender bean sprout, full of vitality. After Star Form Land Spirit's introduction, Fang Yuan learned that the first colorless crystal immortal goo was starlight immortal goo. The second bean sprout immortal goo was called star shoot. Fang Yuan heard this and was overjoyed. My luck has come. These two immortal goo were much more useful to Fang Yuan than star mark immortal goo. Because starlight goo was a necessary goo material for refining wisdom path star thought goo. Now that he had starlight immortal goo, he could imitate how strength chi immortal goo refined air sac goo, refining star thought goo on a larger scale and faster. With starlight immortal goo, this would save him the trouble of purchasing the starlight goo. At the same time, using immortal goo as the base to refine mortal goo star thought goo was done from top to bottom. The failure rate was much lower than the previous goo refinement method. The danger would be greatly reduced. This way, the losses of the hairy men would be greatly reduced. Of course, there were two problems. The first problem was that to use starlight immortal goo, Fang Yuan would need to modify the star thought goo's recipe. The second question. Using starlight immortal goo would expend immortal essence. But with wisdom goo and the complete star thought goo recipe, it was not hard for Fang Yuan to modify the goo recipe. It was only a matter of time. As for the second problem, if it was the previous Fang Yuan, he would indeed be an obstacle. But now, Fang Yuan had become the owner of star form blessed land. There were 6 economic pillars, and in the future, there would even be 8 profitable businesses. The earnings of immortal yuan stone would be 4 times the current amount. Large amounts of immortal yuan stone also gave Fang Yuan great confidence. He could expend immortal essence to activate starlight immortal goo. Starlight immortal goo was a huge help to the large-scale accumulation of star thought goo. And star shoot immortal goo was also very useful. Fang Yuan had once bought a mortal killer move from Star Lord Wuxia. It was called Spring Star Rain. This move could irrigate plants and ensure that they would grow lushly. Ever since he obtained this move, Fang Yuan had been using it continuously. The reason why Immortal Blessed Land's grassland in the sky was able to maintain its current scale was because of this mortal killer move. Using Spring Star Rain frequently would expend large amounts of Star Shoot Mortal Goo. Star Shoot Mortal Goo were only sold by Star Lord Wuxia. Fang Yuan had once wanted to break free from Star Lord Wuxia's control and research the refinement recipe of Star Shoot Mortal Goo. But even with Wisdom Goo's help, Fang Yuan's star path attainment level was only ordinary. He could not achieve his goal. Now that Fang Yuan had Star Shoot Immortal Goo, he could use Spring Star Rain as he wished. He could also raise Spring Star Rain to immortal level. Using Star Shoot Immortal Goo as the core, it would have a greater effect on nurturing Star Fragment Grass. But soon, Fang Yuan learned from Star Form Land Spirit. Star Lord Wuxia had the immortal killer move Spring Star Rain. In fact, the mortal killer move Spring Star Rain that Star Lord Wuxia sold was a modified version of the original Spring Star Rain. The Star Shoot Goo that Star Lord Wuxia sold was refined from Star Shoot Immortal Goo. It was no wonder Fang Yuan could not reverse engineer the Goo recipe from the mortal Star Shoot Goo. Because Star Lord Wuxia's Goo refinement method was from top to bottom. Star Mark, Starlight, Star Shoot, these 3 immortal goo were all the immortal goo left in the Blessed Land. Star Lord Wuxia had a total of 4 immortal goo. Unfortunately, the 4th immortal goo was destroyed in the battle with Song Zixing. Fang Yuan only obtained 3. Just these 3 were enough to satisfy Fang Yuan. Normally speaking, only a small portion of rank 6 goo immortals in the 5 regions had immortal goo. Most of them used mortal goo and mortal killer moves. Only the elites among rank 6 goo immortals had rank 6 immortal goo. For example, the rank 6 goo immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, or lone cultivators like Star Lord Wuxia who had fortuitous encounters. Northern Plains' situation was special. Because of the collapse of 88-point Xianxia Tower, Northern Plains immortal goo were much more common than the other 4 regions. Speaking of which, Central Continent was the last among the 5 regions in terms of immortal goo usage. There was no helping it, Central Continent had the most goo immortals. Of course, Fang Yuan was even more special. Not counting the 3 immortal goo that he had just obtained, Fang Yuan already had 14 immortal goo. No one would believe him if he told others about this number. Not to mention, there was also the rank 9 immortal Gu wisdom here. Normally speaking, even if one killed an enemy Gu immortal, it was hard to obtain spoils of war like immortal Gu. Like how Feng Yuan had such a huge advantage against Dongfang Naganori, even Dongfang Naganori's soul was captured alive. But Dongfang Naganori only had a thought. All the immortal Gus self-detonated. Feng Yuan did not get anything. Star Lord Wuxiang was a special case. Because he entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm by mistake. Without any reaction, he died in a daze. Thus, the immortal Gu were preserved. In the end, it benefited Feng Yuan. These 3 immortal Gus still had Star Lord Wuxiang's will. But with star form land spirits' help, subduing them was not a problem. Master, this is the immortal inheritance stored in the blessed land, please take a look. Land Spirit presented another inheritance for Feng Yuan to take a look. It turned out that this was Star Lord Wuxiang's first fortuitous encounter. A Gu immortal inheritance related to Star Path. It was this inheritance that guided lone cultivator Star Lord Wuxiang to cultivate and become a rank 6 Gu immortal. Star Lord Wuxiang's second fortuitous encounter. He found the entrance to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and entered it many times to plunder resources. Speaking of which, his luck was quite good. Star Lord Wuxiang cultivated Star Path, and Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was also a grotto heaven that focused on Star Path. They were very compatible in terms of resources. Unlike Feng Yuan was a Strength Path Gu immortal, who Immortal Blessed Land was an Enslavement Path Gu, and Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Gu was a Soul Path Gu. These aspects were not closely related. Unfortunately, Star Lord Wuxiang died in the end. Everything was in Feng Yuan's hands. Feng Yuan stayed in Star Form Blessed Land for an entire day, inspecting a small group of rockmen in the Blessed Land, as well as those 3 desolate beasts spine-fin star dragonfish. Star Lord Wuxiang had used all sorts of methods to relocate this small group of rockmen. He did not have Guts Gu. Star Form Blessed Land was not a hotbed for rockmen, many of them died there. It was not easy for him to keep this batch. The 3 desolate beasts spine-fin star dragonfish were caught from Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. That place had no lack of desolate beasts. The reason why he spent so much effort and resources. It was because Star Mark Immortal Gu's food was the fresh flesh of the spine-fin star dragonfish. As for feeding Starlight Immortal Gu, it needed the bodies of rockmen. As for Star Shoot Immortal Gu, its food was a large amount of dark star kelp. This kind of kelp grew in large amounts at the bottom of Broken Star Lake. This was the state of Orthodox Gu immortals. What path they cultivated? Immortal Gu belonged to a certain path, and the immortal aperture mainly had the Tao marks of that path. This way, the feeding of the immortal Gu could be borne by themselves, they could nurture their own food. Unlike Feng Yuan, whose strength path immortal aperture was dead, who Immortal Blessed Land was an enslavement path immortal aperture, it had strength path, wisdom path, soul path, and luck path immortal Gu. To feed these immortal Gu, they had to seek help from the outside world. Each time, they had to work hard and were unstable. Feng Yuan's cleansed soul immortal Gu had not been fully fed yet. Be it who Immortal Blessed Land or Strength Path Immortal Aperture, they both lacked soul path Tao marks. Even if Feng Yuan wanted to raise White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu, it was impossible. After Star Form Blessed Land recognized him as its owner, Feng Yuan's strength had doubled. 3 Star Path Immortal Gu for trades, and a complete Star Path inheritance. Feng Yuan still needed a lot of time to slowly digest them. He still had Star Form Land Spirit spread the ownership requests in jewel yellow skies, creating the illusion that Star Form Blessed Land had not recognized a master yet. For the time being, he did not intend to tell the truth to He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing. He would hide it for as long as he could. Who Immortal Blessed Land was already exposed. Star Form Blessed Land was in a semi-exposed state. He Lulan knew its location. In the future, if he wanted to flee for his life, this foundation would be very important. As for who Immortal Blessed Land's resources, as well as Dang Hun Mountain, Feng Yuan did not intend to move it for the time being. The arrangements had just been made, a large amount of funds had already been invested. Once it was moved to star form blessed land, with how astute He Lulun was, how could she not know about it? In the following days, Feng Yuan continued to participate in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Due to the convention, Central Continent was in a frenzy of Gu refinement. The news of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects joining hands to ambush Song Zixing was not spread, only the Gu immortal higher-ups knew about it. The 10 great ancient sects lost face. There was no news of Song Zixing. Many other sects and lone cultivator Gu immortals saw this as a joke. Many Gu immortals moved, trying to find traces left behind by Song Zixing in true Yang Mountain range. But how could they find him? In Feng Yuan's previous life, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent searched for hundreds of years to protect their sect's reputation. Song Zixing's concealment skill was at the peak, even Feng Yuan could not match him. Thus, from the start, Feng Yuan did not have the intention to kill Song Zixing. Finally, the agreed date arrived. It was the day of the duel between Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Hong. Even though it was not a competition, it attracted many Gu masters. Feng Kim Hong, if you want a duel, let me see the wager first. If the wager is too low, there is no need to start this duel. Feng Yuan said in front of everyone. If he could avoid the duel, Feng Yuan only wanted the top 6 of the infallible inheritance. Furthermore, even if he lost the duel, he would not be eliminated and his ranking would not be affected. Chapter 860. A Way to Regain a New Life? Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes and his expression changed. Yen F Spirit Affinity House was indeed one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Its foundation was deep beyond imagination. Spirit Affinity House actually had the method that Feng Yuan was searching for to get rid of his immortal zombie status and regain his new life. At this moment, Feng Kim Huang's proposal to use this as a gambling stake was a direct hit to Feng Yuan's weakness. He had no choice but to reject it. Feng Yuan laughed and calmed himself down. He looked at Feng Kim Hong and asked, "The method you mentioned, could it be the Crane Gates possession technique?" "Of course not." Feng Kim Hong smiled. Feng Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Your bet is indeed tempting. But this gambling capital is still lacking compared to my Hu immortal blessed land." Feng Kim Hong said, "The value of everything will change." Feng Yuan, if you had to choose between Hu immortal blessed land and being reborn, which would you choose? Of course it's to be reborn. Feng Yuan did not hesitate in his heart, nor did he hesitate in his mouth. Of course it's Hu immortal blessed land. This is my greatest foundation. Even if I become an immortal zombie, I can still rely on this to survive. The corner of Feng Kim Huang's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and shook his head. "Feng Yuan, you're not such a short-sighted person. However, I know that you will not use Hu immortal blessed land as a wager, and I cannot force you to do so. Let's talk about something practical. If I lose, I'll tell you the method to regain your life. Don't worry, there are already successful precedents for this method. If you lose, we'll make a deal." Feng Yuan looked at the faint smile on Feng Kim Huang's face. He narrowed his eyes. "What kind of deal?" Thereupon Feng Kim Hong said, "If you lose, I won't be able to defeat you. He made a deal with my Spirit Affinity House to supply Guts Gu to us in the long term. The price is negotiable. It was fine as long as it wasn't too outrageous. But you must deliver the goods regularly and in sufficient quantities. If you lack a soul, my Spirit Affinity House can sell it to you at a price 30% lower than the market price. However, this transaction must be the highest priority, even more so than the Crane Gate. No matter how many goods you have, you must first supply them to my Spirit Affinity House before selling them to other parties." When Feng Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but size up Feng Kim Hong again. He had a whole new level of respect for this young lady. Who would have thought that after such a short period of time, the other party would have grown to such a degree? As expected of a genius. No, it should be said that there was a capable person behind him. Good education. Feng Jin Huang's request was too lenient to Feng Yuan. It could even be said to be generous. And guts goo was something that Feng Kim Hong urgently needed. Because Feng Kim Hong used Dream Wing's immortal goo to explore the dream realm. Even with the help of immortal goo, the soul would get tired and get injured. And guts goo was the one and only soul-strengthening product in the world. Even the rank 9 demon Venerable Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had praised it. Feng Kim Hong had challenged Feng Yuan. It was just a young man acting in a fit of pique. But right now, when discussing the bet with Feng Yuan, it was for the present, it was realistic. Practical benefits. This was a mature move. If Feng Kim Hong requested Feng Yuan to use Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Dang Hun Mountain as the bet, Feng Yuan would definitely not agree. And although Feng Yuan had the reputation of Crane Gate, but his relationship with Crane Gate was known to the 10 great ancient sections. Feng Yuan would not care about Crane Gate's reputation. He had no choice but to agree to Feng Kim Hong's duel. Thus, Feng Kim Hong made this request. For Feng Yuan, selling guts goo to Spirit Affinity House had its benefits. Naturally, there were benefits. The first benefit was to increase the scale of sales and earn more immortal yuan stone. Who would complain about having more immortal yuan stone? The second benefit was to establish a relationship between Feng Yuan and Spirit Affinity House. If he were to fall out with Crane Gate one day, Feng Yuan would have a way out. In fact, Feng Yuan had agreed to Feng Kim Hong's duel request earlier because he wanted to cooperate with Spirit Affinity House. Feng Kim Hong had explored dream realms many times, he had sensed the value of guts goo, thus he wanted to take advantage of Crane Gate. And Feng Yuan was happy to do so. If he really made a deal with Spirit Affinity House, it would be extremely beneficial to his relationship with Crane Gate. Regardless of whether I win or lose, this duel is beneficial to me. After all, the result of the duel has nothing to do with the goo refinement competition. Something is wrong. Feng Kim Hong made this request to lower my fighting spirit. Feng Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He understood another layer of Feng Kim Hong's intention. Then let's begin. The final victor of this duel will be me. Feng Yuan's eyes shined brightly as he laughed heartily. Feng Kim Hong's gaze flickered. That might not necessarily be the case. After confirming the wager, both sides started to discuss the duel's contents. Feng Kim Hong suggested refining River Wave Trace goo as the topic. River Wave Trace goo was a rank 5 water path goo worm. It was part of the same series as rank 3 water trace goo, rank 4 wave trace goo, and rank 6 worldly wave trace immortal goo. Feng Yuan immediately rejected it. Spirit Affinity House specialized in raising and using water path goo worms. This could be seen from the Water Pavilion Immortal Goo House. If he refined River Wave Trace goo, Feng Kim Hong's advantage would be too huge. Feng Yuan suggested refining Blood Walk goo. This was a rank 3 blood path goo used for movement. Feng Kim Hong also rejected it. What a joke! Who did not know that Feng Yuan specialized in blood path goo refinement techniques? Feng Kim Hong had no confidence in refining blood path goo worms. Both sides discussed for a while before deciding to use the method of a martial duel to refine the rank 5 fire path goo worm, 5 orifices fire pagoda goo. The entire duel was not a private duel, but an open duel like the competition. Soon, the same materials appeared in front of both sides. To ensure fairness, both sides had to refine the goo according to the goo recipe. Whichever side could successfully refine 5 orifices fire pagoda goo first would be the winner. Different from the literary duel because it was a martial duel, at a specific stage, both sides could attack each other once. Under everyone's gaze, Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Hong sat cross-legged facing each other, each occupying a corner of the stage, with a distance of 260 steps between the two. The duel began. Feng Yuan immediately checked the goo refinement materials in his hands. He had to have a thorough understanding of every material. If there were any damaged materials, it would greatly affect the goo refinement. Feng Yuan's inspection was very detailed, sometimes regarding the conference. Sometimes, they would purposely provide some flawed materials, or even tamper with them to conceal the flaws of the materials, making it hard for the goo master to detect them. If they were really deceived, it would be terrible when the Gu refinement started. This arrangement had practical significance. Gu masters could not always gather perfect Gu refinement materials when refining Gu. Sometimes, because the materials were stored for too long, or damaged during transportation, or snatched in battle, there would always be some damage. Or bought shoddy Gu refinement materials in the market, Gu masters needed to distinguish them. Thus, checking Gu refinement materials was the foundation of refinement path attainment. This time, for the refinement of 5 orifices Fire Pagoda Gu, more than 1,000 kinds of materials were provided. Not a single Gu worm, they were all flowers, grass, rocks, and bones. Feng Yuan spent an hour checking all the materials. Next, he checked the Gu recipes provided by the competition. A total of 5 Gu recipes, corresponding to rank 1 single orifice charcoal Gu, rank 2 twin orifice furnace Gu, rank 3 orifice firehouse Gu, rank 4 orifice fire tower Gu, as well as the rank 5 orifices Fire Pagoda Gu. These 5 Gu worms were of the same series, inherited from the same origin. To refine 5 orifices Fire Pagoda Gu, one had to first refine a large number of rank 1 single orifice charcoal Gu. Then use single orifice charcoal Gu as the main material. Refine twin orifice furnace Gu. From rank 1 to rank 2, from rank 2 to rank 3, from rank 3 to rank 4. Rank 4 to rank 5, progressing like this. Finally, 5 orifices Fire Pagoda Gu was refined. Because there were many steps, the process was long. Thus, there were more than 1,000 kinds of Gu refinement materials provided to both sides. Of course, with Feng Yuan's wisdom path methods, he could modify the Gu recipe and save on the steps of the entire Gu refinement process. He could even directly use these materials to refine 5 orifices Fire Pagoda Gu in one step. But Feng Yuan thought for a while and gave up on the idea of modifying the Gu recipe, deciding to take it step by step. There were many reasons. Firstly, he could not rely on wisdom Gu in public. Secondly, deducing and modifying the Gu recipe consumed a lot of time. It was not worth it. Moreover, this was a battle. Both sides could attack 5 times and disturb each other's Gu refinement. If the Gu recipe was completed in one step, once it was disturbed, all the previous efforts would be wasted. It was better to take it step by step. While Feng Yuan was inspecting the Gu refinement materials, Feng Kim Hong was inspecting the Gu recipe. While Feng Yuan was inspecting the Gu recipe, Feng Kim Hong was carefully inspecting the Gu refinement materials. Although the order of the two was different, when they started refining the Gu at almost the same time. It has finally begun. Both sides spent over an hour inspecting the materials and Gu recipe. They are really patient. This competition concerns the reputation of Crane Gate and Spirit Affinity House. It is a battle of reputation for the 2 ancient sects. The spectators started to mutter. Some supported Feng Kim Hong, while others favored Feng Yuan. In order to protect their own benefits, recruiting these people was the best method to maintain the situation. He didn't attack? What a pity! Feng Kim Hong sighed inwardly. One of the 2 flames burning in front of him suddenly extinguished. What happened? The crowd could not help but feel a slight commotion. Did Demon Feng Yuan already make a move? Eldest senior sister was disrupted by him and the Gu refinement failed halfway? The demon is too crafty. We actually did not see what attack it was. Sun Yao anxiously shouted. Her tone was filled with disgust towards Feng Yuan. No, that's not right. The elder hosting this duel did not announce anything. This proves that Demon Feng Yuan did not make a move earlier. So that's it. Qin Wan's eyes brightened. She suddenly understood. So first senior sister was pretending to use 2 killer moves. It was actually a trap to lure Feng Yuan to attack her. Once Feng Yuan attacks, his mind will be focused on his own attacking method. This way, he will expose a flaw. First senior sister's counterattack will be very likely to succeed. Oh my, it was actually like this? Sun Yao's pouting lips slightly opened. exclaiming at the battle of wits and strategies behind this duel. Qin Wan's expression turned solemn. I was also kept in the dark earlier. This way, the truth is that first senior sister set up a trap, but that demon Fang Yuan saw through it and did not fall for it. Junior sister Sun Yao, watch carefully, this duel is going to be extremely exciting. The two sides are definitely the most outstanding geniuses of this generation. Sun Yao nodded, her large eyes staring at the duel without blinking. The competition among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had always been intense, not only in terms of Gu immortals, but also in terms of disciples. In this generation, the most outstanding person among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent was no doubt Feng Kim Hong. But in the contest for Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan suddenly appeared and trampled Feng Kim Hong down the mountain. Disciples like Sun Yao and Qin Wan could not come into contact with all the details. Even Crane Gate's own disciples and most of the elders thought that Feng Yuan was a genius disciple that Crane Gate had secretly nurtured. In the previous duel, Feng Kim Hong was defeated by Feng Yuan. This duel was Feng Kim Hong trying to get back at him. It involved the most outstanding disciples of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. This was an invisible collision between Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. Thus, most of the spectators were thinking about one question: who was the most outstanding young Gu master of this generation? What they did not know was, Feng Yuan had already become a Gu immortal. Even though he was only an immortal zombie, he was no longer someone they could estimate. Feng Kim Hong had Dream Wings Immortal Gu. He had already started using it and tasted great benefits. Outsiders could only see the surface, while both sides did not care much about the fight for reputation. Feng Kim Hong had already matured a lot. He understood the word benefits. There was no need to even mention Feng Yuan. The duel continued. Even though Feng Yuan saw through Feng Kim Hong's trap, he did not fall for it. But Feng Kim Hong used 2 killer moves. Little wishful hand was real. It wasn't like they were advancing at the same time. That was just a facade created. With the help of these 2 will hands, Feng Kim Hong's Gu refinement speed was still slightly faster than Feng Yuan's. And as time passed, the gap between the two was getting bigger. But this gap was not obvious. Feng Yuan maintained his own rhythm and did not use any killer moves. He only used Gu refinement techniques, handling the materials and controlling the flames almost perfectly. Gu refinement techniques were not refinement path killer moves. Techniques were just a type of technique, a summary of experience. It could be said to be the foundation of Gu refinement. So strong. Even enemies have to admit this demon Feng Yuan's Gu refinement foundation is too solid. Even some of our sect's elders can't reach his level. Qin Wan stared fixedly for a long time before she suddenly sighed. He has grasped so many Gu refinement techniques. Up until now, he has at least 30 of them. But I feel our first senior sister is still the best. She was a little behind at the start, but she caught up later. Now, no matter how the demon Feng Yuan chases, he cannot catch up. This little wishful hand killer move is so convenient. Sun Yao said in admiration. No. Qin Wan shook her head. First senior sister's lead might not be a good thing. Maintaining a killer move expends primeval essence and also mental energy. In contrast, the demon Feng Yuan is only using basic Gu refinement techniques. His mental energy consumption is low. In the long run, his mental energy will be more abundant than first senior sister's. It will be more helpful for the Gu refinement later. But it's like this. Then isn't first senior sister in danger? Senior sister Qin Wan, from what you said, first senior sister is using a refinement path killer move and is in the lead, but is in a disadvantage now? Although what you said makes sense, how can this be? Sun Yao felt dizzy. Hee, junior sister Sun Yao, this is the brilliance of the refinement path convention. You have just started cultivating, there are many things you have yet to come into contact with. You will slowly understand in the future. Qin Wan smiled, but her heart was heavy. The demon Feng Yuan is really too strong. Just by using Gu refinement techniques, he is able to keep up with first senior sister. Even if first senior sister uses a refinement path killer move, she cannot close the gap. This can't go on. Feng Kim Hong felt fatigued. Logically speaking, the competition had just started. Both sides should be refining the rank 1 single orifice charcoal goo. According to Feng Kim Huang's ability, she should still be full of mental energy, she should not be feeling fatigued. But the previous estimation was one thing, and the actual competition was another. Feng Kim Hong could ignore the gazes outside the stage. She had outstanding talent and had goo immortal parents. She had been showered in everyone's gazes since she was young. One could say that Feng Kim Hong was already used to it. Feng Kim Huang's pressure mainly came from Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan displayed an incomparably solid foundation. Just by using goo refinement techniques, he was able to keep up with Feng Kim Hong. Even when she used a refinement path killer move, she could not shake off Feng Yuan. Chapter 862. In this duel, only the goo refinement materials provided by the convention could be used. Although offensive methods and refinement path killer moves could be used, soul and mind-related methods such as soul-nourishing methods were all prohibited. This rule was suggested by Feng Kim Hong. The goal was to prohibit Feng Yuan from using guts goo to strengthen his soul. The soul and mind were closely related. Feng Kim Huang's action was to restrict Feng Yuan's advantage in this aspect, but who could have thought that she would be the first to taste the bitterness of this rule? Suddenly, Feng Kim Hong flicked her pinky finger, shooting out a golden light. The golden light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Feng Yuan, directly aiming at the goo refinement fire in Feng Yuan's hand. If this fire was hit by the golden light, even with Feng Yuan's ability, he could only admit defeat and suffer the backlash, starting all over again. But such an important position, how could a cautious person like Feng Yuan not pay attention to defense? Clang. With a crisp sound, the golden light hit an invisible barrier 3 inches away from the fire and was blocked. Feng Yuan's gaze was calm. The fire in his hand was not affected in the slightest. Feng Kim Huang's attack was blocked by Feng Yuan without batting an eyelid. Only after this attack and defense ended did the goo masters below the stage react. Spirit Affinity House's Feng Kim Hong attacked first. But it was blocked by Crane Gate's Feng Yuan. What was that attack just now? It was so fast. Feng Kim Hong made a mistake this time. How could Feng Yuan not defend such an important place? It would have been better to attack Feng Yuan's body and injure him. Quickly look. Feng Kim Hong used a refinement path killer move again. There was a commotion below the stage, but the stage was very quiet. All the noises outside the stage were isolated. Attack the enemy's weakness, then take advantage of this relatively safe opportunity. Are you going to use other refinement path killer moves? Feng Yuan glanced at Feng Kim Hong as he sneered internally. Looks like you are going all out. As expected of Feng Kim Hong. Even when you were young, you knew your strengths and weaknesses. I have to say, this is a wise choice. While praising in his heart, Feng Yuan did not restrain himself. He continued to refine the goo according to plan. Feng Kim Hong attacked the enemy's vital point and wasted a precious opportunity to attack. And he used this chance to truly activate the second refinement path killer move. With the help of 2 killer moves, her goo refinement speed rose sharply, gradually leaving Feng Yuan in the dust. Without Feng Yuan pressuring her from behind, Feng Kim Huang's pressure was reduced, her body and mind felt light, a layer of shackles was removed from her mind, her goo refinement speed seemed to have increased by 10%. In this duel, Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Hong each had 5 chances to attack. Because it was only a duel, not a life and death battle. The power of each attack was limited to a certain extent. The first time, he could only use rank 1 goo. The second time, he could use rank 2 goo. And so on. The 5th time, he could use rank 5 goo. Similarly, when defending, he could only use goo worms of the corresponding rank. This was another restriction on Feng Yuan. After all, Feng Yuan was an immortal zombie. He had the immortal killer move Myriad Self. The giant hand pressed down, Feng Kim Hong would not be able to block it. Of course, Feng Kim Hong had goo immortal parents behind her. She definitely had immortal essence, immortal goo, and the goo immortal's emotions or will. If Feng Yuan really wanted to kill her, it was unlikely. This time, he really used a refinement path killer move, advance together. First senior sister is far ahead. Outside the stage, Sun Yao shouted excitedly. When Feng Kim Hong heard Feng Yuan's laughter, his heart sank. She raised her head and indeed saw Feng Yuan take out the third goo worm. Feng Yuan continued, "Look closely, this is a rank 3 ghost fire goo." In the next moment, 3 balls of will-o'-the-wisp hovered around Feng Kim Hong. Damn it. Sun Yao stomped her feet in anger. This demon is too shameless. Eldest senior sister had just recovered from her shock when he sent out another ball of ghost fire. He still wants to force eldest senior sister to make a mistake. That is indeed the case. Qin Wan's expression was solemn. This way, the pressure will increase greatly. I'm afraid eldest senior sister will have to focus all her attention on defense. Sun Yao gritted her teeth in anger and subconsciously waved her fists. This demon is not refining goo properly and is spending all his attention on the will-the-wisp. This is a classic example of not focusing on proper work. This person is too evil. I really want to beat him up. Damn it, how can this be? Feng Kim Hong fell into a huge predicament. She was clearly in the lead, but when Feng Yuan made his move, she was in a passive position. Feng Kim Hong knew the situation was bad, because the duel's tempo was completely under Feng Yuan's control. Feng Kim Hong wanted to counterattack, but she did not have enough strength. Those 3 will-the-wisp floated around her, sometimes even breaking through the 3 feet distance before suddenly retreating. It was clear that he was teasing Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong was a young girl after all. She was filled with anger from Feng Yuan's teasing, but she could not vent it out. She wanted to get rid of these 3 annoying will-the-wisp, so she had to take the risk. But reason told Feng Kim Hong that she did not need to take the risk. Because even if she made 2 mistakes, she was still ahead of Feng Yuan by a huge margin. As long as she maintained her lead, victory was hers. However, when Feng Kim Hong started refining 4 orifices fire tower goo, not long after, Feng Yuan also started refining 4 orifices fire tower goo. This discovery immediately made Feng Kim Hong shocked. When did Feng Yuan close the gap between us? This is impossible. He has not even used a refinement path killer move. But the truth was like this. Feng Yuan was just using refinement path techniques and pure basic skills to shrink the gap bit by bit, unknowingly catching up to Feng Kim Hong. The goo masters below the stage also realized this. Unbelievable! This demon Feng Yuan actually caught up. Spirit Affinity House's female disciples cried out in shock. He is actually using goo refinement techniques to win against refinement path killer moves. Feng Yuan's strength truly far surpasses Feng Kim Hong. These were people who overestimated Feng Yuan, and they were still overestimating him. How can this be? Feng Yuan must have cheated. Everyone knows the power of refinement path killer moves. He did not use any killer moves to catch up. This is impossible. Sun Yao was very dissatisfied. What kind of eyesight does the hosting elder have? He is not even stopping the competition. Is he investigating this demon Feng Yuan? Senior sister Qin Wan, who was beside her, sighed deeply. Be quiet, junior sister. Goo refinement techniques naturally cannot compare to refinement path killer moves. But in this duel, they can win against killer moves. Senior sister, what do you mean? Because the key to victory is not the methods, but the goo masters themselves. The goo refinement has already reached the middle and late stages. Feng Yuan's mind is still full, while first senior sister's mind is fully focused. Once she relaxes, Feng Yuan will use ghost fire to intimidate her, making her feel tired. First senior sister is already very tired, without the control of her mind. No matter how powerful a refinement path killer move is, it is only a support. The goo refinement speed will naturally slow down. Saying so, Qin Wan sighed. This is all Feng Yuan's plan. First senior sister suggested refining 5 orifices fire pagoda goo, and he agreed without hesitation. But the goo recipe and refinement materials were all provided by him. From the start of this battle of attrition, he purposely lagged behind to preserve his mind. At the middle stage, he attacked, although he was lagging behind. But he held the initiative in the competition. Because first senior sister had the advantage, she did not want to take risks, so she dragged it on. But she did not know that this was Fang Yuan's scheme. Now that it is the late stage, first senior sister is too tired. Her speed is getting slower, and she will soon be overtaken by Fang Yuan. What? Sun Yao looked over worriedly. Soon, her worry became reality. Fang Yuan's progress was slowly on par with Feng Kim Hong. Then he slowly overtook her. Don't tell me, is first senior sister going to lose? Sun Yao's eyes were red. She could not help but tear up. She has already worked so hard. It is already the end, and first senior sister is even injured. Was he going to let this despicable and shameless demon win just like that? I am not resigned to this. I am also not resigned. Qin Wan heaved a deep sigh, but first senior sister still has a chance. There is still a chance? Sun Yao turned her head, looking at senior sister Qin Wan in pleasant surprise. Qin Wan nodded. That's right, don't forget, first senior sister still has 3 chances to attack. Rank 3 attack once, rank 4 attack once, rank 5 attack once. Each attack will be stronger. This is the method to turn the tables. This competition is not over yet, there is still hope. That's right, we still have hope. First senior sister, do your best. Sun Yao's eyes brightened, she suddenly shouted. Her shout soon attracted the support of others. The strong sense of pride and belonging to the sect made the hundreds of Spirit Affinity House disciples cheer loudly, cheering for Feng Kim Hong. Even though their voices could not be transmitted, Feng Kim Hong could feel it. These guys. I cannot lose, I want to win. It is time to use my trump card. Refinement Path Killer Move, Ink Transformation. Feng Kim Hong shouted in his heart. He raised his hand and launched 3 consecutive attacks at Fang Yuan. Feng Kim Hong staked it all in one throw. He did not make a move, but once he made a move, he used all his remaining chances to attack. Child's play. Fang Yuan blocked all these attacks. At the same time, he sent out 3 ghost fires to interfere. The interference effect was not too outstanding. Feng Kim Hong extinguished these 3 ghost fires. His refinement path killer move was almost completed. Expose goo. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. He flicked his finger and a rank 4 goo worm flew out. Chapter 864. Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong's duel, which attracted countless people's attention, ended with an outcome that surpassed everyone's expectations. The duel was very exciting. It could be said to be full of twists and turns. Eventually, Fang Yuan already had the absolute advantage, but he coincidentally encountered a rank 5 goo's failure rate, causing his efforts to be in vain. He did not have enough goo refinement materials for a second attempt. While Feng Kim Hong had fainted, he also lacked materials. Thus, this duel ended in a draw. Meanwhile, after the duel ended, Feng Kim Hong was healed and recovered rapidly. After learning of the final outcome, Feng Kim Hong looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning. Since it was a draw, then according to the duel's rules, both sides had 2 choices. One was to take back their winnings, the second was to exchange their winnings. Just as Fang Yuan expected, Feng Kim Hong chose the second option. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before agreeing. Feng Kim Hong first handed an information path goo worm to Fang Yuan. The goo worm recorded the method for immortal zombies to regain life. Next, both sides signed a contract. As a subordinate force of Crane Gate, the owner of who immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan, would establish a guts goo trade with Spirit Affinity House. From now on, Fang Yuan would prioritize the supply of guts goo to Spirit Affinity House. Even Crane Gate would have to wait. Lord Fang Yuan, my clan's Lord He Fengyang would like to have a chat with you. After the duel ended, a Crane Gate elder came to Fang Yuan of his own accord, showing a humble attitude. Oh, Feng Yuan was surprised. Then lead the way. On a desolate mountain peak, he met He Fengyang again. He Fengyang still had the appearance of a young man, wearing a white robe. He had a black belt and his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. His green eyebrows that extended to his waist were also fluttering in the wind. This is a bet. It must not have been easy, right? He Fengyang looked at Feng Yuan with a deep gaze. Feng Yuan smiled. There's nothing I can do. I've encountered a failure rate, so I can only stare. His words were naturally flawless. He Fengyang examined Feng Yuan from top to bottom, then suddenly said solemnly, "It is a pity that you have such talent in refinement path, but you have degenerated into a zombie. Actually, if you want to find a way to regain your life, you don't have to go far. My Crane Gate has a mystical method that can guarantee that you can get rid of your immortal zombie body." Feng Yuan listened. He could not help but feel strange. Why did he feel that He Fengyang was trying to recruit him? But thinking about it, even if Feng Yuan was opposing Crane Gate and had some other background, just based on Feng Yuan's Gu refinement attainment, it was enough to move Crane Gate. Feng Yuan naturally knew what the mystical method He Fengyang was talking about was. What else could it be? It was obvious that it was a technique of possession. He Fengyang would never have expected that Feng Yuan had already made preparations in this aspect. If I lose my freedom, I would rather keep my immortal zombie body. Feng Yuan said. He Fengyang shook his head. I invited you here not to debate about freedom with you. Let's get down to business. You captured that brother of yours, you must hand him over. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Is this a threat? Feng Yuan's tone sank. Feng Jing was his backup for rebirth. Even if he did not use it to get rid of his immortal zombie body, Feng Jing was still the best candidate to refine blood deity. How could Feng Yuan let him go? He Fengyang nodded. You can think of it as a threat. But I prefer to think of it as a warning. To tell you the truth, we want to get rid of Feng Jing. This is an order from the Celestial Court. Once the secret of Feng Yuan destroying 88-point Xianxia Tower was exposed, Central Continent situation would definitely collapse. Feng Yuan would be chased by everyone and forced to flee for his life. For Feng Kim Hong, although she was injured and defeated in the duel, she was the biggest winner. From now on, with the help of Guts Gu and Dream Wing's immortal Gu, she would advance by leaps and bounds, surpassing almost all Gu immortals and growing rapidly. In my previous life, I killed Feng Kim Hong, but in this life, it seems that I am the one who made her a success. Regarding this, Feng Yuan sighed deeply. It was not worth mentioning. Feng Yuan, the matter has been settled. If there is nothing else, I will leave now. Tai Bai Yunxing came to bid farewell. These days, he had been walking around northern plains, looking for a suitable place to set up his blessed land. He had already found a good place and was about to set up his blessed land, but at the crucial moment, he was called back by Feng Yuan. I have to thank you this time. You chose a good location. Don't worry and adjust the heaven and earth chi. When the tribulation comes, I will definitely lend you a hand. Feng Yuan said to Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded and said goodbye to Feng Yuan, using a stargate to go to northern plains. After Feng Yuan obtained star form blessed land, his Starlight Firefly Gu reserves were extremely huge. The construction and opening of stargates were no longer as urgent as before. Feng Yuan came to the secret room and saw Gue Fengjing again. Wasn't Gue Fengjing killed by He Fengyang? How could he still be alive? As it turned out, this was a trick arranged by Feng Yuan. He purposely cut off one of Gue Fengjing's arms and installed a dog limb, making it look like he was tortured and humiliated. In fact, he left this severed arm here. After He Fengyang killed Fengjing, Tai Bai Yunxing, who was called back by Feng Yuan, used man as before immortal Gu and expended a considerable amount of immortal essence to revive Fengjing. He Fengyang did not suspect him. He also had his limitations. He did not know that an immortal Gu like man as before existed in this world. In his opinion, Fangzheng's body and soul were completely destroyed in front of his eyes. Fangzheng was truly dead. If it were any other Gu immortal, they would also think so. This was common sense. But this world was huge. There were all sorts of strange immortal Gu, immortal killer moves and so on. Just like man as before, they did not know that humans had limitations. Even immortals were no exception. Omniscience and omnipotence, even rank 9 Gu immortals or Rinzu could not achieve this. Perhaps there was only one great existence that could achieve this, and that was this world. Fang Yuan threw an information path Gu worm to Fangzheng, showing a mocking expression. Take a good look, this is the crane gate that you are so grateful to, and that kind master of yours. If not for me, you would be dead already. Ever since Fang Yuan had the plan to refine change form immortal Gu, he had been gathering Gu refinement materials. Because he had the success Dao mark, Fang Yuan only needed to gather one set of Gu refinement materials. This greatly reduced his expenditure. Even so, by the time Fang Yuan gathered the materials, the immortal materials he obtained from the Northern Plains auction had already been sold or exchanged. If not for some of the materials he obtained from the Refinement Path Convention, there would still be a gap. The difficulty of refining immortal Gu could be seen at a glance. Fang Yuan only gathered one set of materials. His accumulated resources were almost all used up. If not for the Guts Gu trade, if not for the Success Dao mark, Fang Yuan would not take such a risk and make such a risky move. Floating astronomy. Should he say that Yu Mu Chun had a screw loose in his head? Or that he was too daring? Ben Duo Yi could not comment on this. Cool winds blew in his face. The winds got stronger and stronger. Soon, strong winds blew. Tornadoes were formed. The tornadoes were separated from each other. They did not interfere with each other. They formed a forest of tornadoes. Yu Mu Chun was in the air, in the middle of the forest of tornadoes. The strong winds blew his bronze mask away, revealing an old face with thick hair. Yu Mu Chun laughed heartily. His body shook as the black robe covering his body broke apart. The pieces were blown away by the wind, revealing Yu Mu Chun's muscular body, which was covered in brown hair. His true identity was the same as Ben Duo Yi, a hairy man. No wonder he had given pointers to Ben Duo Yi. Hairy men were variant humans. They were different from humans. Or more accurately speaking, they were two different races. Even Fang Yuan did not know about Yu Mu Chun's identity. Like he understood Ben Duo Yi's worries, Yu Mu Chun paid attention to his work as he said, "You idiot! Why do we hairy men have the talent for Gu refinement? It is because hairy men have refinement path Dao marks since birth. In fact, refinement path originated from hairy men. In terms of Gu refinement history, we hairy men have a long history. Our foundation is dozens of times that of humans. But humans are too powerful. They exterminated many hairy men and lost countless precious refinement path insights. Now, the Gu refinement ideology of humans is influencing hairy men. There are many mistakes in this." Yu Mu Chun continued. For example, when humans refine Gu, they emphasize on silence. They seek an isolated environment. This is safer and increases the success rate of the Gu refinement. But they only focus on the present, not the long term. Gu masters nurture, use, and refine. Nurturing Gu is to familiarize themselves with the connection between the materials and the Gu worm. Why does this Gu worm need to be fed with such food? Between the Gu worm and the food, there are countless Gu recipes. As for using Gu, it is to experience the Dao marks on the Gu worm. Gu refinement is even more crucial. It is the handling of the Dao marks. When refining Gu, one should be in nature. Because this world was the place with the most Dao marks. It is like a mother to a baby. Heaven and earth is the best place to refine Gu. If we can use the Tao marks of heaven and earth, in a sense, we can use the power of heaven and earth to help us refine Gu. Using the power of heaven and earth to help us refine Gu. Ben Duo Yi stared with wide eyes. He was tongue-tied. Yu Mu Chun's words were shocking. This was the first time Ben Duo Yi had heard of this theory. It was extremely enlightening. Yu Mu Chun laughed heartily, his eyes shined with bright light. Ben Duo Yi, you are learning human Gu refinement techniques. Even though they are powerful, you have already gone down the wrong path. You can use other methods to improve yourself, but the things of humans are not yours. Soon, the poisonous blood in the tortoise-shell pot started to rise. Not enough, not enough. Fang Yuan urged, his bloodshot eyes were filled with excitement and cruelty. Land spirits did not have good or evil, they only had stubbornness and loyalty. Star-form land spirits started to throw in large numbers of variant humans. These variant humans included hairy men, rockmen, snowmen, inkmen, eggmen, feathermen. The poisonous blood rose rapidly, but Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. He calculated the time in his mind as he shouted, "More, more." Thus, the human captives that he prepared were thrown into the pot. "Ah, spare me. So painful, it hurts so much. I will not let you off even if I become a ghost." Fang Yuan was unmoved, he only paid attention to the Gu refinement progress. An old Gu master was thrown to his side. He struggled to get up. Fang Yuan raised his leg and stomped the old man into the poisonous blood. The old man struggled for a while, but only his hand was left on the surface of the poisonous blood. His fingers were like hooks that grabbed at the sky. It was like the weak was cursing and complaining to heaven and earth, to fate, to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. In this limited time, the poisonous blood returned to its original state. It was at the edge of the tortoise shell. He started to throw large numbers of immortal yuan stones into the poisonous blood. 100, 200, without hesitation. Countless vengeful spirits lingered in the air above the poisonous blood. The poisonous fog rumbled as the poisonous blood fell again. 7 days later, the poisonous blood finally fell to the bottom. There was only a pool of poisonous blood left in the tortoise shell. It could not even reach Fang Yuan's ankles. Fang Yuan slowly bent down, picking up a Gu from this pool of poisonous blood. Change form immortal Gu, success. Central continent, True Yang mountain range. Ben Duo Yi sat on the ground, muttering, "I finally passed the tribulation." More than half of the mountain had collapsed. It was like a battlefield in a mess. Be it the tornado wind pillar or slumbering lightning python, they were all gone. The heavy rain poured down, drenching Honda like a drowned rat. Yu Mu Chun kept the refined immortal Gu in his pocket. Next, he threw an information path Gu worm to Ben Duo Yi. "Lad, this is my refinement path inheritance. It is for you. You can learn the natural Gu refinement method, but if you are not a Gu immortal, you cannot use it to refine Gu, because it will attract heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations." Yu Mu Chun said this as he stepped on the void and left. Ben Duo Yi's body shook. He knelt down as his eyes shined with bright light, shouting, "Master, don't worry, I will not let this inheritance down." Chapter 869. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Immortal Gu Starlight. Fang Yuan stood proudly at the top of a Fang Yuan stone nest. He willed and activated Starlight Immortal Gu. Suddenly, a huge pillar of starlight shot out and pierced into the stone nest. Under Fang Yuan's control, the starlight did not harm anyone. It was very gentle. In this stone nest, there were already many Gu formations set up. The moment the pillar of starlight entered, it split into beams of blue starlight, and was guided to the first room of each floor. The hairy men in the first room used their Gu worms to absorb the incoming starlight before processing it. The processed half-finished product was sent to the second room for the second processing. After a total of 7 rooms, star thought goo were refined one by one. These star thought goo flowed along the pipes into the storehouse at the lowest floor of the stone nest. Every time Fang Yuan used starlight, the hairy men in this stone nest could refine goo for days without rest. After using starlight immortal goo, there was a huge amount of starlight. Fang Yuan no longer needed to purchase starlight goo and use it as the main material to refine star thought goo. Not only did this save a lot of trouble, the cost was also lowered. Although using starlight immortal goo required immortal essence. But if he purchased a huge amount of starlight goo, he would still earn a sum. The cost was quite high. The improved star thought goo recipe was also safer. Goo refinement was a risky matter. It was not as safe as fighting. Many hairy men got injured or even lost their lives when refining goo. After Fang Yuan sent the starlight goo, he did not leave. He observed for a while. A long while later, he nodded, feeling satisfied. The current star thought goo recipe. He had already modified it. The hairy men's losses during the goo refinement were much lower than before. Most importantly, the production of star thought goo was not lower than before. But the modification has already reached its limit unless my star path attainment rises in the future, or I find a better star thought goo recipe. Fang Yuan knew that he did not cultivate star path. His star path attainment was likely to remain at this level for the rest of his life. Maybe in the future, he could explore dream realms and raise his star path attainment. But who knows what will happen in the future? It's a pity that there are on average 10 rooms in this stone nest. 6 of them were unoccupied. If there are enough hairy men, the production of star thought goo can more than double. Fang Yuan secretly felt that it was a pity. In this refinement of change form immortal goo, not only did he expend the success Dao marks from the infallible inheritance, he also used up almost all of his immortal materials and immortal yuan stone. As a result, the current Fang Yuan could be said to be penniless. Thus, the problem of hairy men could not be solved for now. Even if he could capture wild hairy men, he would need to spend time and effort to train them before he could get qualified hairy man slaves to refine goo for him. Fang Yuan naturally did not know how to train wild hairy men into qualified slaves. It was the most convenient method. It was to purchase hairy man slaves from other goo immortals. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan didn't have any extra money at the moment. Even the celestial origin energy in his hand was extremely sparse, only around 10 beads. He had to use it wisely. It could be said that right now, Fang Yuan was in a very weak state. Even if he had the killer move Myriad Self and 3 star path goo worms. He had obtained several star path immortal killer moves from Star Lord Wuxia. Without enough immortal essence, these killer moves could not be used. As the saying goes, having food in hand. He did not panic. 4 goo immortals, the so-called food. The most important thing was immortal essence and immortal yuan stone. But once the project was established, it would face market competition. How much she could earn would depend on the situation. He Lulan investigated for a long time. She also asked Fairy Lishan for guidance. She knew that if she really wanted to develop the project from scratch, she would suffer losses in the early stages, it would be difficult in the middle stages, and if she earned less in the later stages, it would be a burden to her. There was no helping it. She was one of the 10 extreme immortal apertures. Time flowed very quickly. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were even fiercer. After He Lulan's investigation, she found out the only thing that was truly suitable for her was the trade of guts goo, a seller's market, a monopoly business. It was unique. Or like the business projects that Fang Yuan plundered in Dong Fang tribe's headquarters. Like eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, dragonfish, and others, these resources were already well managed by Dong Fang tribe. Fang Yuan only needed to take over and choose where to sell them. After discovering this, He Lulan's desire for star form blessed land deepened. As long as she obtained star form blessed land, He Lulan would be able to gain a stable footing. After inheriting Star Lord Wuxia's business, she would be able to be self-sufficient and advance her own cultivation. Fang Yuan did not tell He Lulan that he had already become the owner of Star Form Blessed Land. He liked to keep a secret. The Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. It was hard to say if He Lulan would be a friend or foe in the future. Of course, if He Lulan found out about this and asked Fang Yuan could not lie due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Although he could choose not to answer, He Lulan would easily confirm it. He would hide it for as long as he could. This was Fang Yuan's plan. After Yu Mu Chun refined the immortal Gu, he went deep into True Yang Mountain Range. Ever since he parted with Ben Duo Yi, he used an immortal killer move to conceal his traces. On this day at noon, he stopped in front of an inconspicuous valley. He took out an information path Gu worm and threw it in front of him. The Gu worm vanished like a rock falling into water. Ripples appeared in the air in front of him. The ripples expanded and tore open a long hole, revealing the bloody light inside. Yu Mu Chun did not hesitate. He took a step forward and stepped into the spatial crack. At the next moment, he was in an unfamiliar space. The spatial crack behind him closed. Yu Mu Chun's vision was filled with bloody light. It was a dark swamp filled with poisonous gas. There were large numbers of corpses scattered in the swamp. A dense smell of blood assaulted his nose. Yu Mu Chun could not help but frown, saying, "Using so much blood sacrifice, it seems your injuries are very serious." Song Zi Xing, cough cough. "There is no helping it. I was lucky to be able to escape with my life. Come in." From the depths of the swamp, Song Zi Xing's voice could be heard. Looking at this situation as a hairy man Gu immortal, Yu Mu Chun actually had a deep relationship with the number 1 demonic path Gu immortal of Central Continent, Song Zi Xing. They were very close. Yu Mu Chun walked into the depths of the swamp with familiarity. This was not the first time he had been here. He was very familiar with it. Finally, in the blood pool at the center of the swamp, he saw Song Zi Xing, who only had his head and half his chest left, was originally in the blood pool to recover. When Yu Mu Chun arrived, he popped his head out of the blood pool. Seeing Song Zi Xing, Yu Mu Chun's expression turned grim. "With your injuries, you will not be able to participate in the upcoming plan." Hee, I just have to give up my life and cultivation level. All-out effort Gu was the vital Gu of Fang Yuan's second immortal aperture. It had always been rank 4, its rank was far lower than Fang Yuan's own. With this Gu recipe, Fang Yuan had another mission, that was to refine all-out effort Gu. After failing once, all-out effort Gu advanced to rank 5. If I can refine all-out effort Gu to rank 6, the killer move Myriad Self would have a huge boost. It would be second only to Self-Strength Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is already beyond my ability. With this successful experience, Fang Yuan deduced small family Qi Gu's recipe. The result was a crushing defeat. Chapter 880. Qin Bai Sheng, Jiangyu, Heicheng, Shuesong Zi, Helang Zi, and two mysterious Gu immortals that he did not recognize. Among them, only Shuesong Zi and Jiangyu were rank 6 Gu immortals. The rest were rank 7 Gu immortals. As for the two mysterious Gu immortals, Fang Yuan did not know about them, so it was fine. The remaining 3 were Qin Bai Sheng, Helang Zi, and Hei Cheng. They were all rank 7 Gu immortals. Hei Cheng was a Gu immortal of the Super Force Hei tribe. Even though he had a hidden injury and could not use immortal killer moves, his battle strength had fallen greatly. He was far from his peak state, but he had the immortal Gu Dark Arrow. He could not be underestimated. Helang Zi was a famous transformation path demonic immortal in Northern Plains. His growth was different from ordinary people. He was ferocious and had 3 immortal desolate wolf transformations. His battle strength was very high. He had once been recruited by old ancestor Shui Hu, but was rejected by Helang Zi. The most powerful one was Qin Bai Sheng. This person had roamed unhindered in Northern Plains for hundreds of years. As a lone Gu immortal, he defeated Lu Hao, Shan Yuxiong, and Nu Air Du, killed by Kanzi, Jade Fire Farmer, and Heavenly Emotion Mountain Lord, fought Yuan Rangzun, and escaped from 5 Elements Master. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal. His status in Northern Plains was equivalent to Central Continent's Shirley. In the eyes of the world, he had peak rank 7 battle strength. Only rank 8 Gu immortals could suppress him. He was even stronger than Kanyang Laojun. More terrifyingly, not only did he have outstanding battle strength, he could also organize the Northern Plains auction. He was the one who profited the most. It was not strange that Fang Yuan felt it was difficult to protect the cloud building in front of such a person. But Land Spirit of Langia patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, saying, "I did not ask you to protect the cloud building. You only need to resist as much as possible. What I want is to stall for time." These people are too daring. They actually dared to attack Langia Blessed Land. As long as I can drag this on for another 30 minutes, I will be able to make these guys suffer. Land Spirit of Langia's tone was full of confidence. Like Fang Yuan had guessed earlier, Langia Land Spirit definitely had a trump card to win. In the previous 3 waves of attacks, Land Spirit of Langia's battle strength. He definitely did not rely on these 12 desolate Gu immortal. Then what is Langia Land Spirit's reliance? Fang Yuan could not help but feel a strong sense of curiosity in his heart. God Master Gu no. However, Langia Land Spirit did not tell him and only smiled mysteriously. Master. This cloud building had already been lent to Fang Yuan by Land Spirit of Langia. Fang Yuan could freely manipulate it. Fang Yuan browsed through it a few times before memorizing all the methods. Next, he tried to practice and quickly got the hang of it. The cloud building was the formation core of the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. Star thoughts surged in Fang Yuan's mind. After understanding the cloud building, he started to understand the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. He also had a good understanding of it. All in all, this was a maze-like fog formation. Although it had not been perfected to the level of a battlefield killer move, it was only a step away. It was not that Land Spirit of Langia did not have a battlefield killer move, but to create a battlefield killer move, Dao marks had to be carved. The newly added Dao marks could not perfectly match the Dao marks of this world. There would always be conflicts and contradictions. This would cause damage to Langia Blessed Land. Thus, the Land Spirit did not take them. In terms of stalling for time, the 12-wave cloud confusion formation had already reached the limit of a Gu formation. Chapter 882. You killed an enemy Gu immortal? Good. Fang Yuan had just gotten out of the yellow jade lion's body when the land spirit of Langya's voice entered his ears. Fang Yuan's first thought was, "It seems that this Langya blessed land has a lot of sound path Dao marks." The land spirit of Langya was so convenient to transmit, who immortal land spirit and star form land spirit did not have this ability. It could be seen that Langya blessed land had a lot of sound path Dao marks. The land spirit was very surprised that Fang Yuan could kill Shuesong Zi, saying "good" 3 times in a row. This was the first time the enemy had lost a member since they started attacking. Fang Yuan, to think that you are so good at deducing immortal goo recipes, you are also not careless in battle. At this juncture, the land spirit of Langya was not stingy with its praise. Hee. Fang Yuan also laughed. When he laughed, Shuesong Zi's flesh and bones had just fallen to the ground. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this battle result. The yellow jade lion under his feet was on the verge of death. Fang Yuan used it as a pawn to deal with Shuesong Zi, obtaining a miraculous effect. In this battle, Fang Yuan only used vaguely familiar face and strength path giant hand. He did not expend much energy. But he killed Shuesong Zi. The battle result was huge. At Fang Yuan's level, he deeply understood that all battles were just a continuation of economic conflicts. In other words, battles and wars were like doing business. There was an accounting of what one had to pay and what one obtained. Why was Fang Yuan so satisfied? Because he had paid very little in this battle. But his gains were huge. In business terms, he had used a small amount to gain a large amount. He had made a huge profit. Shuesong Zi had an immortal goo and a complete set of immortal killer moves. If Fang Yuan fought directly, he might not be able to defeat the enemy even after dozens of rounds. Here, Shuesong Zi could only use immortal killer moves. Fang Yuan might be able to use mortal goo, but against the power of immortal killer moves, he would have to use immortal killer moves to block them, right? This way, his green grape immortal essence expenditure would be huge. Even if he expended a huge amount of immortal essence, Shuesong Zi might not die. Who knows, the reinforcements might be Fang Yuan's turn to retreat instead. But when goo immortals fight, they are not inflexible moves, they are filled with schemes and schemes. Fang Yuan had been guessing earlier. Shuesong Zi was a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. He was weak. He was probably a peripheral character among these invading goo immortals. Shui goo immortal goo, immortal goo immortal immortal goo immortal goo immortal master. Most importantly, Fang Yuan knew that Shuesong Zi was in the previous Imperial Court contest. Attention to what he did. Master Shui immortal goo immortal master Shui immortal master master. Thus, he easily deduced the reason why Shuesong Zi obtained the immortal goo, as well as his mentality. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Shuesong Zi knew nothing about Fang Yuan. He was also a weakling. He did not seem to have received Qin Baisheng's warning. If it was Qin Baisheng, he would have told Shuesong Zi that there were already goo immortals in the cloud buildings. Then Shuesong Zi would not be so careless. What was worse was, earlier, the invaders were unstoppable. They destroyed many formation cores of the cloud buildings. They also killed many desolate beasts. After every battle, Qin Baisheng had to send a message to the members and inform them once. Qin Baisheng's action was understandable, because the goo immortals were scattered, searching for formation cores everywhere. The vast white fog made the goo immortals feel isolated. Their morale would fall. Shuesong Zi heard the notification again and again. He felt that he was unstoppable. His morale was high. He died at Fang Yuan's hands. There was a reason why arrogant soldiers were bound to lose. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was scheming and scheming. He had a huge advantage. Of course, his guess might not be accurate. It was just a guess after all. But the truth was he had a good grasp of Shuesong Zi's mentality. He was also hiding inside the yellow jade lion's body. Shuesong Zi also had an investigative immortal killer move. During the battle, he scanned the yellow jade lion's body at least 3 times. He was afraid that the yellow jade lion might have some wild immortal goo that would suddenly activate and catch him off guard. He would be in deep trouble. Shuesong Zi did not find any immortal goo. This made him even more careless. Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face played an extremely important role in this process. If he did not use this killer move to conceal himself, even if he hid inside the yellow jade lion's body, Shuesongzi would be able to detect him. Because of all these factors, this shocking result was created. Gu immortals were all dragons and phoenixes among men. If Shuesongzi had not been careless, with his current strength, he could have contended against Fang Yuan. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he could have lasted for some time. Unfortunately, his opponent was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. To put it nicely, he was intelligent, but to put it bluntly, he was scheming and scheming. He could use a portion of his strength to the limit and display several times the effect. Land Spirit of Xianxia, I killed Shuesongzi this time, how are you going to reward me? Shuesongzi's immortal aperture was destroyed. Although everything in the immortal aperture was destroyed, his Dao marks all belong to this blessed land of yours. Fang Yuan asked with a smile. Ah, no problem, there will be a huge reward after the battle. I hope you can guard this cloud building well. Mo Tansang is heavily injured and barely survived. His cloud building has already been lost. You have Shuesongzi's soul, you need to search for it and see this group's background. The land spirit immediately replied. Fang Yuan's gaze focused slightly. This was not the first time he had captured a Gu immortal's soul. Earlier in Tai Bai Blessed Land, Tai Bai Yunsheng could not find any flaws. But in Xianxia Blessed Land, he was exposed to the land spirit of Xianxia. As for Mo Tansang's loss, it was normal. Fang Yuan had expected it. Shuesongzi is dead. Qin Baisheng stood in the ruins of the cloud building. His body suddenly shook as he spoke. What? He had your immortal Gu and a complete set of immortal killer moves. How could he suddenly die? He Cheng, who was beside him, was shocked. He Lang Zi was skeptical of Hui Feng Zi's words. In fact, he was very wary of human Gu immortals. He flew down and stood beside Shuesongzi's corpse. His head suddenly turned into a wolf's head. His eyes were eerie as they flickered with green light. He looked around several times. At the same time, his wolf nose sniffed, as if he had smelled some important information. Soon, He Lang Zi's expression turned ugly. He said, "Rank 7 strength path, it is indeed rare. Could it be the domination immortal?" Next, he said, "No matter what, let's destroy this cloud building first." He Lang Zi acted like a wild beast. He did things in a straightforward manner. Hui Feng Zi nodded, but his gaze was vigilant as he looked around, afraid that a terrifying rank 7 strength path expert was hiding near him. "Brothers, you've come so quickly. I am Xianxia. I am overseeing this cloud building. May I know your names?" Fang Yuan flew out of the cloud building. "Be careful. This is a star path rank 6 Gu immortal." Hui Feng Zi quickly transmitted to He Lang Zi. He Lang Zi nodded silently. Chapter 884. When the star snake rope was used with the star cloud grindstone, its power would increase exponentially. Even though the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf was an ancient desolate beast, it did not specialize in strength. He Lang Zi's transformation was not perfect either. Thus, under the pull of the 6-star snake ropes, he struggled to no avail. Eventually, he was pulled back by Fang Yuan. He Lang Zi was trapped in the star cloud grindstone. Starlight attacked him and grinded his wolf body, causing his skin and muscles to tighten as the pressure increased. At the same time, the 6-star snake ropes coiled around the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf's body. They shrunk and soon created dents in the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf's body. He Lang Zi could not even open his mouth. He only felt waves of force grinding against him. His bones were starting to creak. He Lang Zi was not flustered. Thoughts flashed in his mind. My transformation only has the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf's speed. its defense and strength are insufficient. And this person in front of me has a deep soul foundation. Earlier, I used the fragrant sorcerer Ian's statue wolf transformation to scratch him, but he was completely fine. This means that the fragrant sorcerer Ian's statue wolf's soul-damaging attack is not effective against him. In an instant, Xianxia understood. Even though the wolf's mouth was tied up, this did not stop Xianxia from using his goo worms. He shouted at Feng Yuan, "Since you are courting death, I will grant you your wish." As he said that, lightning exploded. Large amounts of lightning shot in all directions. Rumble. Balls of lightning and thunder were exploding violently. Feng Yuan's 6-star snake ropes were submerged in the lightning and thunder. They first broke apart inch by inch before completely disintegrating. Xianxia regained his freedom. His body was bathed in lightning. He raised his head and howled. Howl. A few breaths of time later, the lightning dissipated. The wolf's howl also stopped. What appeared was no longer the fragrant sorcerer Ian's statue wolf. It was a lightning flash giant wolf. This was also an ancient desolate beast with rank 7 battle strength. The giant wolf was the size of an elephant. It was covered in blue fur. The tip of the wolf's fur had turned into a special blue crystal, emitting faint lightning. The fragrant sorcerer Ian's statue wolf Ian Dove was thin and weak, but the lightning flash giant wolf was majestic. He actually turned all his Dao marks into the lightning Dao so quickly. It should be that thunder and lightning flashing earlier. I wonder what immortal killer move had such an effect. Feng Yuan's pupils constricted. He memorized this precious information. The next time he fought with Xianxia, Feng Yuan would try to destroy the immortal killer move and cause Xianxia's transformation to fail. Forget it this time. Xianxia would not give Feng Yuan this chance. Moreover, Feng Yuan knew that he would definitely lose this battle. It was just that the longer the battle dragged on, the better. They were rank 7 Gu immortals after all, experts who had been famous for a long time. He was also from Northern Plains. His battle strength surpassed the other 4 regions. But Feng Yuan only had a 6th revolution star path cultivation. This time, Feng Yuan mainly wanted to use actual combat to test vaguely familiar face. And many star path killer moves. After a while, boom! With a loud rumble, a lightning pillar soared into the sky and smashed through the nebula grindstone that was on the verge of collapse. Feng Yuan's azure blue robe was in tatters. There were countless injuries all over his body. Thankfully, these were injuries caused by the lightning. The wounds were charred black. There was no blood. This helped Feng Yuan conceal his weakness. The lightning flash giant wolf howled proudly. It spoke, "Not a battlefield killer move. You want to trap me? Mph." This move not only attacked the surrounding star snake ropes, it also destroyed the soul path Dao marks on Xianxia's body. That was why Xianxia had the ability to transform into a lightning flash giant wolf. But if Xianxia wanted to turn from a lightning flash giant wolf to a fragrant sorcerer Ian statue wolf, he did not have a soul path immortal killer move. Immortal killer move. It was very rare and precious, and it was very difficult to calculate. Xianxia was also someone who had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, with his identity as a rogue cultivator, he would not have achieved what he had today. It was a pity that he had obtained some inheritances. They were all quite incomplete. Unlike Xianxia, who had died not long ago, he had obtained a complete snow path inheritance from Qin Bai Sheng. He could use the immortal killer moves one by one. He was not like the current Feng Yuan who had obtained the complete star path inheritance from Star Lord Wanxiang. Star Snake Rope, Star Cloud Grindstone, and 6 illusion star bodies all used Star Mark, Starlight, and Star Shoot as the cores. They complemented each other and could be used smoothly. He Lulan tried all ways and means to use the mortal killer move Self-Strength Giant Phantom, transforming it into an immortal Dao level. She had the foundation, but she could not do it. Feng Yuan had Strength Path Grandmaster Attainment level and the Light of Wisdom. He did not dare to try deducing other Strength Path immortal killer moves. It was not that he could not succeed, but he would expend too much time and effort. Xianxia did not have a Wisdom Path foundation. It was even more impossible to deduce a suitable immortal killer move for him. Of course, with He Lang Zi's strength, he had to endure Fang Yuan's attacks. It was not impossible to slowly get rid of the lightning path Dao marks on his body. After all, his cultivation level was there. Fang Yuan's strength was not as deep as his. But that would drag on for a long time. Just as He Lang Zi was hesitating, Hui Feng Zi suddenly attacked. Fang Yuan's attack stopped. He was shocked to see a jade feather floating above his head. When did I get hit? What immortal killer move is this? It actually discovered my true body. You actually found my true body? Fang Yuan was shocked. The moment Fang Yuan used 6 illusion star bodies, Hui Feng Zi used his investigative immortal killer move. After discovering Fang Yuan's true body, he immediately used another immortal killer move to mark it. Hui Feng Zi was fighting at the side, guarding against the hidden strength path Gu immortals. But that did not mean he would not attack. Fang Yuan was fighting 1 against 2, and both of them were rank 7 Gu immortals. The disadvantage was too great. Once Fang Yuan's true body was exposed, the lightning flash giant wolf chased after him. Without a choice, Fang Yuan activated Star Cloud Grindstone to block in front of him. But the lightning flash giant wolf was an ancient desolate beast. Lightning surged and destroyed several Star Cloud Grindstones. Fang Yuan quickly mobilized the other 5 star bodies to disturb He Lang Zi. If He Lang Zi was an ancient desolate beast, his attention would have been attracted. But he had human intelligence and intelligence. He ignored the star body's interference. He continued to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fell into a passive state. The Star Cloud Grindstone in front of him was pierced by the lightning pillar again. Behind the lightning pillar, the lightning flash giant wolf chased after him. Immortal killer move, position star transposition. Fang Yuan's body shined with starlight. He vanished on the spot and appeared somewhere else, replacing one of the 6 illusion star bodies. This was a movement killer move recorded in Star Lord Wanxiang's inheritance. It could allow Fang Yuan to vanish at any time and replace one of the 6 illusion star bodies. A fierce power suddenly erupted from Land Spirit of Langya's body. Mo Tan Sang was caught off guard. He coughed out a large amount of blood like a broken gunny sack. He was ruthlessly pushed away. After crashing into the wall, he slowly collapsed. You are not Land Spirit of Langya? Mo Tan Sang's eyes were wide open. He shouted at Land Spirit of Langya in disbelief. Land Spirit of Langya originally had white hair and a sage-like demeanor. But now, his appearance had changed greatly. His body had become majestic and mighty. He was about the same height as Fang Yuan's immortal zombie form. He had a stocky back and a bear's waist. The muscles on his body bulged. He was extremely intimidating. What was even more eye-catching was that his entire body was covered with thick long hair. The brown hair almost wrapped his entire body. The pair of eyes, filled with blood vessels, fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth. The corners of his mouth gradually curled up, revealing a devilish smile. In a blink of an eye, Land Spirit of Langya changed from a human old man to a muscular hairy man. Towards this change in Land Spirit of Langya, Fang Yuan was also extremely surprised. Immediately, he silently retreated a few steps. He stared at Land Spirit of Langya with vigilance. Immediately, he silently retreated a few steps, his eyes staring warily at Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya slowly raised his head. He looked down at Mo Tan Sang, who was sitting on the ground by the wall. His tone was filled with emotions. Why am I not Land Spirit of Langya? How many years has it been? Ever since that myriad tribulation? Humph. Because my power was weak, I was replaced by that weak fellow. Land spirit of Xianxia said until here. Suddenly, he raised his head and shouted, "How many years has it been?" He breathed in deeply, his face was filled with excitement and malevolence. He clenched his fists, the bulging muscles on his arms were thicker than Mo Tansang's thighs. "I am finally back." Feng Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed, he was filled with doubts. He took a few steps back again. You two don't need to be suspicious. I am Land Spirit of Xianxia, I am the real deal." Land Spirit of Xianxia suddenly raised his head, his gaze was sharp like a sword. It was directed at Feng Yuan and Mo Tansang. "My main body is a hairy man. After I died, I had two obsessions. However, there was only one earth spirit, and these two obsessions were evenly matched. Neither could suppress the other. In the end, they could only combine into one, forming the Land Spirit of Xianxia. What you two saw was only the obsession that wanted to break space, escape immortal goo." Land Spirit of Xianxia snorted coldly, explaining. "Two obsessions?" Mo Tansang's expression froze. Feng Yuan was much faster than him, he immediately asked, "Then, Land Spirit of Xianxia, what is your condition?" Earlier, for the Land Spirit of Xianxia to acknowledge him as its master, the condition was to unravel the mystery of why space escape immortal goo could not enter the space cave. Feng Yuan definitely could not achieve that. But now, the Land Spirit of Xianxia's appearance had changed. According to him, it was a different obsession. Then the condition would definitely be different as well. "You don't have the qualifications to make me acknowledge you as my master." The hairy man Land Spirit of Xianxia stared at Feng Yuan. His tone was much more arrogant and domineering than when he spoke to the old man. "Why do I not have the qualifications?" Feng Yuan was not angry. The Land Spirit of Xianxia crossed his arms, smiling arrogantly. "My ambition is to let hairy men rule the world. Any variant human, including a pure human like you, will have to crawl under the feet of us hairy men. You will become the slaves of us hairy men, you will have to beg for our favor, you will be as lowly as an ant." Our soul foundation overlaps, our immortal essence can be used together. With just a thought, others can sense it. Like this. They were not afraid of Qin Baisheng's immortal killer move soul suppression. Qin Baisheng's soul suppression killer move used his own soul foundation to crush others. But now, Feng Yuan and the rest were controlling the heavenly giant's solar battle formation. It was as if the souls were stacked together. Even if Qin Baisheng's soul suppression had some effect, it could not be used to end the battle. Interesting, heavenly giant solar, to think that it is in long-hair ancestors' hands. Qin Baisheng watched as the giant formed. He did not make a move. His reaction was a bit strange. He sized up the giant with a look of admiration. This is an ancient battle formation, the peak of formation path. It allows Gu immortals to cooperate and gain battle strength. But because of historical reasons, this battle formation has already been lost in the river of time. To think that I would be able to see it today. Hei Cheng sighed, But it is not strange. Long Hair Ancestor is a famous person in history. He has the ability to collect such an ancient battle formation. Stop sighing, go deal with it. Qin Baisheng sighed lightly, ordering. He Cheng's expression froze. He looked at Qin Baisheng in disbelief. You want me to deal with this giant alone? After all, it is a giant formed by more than 10 Gu immortals working together. Qin Baisheng snorted coldly. You saw it too. I am trying my best to obtain the immortal Gu refinement cauldron. I cannot fight. Now is the time for you to perform. I am not hoping for you to defeat this giant. I just want you to block it. You have the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. This is not difficult. If we succeed, not only will I heal your hidden injuries, I will even let you escape the danger of your lifespan ending. You will regain a large portion of your lifespan. Qin Baisheng's tone was filled with pressure and deterrence. At the same time, it contained benefits that He Qing could not reject. He Qing squinted, his breathing became rough. He was astute and shrewd. He knew that Qin Baisheng was using him as a pawn. Regarding this, He Qing was furious but also helpless. Because his weakness was in Qin Baisheng's hands. Qin Baisheng promised huge benefits. He Qing had no choice but to comply. Inject immortal essence into the battle formation. Land Spirit of Lengia commanded as he shouted, Heavenly Giant Solar, attack. Without a sound, the enormous silver giant suddenly moved and directly crashed towards Qin Baisheng. Because Qin Baisheng was trying to retrieve the rank 8 immortal Gu House refinement cauldron, he could not move. Seeing that the silver giant was about to crash, He Qing suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Qin Baisheng. He Qing looked at the silver giant that filled his vision. He had a solemn expression as he flipped his hand. Because he had gained Star Path battle strength, his original shortcomings had been made up for. Be it offense or defense, advance or retreat, reconnaissance or healing, there were no obvious weaknesses. In terms of reconnaissance, Feng Yuan also had immortal methods. Not long ago, Sha Nanzhang's traces were exposed by Feng Yuan because of this Star Path investigative killer move. His current battle strength. It had stabilized at the peak of rank 6. If he used Myriad Self, he would have rank 7 battle strength. The only thing Feng Yuan lacked now was a battlefield killer move. If he had a battlefield killer move, he could have secretly killed an immortal zombie member of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, then disguised himself and sneaked in. Because of this, Feng Yuan sought Fairy Lishan's help, but Fairy Lishan refused. Feng Yuan thought hard. He was a shrewd person. He thought of a way to advance by retreating. He would make a breakthrough from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Thus, he used the appearance and identity of an ordinary Star Path Gu Immortal, Xianxia, and came to Eastern Sea with Tai by Yunxing. They purposely approached Shark Demon's group. "Brother Tai Bai, we meet again." Ha! After a while, everyone saw each other. Shark Demon was very enthusiastic. He patted Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulder before turning his gaze to Fang Yuan. "Sir, are you the good friend Brother Tai Bai mentioned in his letter, Xianxia? Since you are Brother Tai Bai's good friend, you are also a good friend of mine, Shark Demon." "I am a wild lone cultivator. I do not dare to call myself that." Fang Yuan smiled modestly. He wore a large blue robe. His hair was white like snow, but his skin was rosy and tender like a baby's. He looked like an immortal. To speak the truth, he was much more presentable than Tai Bai Yunxing. People could not help but have a good impression of him. Shark Demon's wife, Su Baiman, said, "Xianxia, don't be modest. I heard that Sir has good wisdom path attainment. Can you show us your skills now?" Fang Yuan raised his eyes. He looked over. This Su Baiman in front of him, even though she was an immortal zombie. But one could see how beautiful she was in the past. Land of beauties, tomb of heroes. No wonder even Shark Demon did not hesitate to turn into a zombie. He sacrificed his great cultivation future to accompany Su Baiman. Immediately, Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He agreed, "Then I will try. Please forgive me if it is inappropriate." "Sir Xianxia, go ahead and try. Even if you fail, no one will blame you." Shark Demon immediately said. He had a fierce personality. He usually looked at people coldly. This was the first time he met Fang Yuan, but he had a warm attitude. It was because of Tai Bai Yunxing. More accurately speaking, it was because of Tai Bai Yunxing's man as before immortal Gu. Fang Yuan raised his head, carefully observing the surroundings. The world in front of him could be said to be a world of ice and snow. It was pure white, as expected of a quasi-blessed land battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan secretly activated the Wisdom Path Gu worms in his immortal aperture. In front of everyone, he used many investigative Wisdom Path killer moves. But there were no flaws. The whole battlefield was a single entity. Fang Yuan could not find a way to break through. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. Even though he had been training hard these last 2 months, he was very familiar with many Wisdom Path methods. The battlefield killer move in front of him was not simple. It was created by Fairy Yulu. Fairy Yulu was incredible. She had an extraordinary origin. Her master was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. This lineage could be said to be the #1 battlefield killer move inheritance in human history. The battlefield killer move that Fairy Yulu set up was no small matter. But he smiled coldly on the surface. "What, Xianxia, are you afraid?" Fang Yuan sighed. Looking at Budan, he gave off the feeling of an elder looking at a naughty child. Budan almost jumped in anger again. Fang Yuan immediately spoke. "These hidden Gu worm locations are all true. I am not afraid of anyone verifying them. However, these points could not be tampered with. Like the Gu worm that you destroyed earlier. Many of them are traps. They are interconnected. Even if they are touched, it will affect the entire battlefield killer move. Our wisdom path deductions will change completely. We will have to deduce from the beginning again. The locations that I pointed out have deep implications. I am unable to deduce which ones should be touched and which should not be." After saying that, Fang Yuan turned to the immortal zombie Shark Demon, bowing. "Lord Shark Demon, I am truly sorry. I am not capable enough. Seeing Fang Yuan so humble, it was a silent mockery. Bu Dan's eyelids twitched. He wanted to jump up and tear off Fang Yuan's white beard. He wanted to tear Fang Yuan's blue robe into shreds. He wanted to trample on Fang Yuan. He wanted to trample on Fang Yuan's rosy and clean face. But of course, he could not do that, because Shark Demon was returning the greeting to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just spoken when he bowed to Shark Demon. From Shark Demon's point of view, he was the leader. He naturally had to show his manners. Furthermore, Xianxia was Tai by Yunxing's good friend. He was brought here by the latter. Xianxia bowed to Shark Demon. How could Shark Demon not return the greeting? Zombie Alliance was part of the righteous path. Even though their members were all from the demonic path, a large portion of them were from the demonic path. But since they joined Zombie Alliance, they had to follow the righteous path's rules and demeanor. And Shark Demon heard the two's discussion. He had an idea. In his opinion, Xianxia's wisdom path attainment was higher than Bu Dan's. Towards such a talent, especially when he needed to take down Yulu blessed land in the future, Shark Demon naturally had to return the greeting. After returning the greeting, Shark Demon spoke in a very polite tone. Brother Xianxia's words have benefited me greatly. I wonder what we should do now? Shark Demon had rank 7 cultivation level. Even though he was an immortal zombie, he was a famous expert in Eastern Sea. He took the initiative to call rank 6 Xianxia brother. When everyone heard this, they felt that Shark Demon's attitude was very gentle. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I am still too weak. I had just obtained a trace of hope in my deduction earlier, to think that the goo worm was destroyed, causing my deduction to go to waste. In my anxiousness, I spoke without thinking. Sigh, there is a saying that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, let alone a small snake like me, while everyone here is a strong dragon. Bu Dan was so angry that he was panting heavily. His eyes were red. Fang Yuan's tone was humble, but his words took care of Bu Dan's face. It was like slapping Bu Dan's face repeatedly. But this time, Bu Dan did not flare up. He was very angry, but at the same time he felt a little weak. His wisdom path inheritance was very incomplete. It could not compare to Fang Yuan. Since Fang Yuan could openly point out so many flaws, Bu Dan knew that he was inferior, but he did not want to admit it. Could it be that I really made a mistake? This mortal goo, was it really a trap like that damned Xianxia said? The pitiful Bu Dan was framed by Fang Yuan. He was in self-doubt now. Fang Yuan looked at Bu Dan's reaction and expression from the corner of his eyes. He smiled bitterly and humbly on the surface, but he was sneering internally. He was already thinking of retreating, because the following attacks were very fierce.